Hello, welcome back to the Funfiltered podcast. I am Sam, and I am joined as ever by Jordan.
Hello.
Hello.
Merry. Hello.
Yeah, Happy New Year, I guess. Ideally, this will be out before the end of the year.
After Christmas, before New Year.
Yeah, in that like, what would you call it?
Hinterland of...
Yeah, the limbo.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hinterland limbo thing. So...
This year isn't special.
Nothing special for you. For us, I suppose it's just we're hoovering up some remaining films that we want to talk about.
Yeah, it's just like get stuff done.
Yeah, so God knows how long this episode's going to be.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Should we do the coming up now?
I suppose this would be a good time.
That'll be a good time, yeah, okay.
Someone has to say it.
Oh, right, okay.
Do you want to say I usually say it, which means you...
Yeah, I was expecting you to say it.
Okay, do you want me to say it?
No, let's make it novel. Let's make it novel.
Okay.
Okay. Coming up.
We review The French Dispatch, finally.
We discuss a so very terrible chocolate orange development.
A feature-length review of Spider-Man No Way Home.
We, Jordan, discuss the Sonic 2 trailer.
And we review The Matrix Resurrections.
There you go, I said the coming up.
You did say the coming up. That's what makes it Christmassy.
Yes, is that I said coming up?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Good, we found it.
Should we just jump straight into a film review?
Okay, let's do that.
So the first film we're going to talk about is The French Dispatch.
This makes it Christmassy as well.
Does it?
Because we promised this would happen.
Yeah.
So we're delivering on a promise, which is...
Is that what Christmas is all about?
Sure.
Delivering on a promise.
Didn't God be like, oh, come Christmas,
yeah,
the Saviour will be born? Oh no, it wasn't God. It was Gabriel. It was the one.
I assume it came from head office. I don't
It was. Yeah, I don't think God delivered it himself. He was like busy.
No. But nor do I think Gabriel was the instrument, the engineer of it all.
Was he not?
I think he was probably operating on orders from head office.
Someone told Mary.
Yeah, Gabriel told Mary.
Yeah,
but obviously it all comes from God, doesn't it?
Yeah. Right, Gabriel, you've gone rogue on this one.
Now I have to you've set expectations. Now I have to fucking engender a savior.
Yeah. I had a whole plan where she was going to, like, meet the perfect guy and it was going to... Now I have to, like, do a virgin birth.
Now I have to inseminate her cosmically.
Yeah.
I don't do savior in nice human form. I do floods. You are off message, clearly.
It's -1 BC.
Yes.
They're not ready for miracles yet, Gabriel, but here you are.
Yeah.
Fucking jumping the gun again.
It just takes me back to that Louis C.K. joke.
Yeah, I was thinking
Fuck's gonna happen? Yeah.
No, it wouldn't be -1. It would just be 1 BC.
Yes, it would be 1. It's -1 AD.
Yeah, but nobody... Nobody does that.
Nobody does that.
No sane person goes, it's the year -1.
-1 AD. Yes, 1 BC. I always wondered this. The year that he was born, was that 0?
Yeah.
He was born in the year 0.
Yeah.
And then a year after it was 1 AD.
Yes.
Right, okay. Okay, so yeah, sure, The French Dispatch is a Christmas film.
Then again,
somehow.
If he was born at Christmas, which I know he wasn't, that's a thing, isn't it? It's like, he was actually, he was actually born in July or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, if he was born at Christmas, that's only like a week left until the end of the year.
Yeah.
So would it be the year 0?
Yeah.
Or would they just go, fuck it, next year's the year 0?
Is it in tandem with his birthday? Does he have to be 1 year old for the year to be 1
BC
AD?
before Christ, isn't it?
Yes, but does he have to be 1 year old for it to be 1 AD? So like his birthday is the thing that makes it a new year.
Yeah.
So technically, on the 25th, that would be 2022. If you get what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. We might as well. Yeah. I mean, it's 6 days. You just lose 6 days.
Yeah, exactly. It's
nothing.
It's not worth it.
Yeah.
It's like nearly the whole year. It's like, well, this isn't important. And now we get to him.
And we can wrap... It's good, because it's the final day of the year. You can wrap Christmas into New Year. It's like that, like I said, that hinterland is tedious anyway. It's nothing.
Yeah.
There are no Tuesdays and Wednesdays. There is only still time.
It's just Boxing Day for 7 days and then it's New Year.
It's that episode of Peep Show where they're trapped in the airlock. That's what that time is. Yeah, nothing. There is no time.
No.
So yeah, let's just end it with Christmas.
You do lose a bank holiday though.
What whole bank holiday?
Well, if you're rolling up Christmas and New Year into one,
you
lose the bank holidays.
As in just the days off?
Yeah.
Can live with that, can't you?
Yeah, but like, he might be the savior of humanity, but
yeah,
is he really going to be responsible for taking a bank holiday off people?
I don't know. I think
that alone might, put a dampener on any potential teachings he would have.
The thing is, it's like I don't know. It's like Mr. Robot, isn't it? Where
sure.
That's Christmassy, the final season.
Yeah.
Where it kind of, or Breaking Bad then, where it ends really with a couple of episodes to spare.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, there's still stuff to wrap up and end the story, but the dramatic climax is a couple of episodes before the end.
Right.
It's like, do you really need... Because Christmas, everyone will acknowledge. I know there are people who obviously don't like it. It's the best bit of the year, right? Christmas is the thing the year leads up to.
Yeah.
And then you have the little bit, and then it's New Year, and hey, reset. Do we really need more days after Christmas? Can we just have... I mean, I love Granite State and Felina, but we don't... We can end with Ozymandias.
We could, but, I mean, do you really want... If you have Christmas, right? Christmas is the climax of the year.
Yes.
And then the following day, the new year has started. It's like, oh, shit, oh, okay.
Yeah, straight back to it.
Yeah. No, don't you want those days to kind of, like, enjoy what's just happened?
No.
It's like,
does anybody do that?
Here is, like, the recovery of Christmas, the fallout of Christmas before we get back to it proper.
But Christmas is...
Like, isn't the whole point that, like, the cuddling after the sex, it can be just as nice as the sex? Because if you just, like, you have
that's ridiculous.
If you have the sex, and it's like, right, back to it then. It's like, can we not just stay here and enjoy the fact that we had sex?
But I wouldn't say that Christmas is analogous to sex, because...
Well, it's a climax.
It's a climax, but the dirty little secret about Christmas that we always forget is that you wake up on Christmas, it happens... And it's done within a couple of hours, really. All the excitement or whatever. I mean, not that there's any for us any. Well, I hope so, anyway. Do you still get excited for Christmas?
It's still like an event day.
Yeah, it's for me as well. It's still something like you remember the weather.
Yeah.
And the weather has a different tinge to it.
Today is a different day.
Yeah, like...
It's got a different vibe.
There's still residue of that. But this is not the French Dispatch review at all.
No, it's not. But... I want to know why you're not permitting people the opportunity to relax post-Christmas before they have to get back to their lives.
Because Christmas inevitably, invariably, is not the blowout that everyone's expecting. Maybe it is for children, but everybody else, it's like, ooh, Christmas, and then it's there, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, it's just another day. I'm going to open my presents, I'm going to have dinner, and then I'm going to be done with it. It's not like you have all this pent-up excitement that you still have to, like, decompress over the next few days. It all happens on Christmas Day.
Right.
After Christmas, on Boxing Day, you're just done with it. People are done with it. They're sick of it. Like, it's over now. All that build up to that, and it's done. No cuddle required.
Okay.
Because it wasn't that intense anyway. That's the secret about Christmas.
Right. So it's like you have the cuddle during sex.
No, just no cuddle.
No cuddle.
I don't think it's analogous is the thing, so I can't, like, work within it because I don't think Christmas is like sex.
No, but I think, like, the post-Christmas week is kind of like the cuddle, isn't it?
No, because...
you just, you're in bed a lot and nothing, you're just kind of there and you're like...
Yeah, but you're directly comparing it now.
Okay.
Before it was like a metaphor.
Yeah,
now you're saying, they both involve lying in bed and...
Yeah, I'm trying to build the metaphor, but like
substances.
Through reality and stuff.
You're trying to build a metaphor through reality.
Yeah.
Okay. But you're mixing the two, aren't you? It's not even a mixed metaphor. It's a metaphor mixed with a non-metaphor.
It's mixing linguistic formats.
It's a metaphor mixed with a simile, is what it is.
Okay. And that's bad.
Yeah, you don't do that.
Because...
Well, just because it's a flawed, corrupted construct. If you're saying sex is Christmas, well, it would still be a simile. But, like, okay, as a metaphor, sex is a metaphor for Christmas.
Okay.
It's all this excitement, it's a big climax, and then you cuddle afterwards.
Right.
You can't then say, the cuddle being the functional equivalent of the come down before New Year's. You can't then say, yeah, because look, they're the same. They both involve lying in bed. So no. You've intruded upon the metaphor.
So does lying in bed disprove that it's a simile?
No, it makes it one.
It makes it one?
Yeah.
So why do you have a problem with bringing it up?
Because before it was purely a metaphor.
Okay.
Where you're not saying sex is like Christmas because it's sexual.
The whole family's involved.
The whole family, exactly. Yeah, it's purely like the emotional analogy, isn't it?
Yeah.
But now you're saying they are literally similar.
Okay.
Because they both involve being in bed and, I don't know, having stuff to yourself or something.
Not yourself.
No, well, it depends what you're into.
Well, it also depends which one you are in the sex.
Exactly, yeah. Shame. Guilt. Disappointment.
The French Dispatch is the latest film by Wes Anderson.
It is.
It stars about 80 million people.
Yeah, well, all the people.
All the people.
Yeah.
Literally all the people. There is not a living person who is not in the French Dispatch.
No.
Me and you were in the French Dispatch.
We were in the background.
All of you listening.
You're there.
You're in the French Dispatch. Please comment below who you were in the French Dispatch.
Yeah, timestamp.
Yeah, timestamp the moment you were in the French Dispatch.
Yeah, I do think it's a contractual... It's in the contract that Willem Dafoe and Timothée Chalamet have to be in everything now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really are. But like, it's like the Daleks in Doctor Who, where it's like you don't even need them to have their own story anymore. They just need to show up in the background.
Right, and that will please
so long as
people.
they appear, you've fulfilled the contract.
Yes.
Willem Dafoe's in what, like 2 shots?
Yeah, he's barely in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jason Schwartz, like the film was ending, and I saw Jason Schwartzman and was like, oh shit, Jason Schwartzman's in this.
Yeah. He's one of the writers, isn't he?
He's the illustrator.
He's the illustrator. Okay.
Yeah. Elizabeth Moss, she's like basically the second in the hierarchy at the French Dispatch.
Yeah.
And she's barely in it.
Yeah. They're all cameos, basically.
Yeah.
With the exception of the 3 stories.
Yeah.
They're all cameos.
Well, that's okay. Yeah, that's the thing to highlight, isn't it? Is that this is an anthology
give us
film.
a bit of a premise.
Yes, okay. Yeah, this is an anthology film. The connective tissue is that there is a paper known as the French Dispatch, run by Bill Murray.
Yes.
He's like the main editor. Mm-hmm. And he dies.
Yes.
And the film, I'm assuming what the film is a cinematic reading of the final edition of the French Dispatch.
Yeah, it's a representation, a cinematic representation of the stories that would have been found. Because at the start of each chapter, you kind of get the section it's in and the pages.
Yeah, it tells you like which article. It tells you how many pages the article lasts.
Yeah. So it's not the entirety of the paper.
No,
but it's a chunk of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a visual representation of the stories.
Yeah,
because the writers are sort of writing it in the story.
Kind of. Jeffrey Wright isn't.
Jeffrey Wright isn't, no. But there's always a construct for how they end up talking about the story.
Yeah.
Or kind of narrating it.
Tilda Swinton's delivering a talk.
Yes. And
Frances McDormand is writing it as she goes.
Is literally writing it as she goes.
And then Jeffrey Wright is recounting it on a talk show. Yeah.
With Liev Schreiber, who's also barely in it.
Yeah, he's like, oh shit, Liev Schreiber. Oh, bye then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because at the beginning of the film, Bill Murray, it's revealed that he passes away.
Yes.
He gets an editor's burial.
Yeah.
That fucking depressing image of just this like graveyard in the middle of a desert and no one's there to see him be buried.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, okay. But yeah, part of his will is that the French Dispatch be disbanded, and all of the writers get paid, so they're not like left hanging, basically. So yeah, it's sort of the final edition of the French Dispatch, during which we have a travelogue.
Yeah.
From Owen Wilson.
Yeah.
Who rides a bicycle.
Yes.
This is the 2 minutes of the film.
Yeah, it's just like a kind of gateway to the structure of it.
It's a gateway to the structure, and I think isn't the town that he is introducing you to basically the setting for the rest of the story?
Yeah, they all take place in this Ennui, whatever it is.
Yeah, Ennui in France, whatever. Yeah.
So Ennui en passé or something. It's another joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you have that. Then you have Tilda Swinton telling the story of an artist in prison for double homicide who sort of starts a romantic relationship with one of the guards, and he paints her, and then those paintings catch the attention of like art dealers, and they're trying to like, they basically make him like a world famous artist.
Yeah, it takes the art world by storm. It's kind of the birth of modern art is the idea, I think, isn't it? Because they don't understand it. He's like, exactly.
Oh, that's great. That's great, because here's the thing, I never forget that Wes Anderson films are funny.
No, I know what you mean though.
Yeah.
You associate a certain kind of quirky, cutesy humor with it, but there are laugh out loud moments.
Yes.
Yeah, like plenty.
Yeah, that whole thing about, like, this is modern art. Am I too old to understand it? Well, of course you are.
Yeah.
Do you see the woman in the painting? No, exactly.
Yeah, but she's there.
But she's there, I assure you. I don't get it, but it's brilliant. I promise.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. This whole, like, thing of modern art. And then you've got, after that, you've got Frances McDormand, who is sort of bearing witness to...
like a student revolution.
Yeah, they're kind of like...
led by Timothée Chalamet.
Yeah. And there's like a woman that he's a competitor of.
Yeah. Like they're in love, but they're on different sides of the political...
Yeah.
She's like more extreme and... Yeah.
Yeah. And then the final major story is Jeffrey Wright recounting what's supposed to be a food review.
Yeah.
But he ends up telling the story of, like, the people that the chef works for.
Yeah.
They're like police officers or whatever, and the son of one of them gets kidnapped by these people.
Yeah,
and they end up having to sort of get him out away from the kidnappers to sort of get him back. So they kind of like send the chef in, and it's like a whole thing, and it's this big like action climax of the film.
Yeah,
lots of fun little stories.
Yeah. Well, I would say it might be the purest Wes Anderson film. In what respect? Well, it's the most Wes Anderson film. Not purest of heart, but it's the most do whatever you want. I mean, he kind of always has anyway, but it's because it's the purest Wes Anderson film. I say that for good and for bad. It's necessarily aesthetically accomplished. It's gorgeous. It's a really good-looking film. Yeah, it's fantastically well designed. If you're a fan of his style, you're gonna lap it up. Yeah, this is it's the most
the stylist of the stylish films.
Yeah, this is the one. It's a feast if you like his style. And the cast is really fun. And like I said, there are some laugh out loud moments. But I would say the anthological, episodic structure of it kind of denudes the film of vitality. Okay. It doesn't really go anywhere. Yeah. And, like, so basically, spoiler alert, it ends, after all the story's been told, all of the writers at the paper kind of collaborate to write his obituary. They add a line here and there. And that's the payoff, is like the writers all working together.
Because he's like, they're telling their stories. The film is framed as them telling their stories to Bill Murray, the editor of the paper. Yeah. And he gives them like crucial advice that massively improves the stories. Yes. At the end with Jeffrey Wright, there's a segment that Jeffrey Wright cut. Yeah. And Bill Murray goes, that's the whole reason of the piece. Yes. Put it back in. Even though Jeffrey Wright's like, I completely disagree with you. He's like, okay, put it back in.
So that's the closest it comes to a payoff, is just the writers collaborating on that obituary. But it's kind of an empty payoff, because it's not like... I think people would say if there's the main character, it's Howitzer, it's Bill Murray. But it's not. There really isn't a main character.
Only in the sense that he's like the binding...
and he's the editor, so he's the boss. But... it's not like he's really the central character, or that it binds together all the various stories. Like, oh, there was a through line I didn't know the whole time kind of going through them. It's really not. It is very episodic. And it's his most indulgent film. But that's the thing. If you like his style, it's a feast. But it does also mean that it's quite frivolous.
Yeah. It's almost like, because at the beginning, they've got that like great moment from the trailer as well, where he fires the boy, and the boy's like, what?
Yes.
And he goes, don't cry in my office. And then they look above the door and it says, no crying.
The trailer certainly implies it's a lot more set in the newspaper office.
Oh, yeah. You're barely in the office.
No.
You're here and there and all over the place, but you're very rarely in the office.
Yes. Almost like a workplace comedy version of Spotlight is what the trailer kind of suggests.
Yeah.
But all these like wacky editors and writers working together. It's really not that. You just dive straight into the different stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was going to say that's almost like, that could be seen almost as like a mission statement from the film, isn't it? Like no crying, no emotion, no like...
Well, that's the Wes Anderson thing.
No real attachment. Like here's the stuff.
Pure detachment, pure artifice. That's the Andersonian thing, isn't it?
But he can do it though.
Oh no, he can. That moment in Roll Tenenbaums where Richie tries to kill himself. Yeah, has genuine raw power. You can, and like, because it has that framing so that when genuine emotion does enter into it, you feel it more because it's been withheld from you.
Yeah.
And I completely get that. There isn't really anything like that in this film.
No.
I liked the film.
As did I.
Yeah, but I like Wes Anderson.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I'll just take whatever. I like his writing.
Oh, yeah.
If
you don't like Wes Anderson, this film is not going to change your mind.
Definitely not. I like Wes Anderson. I love his colourful dialogue. And I find it funny. He does have a really good wry sensibility.
He was once an almost accomplished instrumentalist.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's really good dialogue. But I think maybe if I was being incredibly strict about it, I would say this is a better TV show than it is the film.
Yeah.
Set it in ennui on whatever, and have every episode be a different little a story at the newspaper.
Because that gives you the opportunity as well. It feels like, and I'm not trying to rewrite the film at all, but it feels like that ending works better if the writers have been because it gives you a brief summary of the writers before you meet them. It says there's one guy who's never completed an article, but somehow he's managed to work there for 30 years.
Yeah.
There's somebody who writes 18,000 words when 600 will do. All of these different writers that are clearly, they clash and they contradict each other. But they all seem to, because the film never really focuses on them and it never really shows them interacting, they all seem to get on. The paper seems to function.
Yeah.
But if you'd spent more time in the office and shown the conflicts and disagreements that they had, at the end, when they're all writing his obituary, that works as he united all of these people.
Yeah, all these disparate characters.
And a TV show would allow you to do both. It would allow you to have an entire episode dedicated to Benicio del Toro and Lea Seydoux and the art story.
Yeah.
But it would also give you the opportunity to show Tilda Swinton being Tilda Swinton.
Yeah.
And that annoying Francis McDormand, or the guy who just hangs around.
Yeah, the problem with anthology films... It's a problem you often find with TV shows as well. But obviously, there's always, even the best anthology films, there are going to be some segments that are better than others.
Yes.
And because they're so isolated from each other, it stands out. You can't go, oh, but I like that bit, I like that bit. They're all good. They're all Wes Anderson-y good.
Yeah.
Goodness. But it's kind of, right, if a filmmaker makes a bad film, I don't know, for whatever reason, the one that's springing to mind is... Dan Gilroy with that Velvet Buzzsaw.
Yes.
You go, why have you made this film? Why did you do this? You could have made any film. But at least that, it's almost better. The whole thing's a write-off.
Right.
Whereas when it comes to anthology, Buster Scruggs, I know is very well liked. You liked it a lot.
Yeah.
I liked it, but not as much as some other people. It's because I always just think, if it's a slightly less than satisfying story, I go, well, but you could have done any story. And you did that one. You could have literally done any story you wanted to.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's not a case of...
You're bound to the context established. You could do anything.
This scene is really crap, but it's necessary to move the story
exactly, along. All of that's taken away.
Yeah.
So they just have to be really great short stories, all of them. And some are going to be better than others.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. I have a problem with anthology films. I have a problem with anthology TV shows. Where it's kind of a different story every episode. Not ones where it's the same characters, but, there's a lot of them on Amazon, like Modern Love and all these things. And
right.
I just can't... But you could have told any story in the world, and that's the one you chose to tell.
Inside Number 9, is that another one?
Yeah, that'd be another one, where, again, you remember the best episodes, but then the others just completely bleed. And it has this bad effect of... I mean, it's nice if you're in the mood for a short story, but... Because it's also an ongoing thing. Not serialized, but serial, in that it's week to week. You have to reset your brain all the time. Go, well, all that's over now.
Yeah, you're almost you're forced to throw out your expectations.
Yeah, and because, especially inside Number 9, there's always a macabre twist. That's the thing with that. So you're always oh, wait for that. And then it'll happen. You go, right, that's the end of that then.
Right.
And you're constantly just resetting for this half-hour experience.
Black Mirror, that's another one.
Black Mirror is another one, yeah. And that's even worse because there are fewer episodes, they're longer, so they better be really great.
Yeah.
And there's one a season. I'm not even sure if it's going anymore. But season 5, I don't think they're...
I don't think it is, because I saw a tweet a couple of days ago saying... it was like a joking tweet, obviously, but they said, this is how bad reality has got. They've stopped making Black Mirror.
Right.
They didn't need to make Black Mirror anymore because, it's that fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. The art story was my favourite story. Was it your favourite story? Yeah. And I don't know if that's just because it was like the first proper one. Like the Owen Wilson one is barely worth...
No.
You get it set, like it introduces you, it sets your expectations for the rest of the film.
Yeah.
In the sense that here's what like is going to happen. But it's barely worth...
It's mainly a delivery mechanism for zingers about the town. That's what it's just jokes, which is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there like a writer, director where their like exposition is as fun as Wes Anderson's?
No, that's... No.
Because initially I didn't like catch that Owen Wilson was introducing the town.
Yeah.
I thought it was just like, oh, here's a travelogue anyway.
Yes.
So it's like, even the film is like, it knows how good it is at delivering exposition because it's delivering exposition to no end.
Yeah, it's because that Wes Anderson thing where they're all tableaus. And so it's all just now I present you this thing, and there's a gag in every frame.
And in a way, maybe it was a good decision on his part to make an anthology film because it means that he can do that for a lot of the film.
That's from so that's why in a sense it's the purest Wes Anderson. He's like, I'm just going to do exactly what I want to do.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be beholden to character arcs really, or the smaller arcs. Yeah. Well, the thing is as well, like setting up the town. Great for jokes, but it's almost like, why are you doing that for this? Like, it's not 2 hours, is it?
Hour 37.
Hour 37. Why are you doing that for this hour 37 film? It's not a TV show where I'm going to be spending a lot of time here, and the stories aren't. They're set in the town, but none of them are like about the town.
Yeah, it's not as if he sets, because that's something that I thought maybe would happen, and it just didn't. Is there are things that he sets up in the travelogue?
Yeah.
That become obstacles in later stories.
Yeah.
Because the final story, again, sort of spoiler, the climax of that is an animated car chase through the town.
Yes.
So I thought maybe, like maybe they'll turn into Pickpocket Alley and they'll be like surrounded by all of these people, which like in the context of that story, this is just a detail that's sprung up.
Yeah.
But because we were introduced to it earlier, we were like, oh yeah, because I'm familiar with this town.
Yeah.
So I know what's happening now. And there isn't really anything like that.
There isn't. Like, obviously, I know Wes Anderson has a reputation for the films kind of being hermetically sealed. Like, in the sense, emotion doesn't really penetrate. It's so tightly controlled. Like, there's no ad-libbing, is there, in a Wes
No.
It's like, if there was ever a director that's like, no, it would be him. I would imagine. I could be wrong. But so tightly controlled. But also, in this film in particular, it's hermetically sealed because nothing informs anything else. It's just these little, like, boxes of story that don't bleed into each other, They're like
courses in a meal. Just to sort of like tie into that final story where, again, there's just like a scene where he's just describing like a hypothetical meal that the chef would make.
Yes.
And you see the dishes and they look great, but it's like, okay.
Yeah.
This I guess the joke is that like, oh, this is the food bit of the food review. Now here's the story around it.
Right, yeah, exactly.
But yeah, that's what this film is. It's just courses of a meal.
It's kind of, if you're a Wes Anderson fan, it's junk food. It's just have some like unconditional Wes Anderson where you don't have to like buy into a big narrative and characters and payoffs, and you just want like mainline Anderson into your veins.
Yeah.
This is the one for you.
Yeah.
If you just want your eyes to be treated every frame and to be tickled to no consequence, this is the one for you.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to I liked it. I liked the film quite a lot. But I'm aware... It's one of my favourite films of the year.
Yes.
But I'm aware it's not one of the best films of the year. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Like, it's really not. As if I was a script editor, I would have 1,000 problems with it.
Right.
But I just like it because I like Wes Anderson.
Name one of those two.
Script editing problems.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but I mean, the bedrock one is the fact that nothing informs anything else.
Yeah, like try and avoid, because we've already covered, like, I think the big problem, which is, that
oh god, I don't know then. I mean, that was kind of flippant comment. I can't think of individual micro things that I would change. No, the micro details are good. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have said 1,000 things. If I was a script editor, it would require a big rewrite.
Yeah.
But a fundamental rewrite. It's like there might be only one problem with it, but it's the core.
It's weird, isn't it? Because it's like, it's right, all of the details and everything are great.
Yes.
We need to look at like the foundations of this thing.
What the film is, the whole thing,
Whereas there's probably loads of other films where it's like, yeah, all right, your foundation is fine.
Yeah.
But the shit you decided to build on top of that, it's not worth it. Let's like go again.
I remember reading a screenwriting book years ago, and it was like, one of the first things you have to consider is your idea. Is it a film? Is it a TV show? Is it a play? And it explains what might make it those different things, you know? Like, if it's about a character's interior life, you're writing a novel.
Okay.
And all these different things. And I know, especially now, TV, there's no real distinction between TV and film. Like, it's blurred, very blurred. There are very small indie stories that are now being told across seasons of television.
Yeah.
But if he sent me that script, I would go, you've written a TV show.
Yeah.
You know? This is the first few episodes of a TV show.
Is there any place for anthology films anymore in the world of miniseries on Netflix and stuff like that?
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? Because you just expect now the French Dispatch 2.
Yeah.
Where it's more anthology stories.
I feel like this is probably a similar conversation you and I had with Buster Scruggs. I don't think the podcast was about when that came out.
No,
but I'm sure we would have had that conversation. Yeah. Were we talking about it? Because that was on Netflix as well.
Yeah.
So it felt doubly weird that it's like, right, you not only have something that's like well suited to a miniseries, you're on the right platform, and yet you've still done it as a film.
Yeah.
And then now you've got this where it's like, this would have benefited from, like with Buster Scruggs, that's just like chapters from a book, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like an Old West book.
Yeah, like the theme and general setting is the connective tissue, but the stories themselves are completely disconnected.
Completely, yeah.
Whereas this has the benefit of like, oh no, there is like a real world.
It does have the tissue, the through line,
There is something, this is like rooted in something. It's not just like, oh, here's a story over here, here's a story over there.
Yeah.
There is something to it.
Yes.
Which really would have, we gave that example earlier about the writers don't get on, but Bill Murray kind of like brings them together, and they don't realise that until after he's gone and they're writing his obituary.
Yeah.
It's like, that's the point of the season.
You could do an interesting thing about, you know how Lost kind of managed to do every episode as a character story, but the overall story is proceeding.
Yeah.
Something like that, where it's a different writer working on a different story, but there is a through line narrative that is happening with the paper, or you know what I mean? Like,
well, they kind of set that up at the beginning as well, because doesn't Bill Murray? Then they say to Bill Murray that we've got too much material.
Yes,
you need to kill one of these stories.
Right.
To which he says, "I'm not killing.
Anything." Yeah.
Yeah.
So TV show I think would be
that would be your framework, wouldn't it? Right. Let me hear all of your stories. I'll decide which one to cut.
Right.
And then he doesn't cut any of them.
Yes.
He dies.
Yeah.
And they realize how thankful they are for him.
Yeah, exactly. And I know like there's been mixed results with like Matthew Weiner, Mad Men guy, he did an anthology show. Woody Allen, I think that was an anthology show. I could be wrong.
I don't know with what you're referring.
I think it was called Crisis in 6 Scenes was the Woody Allen one.
Well, that sounds like the title of an anthology thing, doesn't it?
And it sounds like a Woody Allen thing.
Oh, it certainly does, yes.
So you know what I mean? It's like, and they weren't good. So they really are. Very few anthology shows are good. It's really a skill to do it well. I would say it's a TV show, and I don't know. It's just, I would say it's, when I say it's not one of the best films of the year, I mean out of all the films, it's one of the best of the year. But I acknowledge it's very flawed. But it's like I'm putting my in a sense my critical faculties to the side. I'm just saying, but I don't care because I like the taste of it.
It is, it's a weird one because like there are all of these problems with it, glaring problems, like fundamental problems, and yet at the same time, it's still an incredibly enjoyable experience. Yeah, and it's not like a guilty pleasure experience either. It's like a genuine.
It's above that. Yeah.
It's like no, this is actually good, but it's got big problems.
Yeah, but I don't care.
But it's good anyway.
I enjoy the taste.
Yeah.
That's kind of it.
Yeah, that kind of, I suppose that summarizes it.
Yeah.
He's done handheld before, right?
But in a similar way. Okay. Where like, it's handheld all of a sudden.
Yeah. Like,
he does it in the Royal Tenenbaums when Ben Stiller and his kids are practicing for like a fire in the house or whatever.
Right,
to quickly get ready. Yeah, in this, it's when Adrian Brody attacks
Yeah.
Toro, isn't it?
And you're like, ah.
Yeah, it's very jarring.
It's weird because he's already like switching between black and white and color, seemingly at random. Like, I'm sure there is like something triggering the choice between like color and. I think maybe the implication is that the people who quote unquote get the modern art are in color, and the people who don't are in black and white.
Right. Okay.
Because he shows the painting to Henry Winkler and the other guy. They're the ones who was like, "Am I too old?" And he's like, "Yes."
Yeah.
And they're in black and white, but he's in color.
Yes.
I think is the idea. But yeah, when he starts throwing handheld in there as well, you're like, ah. Well, it's so weird.
It really is an ensemble film, obviously because of its nature. But if you had to highlight a single performance, who would you highlight?
Oh Jesus! I think most of them would be from that story.
Well, Brody would be mine.
Yeah, Adrian Brody definitely. Yeah. Benicio del Toro was very good. Léa Seydoux was good. Yeah. Tilda Swinton was good. And they're all from that story.
Yeah.
Again, like, I don't know what you would call it, but it's a thing that Wes Anderson has seen, like, since Grand Budapest. I mean, I know that's, like, kind of the film I started paying attention to him, so maybe...
I think that's the same for a lot of people.
Yeah, but I think maybe he did it earlier, and I don't know. But yeah, he kind of, like, corrupts his own dialogue with, like, profanity. Right. Sometimes. As like a punchline to a joke.
Right.
Because, yeah, Tilda Swinton is giving this very loquacious, very articulate speech about Benicio del Toro and his work, and she said, I don't mind saying that he was quite an eccentric individual. In fact, one time he pushed me against the wall and tried to fuck me.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so out of nowhere.
But I think it's nice because it's just another way of breaking the frame. And it shows that he's self-aware of his style. He knows it's constricted, and it's like, it's anal retentive. Like, he knows that, and so he throws that in to kind of undercut himself.
Yeah.
It's the sacred profane thing, you know. I like that. It shows that he doesn't take himself that seriously.
No.
Said before, I saw an interview with Wes Anderson about a year ago, and I'd never heard him speak before, and I kind of expect a guy who sort of had this kind of, and he doesn't, he has a fairly deep voice.
Right.
And I was like, oh, that's not what I expected at all.
Okay.
So yeah, he has shattered my expectations in person as well as. But yeah, no, it's good to see that he's not some
wanker.
Yeah, not a wanker. You know, not a complete self-important purist. Like, he knows where the humor is. He knows it's all funny.
Yeah.
He just likes that style. That's just his style.
And I think maybe that's what I meant before. It's like, I don't forget that his films are funny.
Yeah.
But it might be one of those things where I think, like, oh, the reason I find it funny is just because of the perfectionism of the craft.
Yes.
Like that opening shot when they're putting the drinks on the tray and they keep rotating it and they keep adding drinks and they keep, like, making, like, all of these ingredients and then different glasses and they just keep throwing stuff together. Like, I assume that was just like, oh, I'm laughing at this because, like the amount of effort this took to, like,
it is funny,
but no, it is, just the action of it is funny.
Yes, because it's so rhythmic, isn't it? And so almost cartoonish sometimes. Yeah, I mean, the fact that he makes fun of modern art. If you watched the Wes Anderson film, you'd be forgiven for thinking he's the type of person that would like or defend modern art, but he's clearly not.
No. So,
yeah, I don't think he's as his films probably make you think he is.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a guy with a sense of humour. So, yeah, I liked it, but I acknowledge that it's very flawed.
Yes. Very much the same opinion as you, I think.
Okay. I think that's that then, right?
That's a recommendation, yeah?
We recommend it.
Okay.
If you like Wes Anderson.
Yeah, if you don't like Wes Anderson.
If you don't, this will not be the one.
This is like, Like, it's like Tenenbaums, I guess. That's the one you recommend. Tenenbaums or Grand Budapest.
Or Moonrise Kingdom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was one of the ones we didn't recommend.
No, it's a good film, yeah.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. And that's a bit lighter than Budapest and certainly this. It's a little bit more stripped down.
Okay.
Like, Rushmore is his most stripped down because it was his first. That's a good film, though. But yeah, Tenenbaums, Budapest, not Fantastic Mr. Fox.
No. Not I Love Dogs.
No, you get to those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's a recommendation.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right, so we move on to a not film review.
Okay, let's do that.
Well, you told me about it. I've been inundated with messages about it. Do you want to talk about Terry's chocolate orange mayo?
It's a damn shame so many people felt the need to tell you about it.
Yeah.
We lost the opportunity to like get your genuine reaction.
Well, because it's a marriage of our two. You're the chocolate orange guy. I'm the hates mayo guy.
Yeah.
So the reason it was sent to me was because of the mayo component.
Yes.
It's, look what they're doing now.
Yeah.
But it also happens to be chocolate orange. So it kind of, it weds a lot of things together.
Yeah, it's like it would be like a Wes Anderson film without Timothée Chalamet or Willem Dafoe in it if we didn't bring it up.
Yeah, right. Well...
What the fuck?
Yeah. Is it out already?
Yeah.
Have you seen it in the wild?
No, I haven't seen it in the wild,
okay.
But it's definitely out.
Yeah, Terry's chocolate orange... So what is it? Is it mayonnaise that's flavoured with... as Terry's chocolate orange?
Well, it's so the jar that it is in has like brown and orange swirled liquid or like whatever texture mayonnaise is. Mm-hmm. What the fuck texture is mayonnaise?
Satan sludge.
So it's like brown and orange Satan sludge. Yeah. It's like swirling up the jar.
Oh, it makes me feel sick.
And my assumption is that it's the consistency of mayonnaise.
Yeah.
But it tastes like a Terry's chocolate orange.
But is it mayonnaise?
Yeah.
Right, so it's egg.
It's Heinz mayonnaise.
Chocolate egg.
It's Heinz mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Flavoured with Terry's chocolate orange.
Right, well that's revolting.
It's the worst thing?
It's the worst
One of the worst things?
Period.
Yeah.
It's one of the worst things.
Who's it for? What's happening?
It's a pure novelty. How is that going to become anyone's favourite thing?
Because this is the thing. Like, you get this on occasion, right? You get, like, mint chocolate flavoured Pringles. They'll just bring those out one year and just leave them on the store shelves and go, we're just going to leave this here.
Do with it what you will.
Yeah, do with it what you will. But this one, I don't understand who this is for. Because if you don't like mayonnaise, this isn't going to sell you on the idea of mayonnaise, is it?
No, but that's the only thing I can think.
And if you're
that's the market.
And if you're like a chocolate orange person, it's not chocolate orange spread.
No, exactly. Yeah.
It's not like Nutella for your toast.
Yeah.
It's a mayonnaise.
Also, when do you have it?
Yeah, that's a very valid question. At what meal is this appropriate?
Do you have it where you'd usually have mayonnaise?
What, like on your ham sandwich?
Yeah. Do you put Terry's chocolate orange mayonnaise into your baguette? Like where? Because it's not chocolate
my
spread.
brie and bacon baguette.
Yeah. So where is it used? I see the point of chocolate spread.
Because again, a mint chocolate Pringle.
Yeah.
Is its own abomination.
Yes.
But it's a self-contained abomination.
Yeah.
It's like, here it is. You don't need anything else.
Well, you'd eat it when you would eat a Pringle.
Yes.
When you'd eat a snack.
It's a snack.
Right.
It's combining two different types of snack.
In a perverse way. But in an ungodly way.
In an ungodly way. But it is still a snack.
Yes.
The end result is this is still a snack.
Yeah.
I don't know what the end result of Terry's chocolate orange and Heinz mayonnaise is.
Because mayonnaise, it's a sauce.
It's a condiment.
It's a condiment. So it goes with things. You don't just eat mayonnaise. Mayonnaise you're a freak.
Mayonnaise is not sweet, is it?
I don't know. It's egg, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're in terms of mayonnaise, we are completely uneducated on this.
You don't like mayonnaise either?
No.
Okay, but
no. I
don't loathe it as much as I do.
I'm slightly better than you in the sense that if a thing comes with mayonnaise, i.e. like a store-bought sandwich, or like egg mayonnaise, I'll eat it.
Right.
But I do not seek out mayonnaise.
No. I can't look at it.
No. Yeah. I think there was one day where like we went to London over a friend's.
Don't remind me of that.
I'm going to. Okay. We went over and like you hadn't eaten and you wanted to line your stomach for the night of partying ahead.
Yeah.
And you bought a chicken and bacon sandwich and we had to break the news to you after you'd finished it that it contained mayonnaise.
Well, I was tricked into it.
How are you tricked into it?
Well, we had another friend that knew full well there was mayonnaise in it before I bought it.
Oh, yeah, well, he's a bastard. You shouldn't trust him when you buy sandwiches.
No, I know. Lesson learned.
Yeah.
But, I mean, luckily it was so buried within it.
Thankfully, it was basically just, like, used it like butter.
Yeah.
It wasn't, like, thick with mayonnaise.
Yeah. So I just couldn't tell. But, that is the one and only time I will ever eat mayonnaise.
Yeah. Is that what mayonnaise is? Is it like a... It basically serves the function of like butter, where it kind of adds a bit of moisture.
I don't think it's
to
quite.
the food.
I think it can be butter, like butter.
Yeah,
but it's also something you dunk things into. You dunk your chips into mayonnaise.
Again, is that the bastard that we know?
I think people do that, don't they?
Okay.
Packets of mayonnaise that you like put out and then you dip things into it.
Yeah.
I don't know. The bastard we know has it with everything.
Yeah.
Literally, if it's hot, mayonnaise is going with it.
Yeah. Spaghetti bolognese, that kind of...
nothing is off limits. Just the text, the picture, the image of that. Spaghetti with mayonnaise. Oh, God. Like a bunch of... Like a snake orgy. Fucking coming all...
What the fuck's the bolognese supposed to represent?
I thought of it without bolognese, but I suppose the bolognese would be the feces.
Yeah.
It would be like Salo. You know, the 120 Days of Sodom?
Right.
Yeah, 120 Days of Bolognese Sodom.
That's a meal name for a menu, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Today's special is the 120 Days of Bolognese Sodom.
I think we have a title. Anyway, so mayonnaise, I don't know. I mean, the people I know that like it, like my mother has it in like salads.
Yeah.
And
yeah, it's that sort of thing.
Yeah. I have another friend that just carries sachets and just puts it in burgers or just kind of whatever.
See, does that not raise a red flag to these people? The fact that it has to be brought along to be deposited in meals suggests that those meals were probably intended to be consumed without mayonnaise.
Exactly. I mean, the bastard we know has just a drawer full...
Oh, he carries bottles.
Of bottles of mayonnaise.
Yeah, so, it's like in his bedroom.
Yeah, he has a drawer for mayonnaise.
He literally does, yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, I'm just confused as to who it's for. I can only think it's been released by people who listen to this podcast. It's like when...
To throw us off.
Well, it's like when they announced Russell T Davies was coming back, like, but they must listen to us. It's like, and that Stuart Lee joke, where Jeremy Clarkson is either an idiot who believes all the shit that he says, or he's a genius that's worked out the best way to annoy me. And I think by merging chocolate orange and mayonnaise, have you done it? Is this your way of getting me onto your crazy train?
This is what they're doing. they're trying to seed dissent in the ranks.
Right, yeah. Plant doubt. Because this, if I was ever going to board your crazy train, this would be the motivation.
But even I have to confess that, like, even my crazy train wasn't pulling into this station.
No, not even you predicted that they'd go this far.
No. Yeah. What's this? Because this is like, this is phase 2 of a plan, isn't it?
You think they've moved into the next phase now?
It marks the start of something.
Well, yeah, because it's not just chocolate orange, it's chocolate orange. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's 3 things now.
Yeah, no, we've conquered chocolate. We're moving out of the realm of chocolate now into territories that don't even make sense.
It's named chocolate mayo or orange mayo. It's chocolate orange mayo.
Yeah,
it's a bastardization. I mean, I like that particular bastardization of chocolate and orange, but it's a bastardization on top of a bastardization. It's kind of like a half-breed squid, or it's a mutant to the power of 3. You know what I mean? It's wrong on a bunch of different levels.
Yeah.
But yeah, ignoring the fact that I hate mayo and you're paranoid, ignoring that, if we're being serious about it, I don't know when you'd eat it.
No.
If you liked either of those things.
Oh, I'm going to try this chocolate orange mayo. All right, with what?
Good point.
Yeah.
But I bought it now. That's all it is.
Just a piece of bread.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you could, like, because you can have jam on a piece of bread, or you can have, like...
You can have mayonnaise or chocolate spread.
Yeah, or, like, a toast, or, like, a cheese toasty. So a piece of bread can be a sweet or a savoury snack.
Yes.
So that's literally all it is. You can put it on dried bread.
But it could only go in alone as well. You couldn't have it in a ham sandwich.
No.
It would have to just be that chocolate orange mayo between
and you couldn't put like marmalade on it as well.
You couldn't add another sauce.
No,
because then it just becomes to the power of 4.
Yeah,
it merges and mingles in this horrible sludge of of evil air.
Yeah.
So Yeah, I just don't know who it's for. It's so that you go, oh my god, chocolate orange mayo, how bizarre and novel. I'll buy that. And then they buy it, and the friend goes, when would you eat it? And they go, oh fuck, but I've bought it now. It's something that's been invented just to be bought.
No, I'll tell you what it is. They've invented it so that you see it and you go, oh, my uncle, who I never know what to buy anything for.
Right. He's a character.
Right. Characters like chocolate orange mayonnaise. Right. Because they're characters.
Yeah, how quirky.
Yeah. I'll buy him that and that will be his Christmas present. And then he will open it and go, ha ha ha, that's a weird thing.
And it'll be the thing at the bottom of the Boxing Day bin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not even leaving your house. It's they will leave the present behind.
Yeah. He likes Terry's chocolate orange. Ha 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 ha. Here's a joke.
Yeah.
That's it. Mm. Well, I'm considering getting a ticket
on the crazy train.
On the crazy train.
We need to add some stops to the crazy train.
Yeah.
It seems before I can bring on any passengers.
Yeah.
Without guilt on my part.
Yeah. This might be the thing though. This might be the thing. Mm. Like, is there any way I could have 1 foot in and 1 foot out without losing a foot?
Yeah, not on a moving train.
Okay, so so no compromise. I have to get on completely or stay off.
Yeah.
Can I get on completely and get off if I have to? Like, do I have to stay on until the end, to the terminus? To the chocolatey orangey terminus?
The chocolatey orangey terminus. What the hell is... If this is just like a moment in passing, then what is the terminus of chocolate orange?
Well, I'm imagining the Wizard of Oz, but like, all that, the Technicolor wonder of it. Mm. But instead of the Emerald City, it's a dome that's made of chocolate orange.
Right.
It's a Terry's chocolate dome.
Right.
That's what I'm imagining.
Okay.
And that's like the HQ. That's the center of where all this stuff is.
Fucking madness is happening. This
madness is happening. It's like an evil Willy Wonka's factory.
Right.
That's the terminus.
Okay.
But there are stops before that, yeah?
One would hope.
Okay.
One would hope that we're not like...
Because it might get too scary.
Plummeting, not plummeting. What's the word when you're like...
Hurtling?
Hurtling.
Yeah.
Yeah, one would hope we're not hurtling towards...
Yeah.
The terminus at this point.
Yeah. Well, okay. Like I said, it might get just too intimidating. Because if next it's Terry's chocolate orange mayo crisps, I might have to just get off. Because I can't take that.
Even this train is like, no.
Yeah, no.
Even that would have made more sense, though. Terry's chocolate orange crisps than this.
Yeah, well, my biggest problem with it is... My ethical issue with it is that, okay, if you like mayo, you're going to eat mayo, and this is not going to stop you from eating mayo. You either will eat it or you won't.
Yeah.
But you'll continue eating mayo. The only thing this could do is get more people eating mayo. I'm not saying loads, but it's not going to lose consumers of mayo, is it?
No.
All it can do is make more people who wouldn't have otherwise eaten it, but will now because it's Terry's chocolate orange.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a big demographic, but the possibility is out there. They have nothing to lose, only people to gain. And the possibility of making mayonnaise more attractive to an otherwise indifferent or tasteful public
is a universal evil.
Is unforgivable.
Yeah.
It's unforgivable.
Yes.
So, fuck it, I'm on the train. I'm on the train.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Something's going on.
You heard that, folks. Sam's on board.
Yes.
It's all right. You can board the train now.
Yes.
Fucking madness.
I mean, that's all I've got to say until further developments. But choo choo. Let's do another film review.
Let's do that.
Let's do Spider-Man No Way Home. You saw this before I
did.
You saw it in the cinema.
Cinema.
Yeah.
'Twas my first cinema going experience since, I think, Toy Story 4.
Oh, you haven't been, either of you?
No.
Then. Yeah, that was the last time I went to see a film in the cinema.
Yeah, because was it like, were we going to see Sonic in the cinema?
There have been so many films that we were planning to see.
Yeah, and then we just didn't.
Oh
yeah, like James Bond, we were going to go see last night.
Yeah.
Last Night to Die? Last Night in Soho. We were planning to go see.
I think the last film we went to see was The Matrix. Unless that was before Toy Story.
We didn't see it, though, did we?
But we didn't see it because I was ill.
Yeah.
But I can't remember whether that was pre-Toy Story or post.
Okay, oh, well, there you go, then.
Yeah.
My last cinema experience was the trailers before The Matrix.
Not The Matrix.
The Matrix re-release in the cinema.
Yeah. Did we know about The Matrix Resurrections when that came out?
We knew there was a Matrix 4 in development.
We knew, did we? Okay.
I don't think, like, any... It had been, like, announced that, like, it was, like, they were thinking about it.
Okay.
Or that they might have started it. But that it was, like, early days.
Because obviously that was 2.5 years ago now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was re-released because of the anniversary, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was a 20-year anniversary, so... Anyway, Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Went to the cinema with my sister.
Yeah.
Because she likes Spider-Man.
She likes Tom Holland's
Yeah, she likes that
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
She watched all of the Marvel films, I think, in the run-up to Spider-Man.
Oh, this was the reason, was it? It was this film that she...
No, I think Homecoming.
The first one?
Yeah, the first Tom Holland Spider-Man.
Right.
I think she either wanted to see it, or she had friends who saw it and recommended it.
So she watched all of the backlog?
Yes.
And she stayed up to date?
She hasn't watched the TV shows.
Right, okay.
But in terms of the films, yes, I think she's pretty up to date. Or maybe the Eternals she didn't see as well.
No one has.
Because she was confused as to the backlash that Black Widow had.
What particular backlash?
Well, the fact that it wasn't a positive... People didn't generally have a positive opinion of the film. She thought it was really good.
Did she?
Yeah.
Well, it's just fine. That's the thing. It's not even that it's bad. It's just fine. It's the fact that these films get so well reviewed. I think... How many Marvel films have there been this year? 4?
If you count every project, I think there's been like 9 or 10 Marvel things.
But yeah, just going off films. Shang-Chi, Black Widow, Spider-Man, and Eternals.
Yeah.
Those 4.
There's freaking 5 TV shows this year.
3 of those are in the top 100 Rotten Tomatoes reviewed films of the year. Eternals isn't, but the rest are.
Yeah.
And they're all pretty high. Shang-Chi is one of the highest, best reviewed films of the year, as is Spider-Man now.
Yeah.
Black Widow, not as high, but it's in there. And that's the thing people resent, is they're fine. Why is Shang-Chi and Black Widow, though, among the 100 best films? They're not. They're not that good. They're competent.
Okay.
They're fine. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, so I went to the cinema. Yes. So I think we talked before, haven't we, about like the frustration and also just kind of like the alienation we feel towards...
Full stop.
Towards how American people conduct themselves in a cinema.
Oh, yeah.
And the resentment that seems to be becoming the norm over here.
Well, the problem, yes. I mean, we grumble and we gripe and we groan. But...
Yeah, it's alliteration.
It was,
yeah,
but
well
like
done.
it was grr alliteration as well. It wasn't just gut. It was grr. I'm proud of myself. Thank you. Come back to that.
Okay.
You said there was a moment like that during the film, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
But anyway, the part of you thinks, as much as I complain about blah and blah and like Americanism, it's not actually happening. We're still British. It's not actually happening. But then things like this happen. You go, no, things have changed.
Yeah.
Things are different now. Halloween now is different.
Oh, no, we are just becoming America 2.0.
Yeah.
Halloween, we took Halloween off them.
Yeah.
We took Black Friday off them, even though we already have a Black Friday.
Yeah.
We took the like tense relationship between black people and the police off them.
Yeah.
No, we genuinely did.
No, we did. Oh yeah, any problem because of social media, any issue in America is assumed to be a Western issue.
Yeah.
It's also a British issue. A Brishu. But no, you're right. And it's worrying. I think the first sign for me was years ago, probably 18. We have a friend who wanted to go to this particular pub, or I don't know, because in like the early hours, because they were showing NFL.
Right.
I was thinking, oh, is that a thing? Do we like NFL over here now? And that seemed to be, for me, the start.
Okay.
I know Halloween for a while, that's been building for a while. But yeah, so and now the way we behave in the cinema.
Yeah, that definitely seems to be the case.
Yeah.
Because the film happened, and there were moments in the film.
Spoilers.
Oh, yeah, spoilers,
Yeah.
the whole thing, spoilers.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
There were moments in the film where they were clearly... a reaction was expected.
Yeah.
And the crowd delivered a reaction. And no, I don't want that to be the case. Like, there are moments in the film where there were, like... one-liners or just like puns, and people laugh at those.
That's acceptable.
And that's fine.
You're allowed to laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think, like, when we went to see The Raid 2, there were people laughing at The Raid 2, but that was just because of, like, the intensity of the violence. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're laughing kind of, because it's so violent.
It's a release, yeah.
Yeah. That's acceptable.
Yes.
And, of course, it works the other way with horror as well. If a scary moment happens, you're allowed to make a
gasp, or don't go nuts with it, but you're allowed to gasp or recoil in your seat.
Oh, my. You're allowed to...
Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. That's fine. And you're allowed to cry. Don't weep. But, like, if you make a slight sniffling, I'll forgive it.
Yeah.
Those things...
Those are the acceptable cinema noises.
Yes.
Not when a character shows up.
Because the problem is, as well, from grown men and women.
Yeah.
Not teenagers. Okay. Because I asked you what the dominant demographic was.
Yes. Right? I went to see this release day at 6 in the evening.
Yeah.
With my sister. And I think the general demographic was people who were coming to the end of high school and people who had started university.
So 18, 19-year-olds.
Like maybe 16 to 20-year-olds.
Okay.
That was like the broad dominant demographic. And then you had like 1 or 2 families and just 1 or 2 like people who had clearly been following the stuff like since it started.
Yeah.
People like in their 30s or just like, you know.
It's not okay.
No?
Even for a 16-year-old to be going, because Daredevil shows up.
Yeah, that was the reaction.
Yeah, right. It was for that, was it?
Yeah, it was for that. Yeah. Which, like,
not okay.
I wasn't expecting Daredevil to show up.
Yes.
And I think I went, like, not out loud.
Yeah.
It's okay. I didn't make a noise sound. But I think I kind of went, oh.
Internally.
Yeah, because it's like, I wasn't expecting him.
Even when you and I watch things in the house, and there are big moments of like, oh shit. There's like a palpableness to it.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, you could cut it with a knife.
Oh, yeah, the atmosphere in the room thickens.
It's peripheral empathy. We both know, oh, the other must be thinking this.
Yeah.
But we look at the screen, and we have the experience.
And we didn't make eye contact.
No. We have the experience.
Yeah.
And then we might talk about it afterwards. Like, sure, I'm not saying, because I think I've given this impression to other people, is that because we're so purist about it, that when we watch things, we sit in silence, we watch it, we don't talk to each other. We're not that bad.
No.
We will comment on things that are happening to each other. But we don't fucking have a conversation through a film. No. Yeah, but like, because when an intense thing happens, or a big reveal or whatever, we want to watch it before we want to feel the experience before we talk about it.
Yeah.
So we don't go, oh my god, no, we just like enjoy it.
I don't know. Spoilers.
Yeah.
I don't know what Andrew Garfield's first couple of words were when he appears in the film, because I couldn't hear him over the fucking crowd screaming.
Oh yeah, if you watched any audience kind of reaction things to Endgame, all of that final sequence, you can't hear a thing.
No.
Because whenever any character shows up, bear in mind, it's the whole point is everyone's back now.
Yeah.
So the camera's panning over the characters one by one, and every single character, woo!
Yeah.
Drax, woo!
Yeah.
The raccoon, Ant-Man, who were there anyway, woo! And then the black people in the audience going, "Ibombe," or whatever that word is.
Yeah.
You're adults. It is acceptable maybe for an 11-year-old to go, "Oh my god, Spider-Man," not a 16-year-old. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not saying you can't like superhero films. I'm not being a snob about it.
No.
I'm really not. Like,
it seems like, coming to the end of the year now, it seems like the Suicide Squad is going to be in our like top 3.
Yes, amongst our favourites of the year. And I know that's a more adult-oriented superhero film. But
the point still stands.
The point stands.
Yeah.
The Dark Knight is one of our favourite films.
Yeah.
I have no problem with superhero movies on paper. It's the fact that, like, they think it's the best thing. There's nothing else. Superhero movies are the be-all and end-all.
Yeah.
Let's live for the MCU. Let's talk endlessly about which characters might be popping up in that one, in that one, in that one. And that one film comes out. It's been renewed for 3 sequels. Oh my god, we might see Doctor Strange in the 3rd one. It's that I can't stand. It's the always looking for the next thingness of it all.
Yeah.
And just taking it so seriously. It is like this gift from God. But it's like if your priest is nice to you, you go, oh, I'm special. That's the relationship they have with these films, where like you're given a cameo and you're so fucking grateful for it.
Yeah.
And the rest of us go, I'm not being spoon-fed
wasn't it,
this shit.
Vincent D'Onofrio, wasn't there a thing where he said he's really happy for Charlie Cox that he's in the MCU now?
I don't know, did he?
I think so.
Okay. Because look...
Like they framed, because like I think it was pre-release, so he was like, oh, if Charlie Cox did show up, I would be really happy for him.
Yeah. Maybe it's ego on my part. Maybe it's a kind of narcissism. But just the idea of like giving yourself so much to something where you go, and like you're so happy and grateful for it. The things I love the most, if I met the people that made them, I would be excited. But it would be a conservative excitement. It would be, I'm really I admire your work. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like there's no dignity in being so happy for every little crumb they give you. I just think, be a man. Be a man. Don't like show yourself so much.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I know it's it's flawed because I'm not an MCU fan. I don't have that relationship with it. So it's easy for me to go, conduct yourself properly. But also conduct yourself properly.
That's the thing. I want to avoid us coming across like grouchy old men.
Yeah.
To be like, this is not how you conduct yourself in the cinema.
Yeah.
But also this isn't how you
No.
Like, am I really a dick for wanting to hear Andrew Garfield when he shows up in the film?
Right. Exactly, yeah.
Because I noticed, I don't know whether this is just because I've been out of the cinema for a while or whether this is a thing now. But I wanted them to turn the volume up.
Yeah.
I remember going to the cinema and, like, my ears would have popped.
Inception.
Yeah. By the end of the film. You'd be walking out of cinema, like, rapidly blinking because you couldn't see anything and blowing into your nose to, like, pop your ears back out. But I was listening to this thinking, like, I was reaching for the TV remote. I wanted to turn it up a bit.
Yeah.
I could hear everything. Like, when people were quiet, I could hear everything, and the action was like, I can hear it, but it feels like it's too quiet.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's just the cinema that I went to. I feel like that, maybe that's a thing now. I'm asking whether that's like a thing now.
Yeah, I don't...
Not to you, but it's just to people.
To people. I don't know. I mean, and again, I don't want to come across as a snob either. It's really not that. Like, you went to see it, and I don't have a problem with you going to see it. Do you know what I mean? It's like... I just think when I was 18, I remember I said this to you, 5 of us bunked off to go and see The Master. The only showing was in Cardiff. Like, there were 2 showings of it. We went to see one. It's not that this is a case of, all these teenagers, they just like superhero movies. They don't like Paul Thomas Anderson films. I appreciate that as cineasts, we have a broader, taste.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's just... maybe watch something else every now and again. Just something. Try something else.
Like, it would be something else if someone had seen Limbo and Surge and The French Dispatch and even Nobody.
Yeah.
And came out of 2020 saying, no, Spider-Man No Way Home was 10 out of 10. It was the best film of the year.
Right.
Like okay.
You'd have some...
there's a conversation to be had there.
Yeah.
Because we have a similar understanding. Like, okay, this is definitely like let's figure out if this is purely a taste difference or whether you saw something that I didn't or I saw something you did. Like, let's figure it out. Yeah. But it's just that, like, no, this is culture. This is fine.
Yeah, this'll do. MCU will do forever. Like, I go to the cinema like 4 or 5 times a year. There are now 4 or 5 MCU films. That's me done. I'm good. No, not acceptable. So, shall we review the film?
Let's review the film. Like, all of that being said...
yeah, what do we actually think of the film?
I liked it.
I didn't dislike it.
Okay.
I thought it was fine.
Okay.
In the way that I think basically everything Marvel is fine. It's better than some Marvel films. It's better than Black Widow. It's better than Shang-Chi.
Okay.
I assume it's better than Eternals, but I haven't seen that. Does that mean I liked it? I don't know.
Okay.
At their best, right? What's the best MCU film?
Ooh, personally or...
yeah, personally.
Okay, personally, probably Infinity War.
Okay, right.
Which I know is a tricky one because it's so context dependent.
Yes.
You can't watch an Infinity War in isolation. Not really.
Yeah, okay, but there are no Logans of the MCU, are there?
No.
You know what I mean? Nothing.
I'm trying to think of like what their equivalent would be, and nothing as dark or contemplative as Logan.
No, but even anything as good.
Yeah, like Winter Soldier, people seem to really like.
People like Iron Man. People like
Ragnarok. I know it's tonally completely different, but that's sort of like they finally found what they're doing with that character.
Yeah, people like Ragnarok. But nothing really.
Oh, and the Guardians. The Guardians.
I'm the Guardians fans.
But I'm not. Yeah. I'm not really into those.
No. But I would personally say nothing that rises to the level of Logan.
No, certainly no.
No. So at their best, MCU films, for me anyway, well, not just for me, they have a kind of saccharine reassurance.
Okay.
Now, this is what I mean by that. Not that the films are sickly sweet in tone. I don't mean saccharine in that way. But they have a mollifying effect. There's a reason these films are so popular. And it's not just like the archetypal thing. It's because they're a comfort blanket. They are corporate competence packaged for you.
Yeah.
You feel safe when you're with them. It's not going to challenge you. It's going to be competently made. It's going to be perfectly fine. And you're going to leave much the same as the way you were when you went in. That's why they're so popular, is they are fast food. They're junk food.
Yeah.
It'll do. You know? I had that relationship with it, which is like, I am just very comfortable watching this film.
Okay.
I don't know if that means I liked it.
Right.
Because I'm aware of that. I'm aware that... Because most of the films I watch are foreign indies that bore the fuck out of me. Usually there's nudity, because if they're foreign, they like that. Or just indies in general.
Oh, nudity in Wes Anderson. We've got
there
to bring
is.
that up.
Yes, there is.
Yes. No, I want to be clear. The art story is my favourite story because it's the best one. Not because Lea Seydoux is full frontal nude in it.
Good though, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then they got her in different poses as well.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay.
Yes. Good reveal as well, because that's how she's introduced, and then you find out she's a prison guard. Anyway.
That whole intro to that scene is great, because it's like a little sketch, isn't it?
Yeah, where he goes up to her and starts like kind of painting.
Yeah,
and then she's like slapping his hand.
Yeah, and then the siren goes off, and then she gets changed into a guard uniform. He goes back into his straitjacket.
Yeah,
and it pans across to the painting he's been painting of her, and it's just nonsense.
It's just nothing. It's the modern art thing.
Yeah,
it's just
It's like a sketch.
It's visual gibberish. Yeah.
The scene is a sketch, not the painting.
Yeah. The scene is a sketch. Yeah. But yeah, it's What the hell are we talking about? They got to Lea Seydoux. Oh yeah, most of the films I watched, the indies that like are quote unquote challenging. At this point, I watch so much and very rarely, I don't know, like prodded. Okay. I can take basically anything now. It really takes something different and good to kind of slap me out of the conveyor belt, if you know what I mean, off the conveyor belt. And so because of that, because most things I see are prickly, or, again, quote-unquote difficult, there is always something nice, like perversely nice, about watching a big studio movie.
Okay.
Because, I know I can just relax watching this.
No, I kind of know what you mean.
Yeah.
I guess, like, the equivalent for me, because I do watch indies as well.
Yeah.
But, like, nowhere near as much as what you watch.
Yeah.
But, like, in the world of video games, for example, I think I tend to play more indie games than I do mainstream
really?
fit. Yeah, yeah. But, like, for example, like, I think it was just over a year ago now, maybe? Or, like, the year just gone. Mm-hmm. They released, like, the 2016 reboot of Ratchet & Clank online for free.
Mm-hmm.
So I bought that. I say I bought it. Like, I downloaded it. And it's one of those games where it's, like, it's just so, like, it's so easy to, like, break and just, like, mindlessly go through it that I was completing the game faster than the game was downloading.
Right.
I constantly I was hitting points where the game was going, no, we haven't downloaded enough of it. You have to wait.
Okay.
But there, like, even though it's like such a mindless experience and not really, like, if you were recommending a game to someone, you wouldn't even consider Ratchet and Clank. You wouldn't even consider that game from that franchise. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like it was sort of a nice change of pace almost.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, I've been playing games that are supposed to be like difficult or games where they've got like these unique gameplay loops. Now I'm just going to play a thing that I can just mindlessly blaze through.
And that's the thing. It's not that No Way Home is bad. There
is a place for stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just it's competent. It's fine. It's not going to change the world. It's not going to change anything about you. It's not going to test you, challenge you,
no,
engage you intellectually. It's going to pass the time.
Yeah,
And that's how I felt watching it. I honestly have no notes for it.
Right.
Because my note was, it was fine. I sat and watched it, and I left content.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't dislike it, but I'm not going to remember it, really.
No.
And I know that's weird because of the stuff that's in it.
Yeah.
But I'm not really going to remember it. It's going to sink into the tapestry like everything else.
Okay. I do have notes.
Yeah.
I think I
have one note.
All right. What was your note?
It was nice to see Tobey Maguire.
Right. Yes, it was.
That's my note.
Yeah, we'll get to all of that. I do have notes. I think I liked it more than you did.
Okay.
I'm very much in agreement with everything you've said.
Yes.
But I did like it generally. Yes, the cinema experience was slightly annoying.
Well, I want to go quickly, because the only other note I have is us reviewing people as opposed to the film.
Okay.
When I used to go and see every Marvel film with my cousin. Every film from, I don't know, like X-Men 3 maybe, all the way through to Avengers.
Okay.
That's where we kind of stopped.
So you're not talking MCU, were you talking just any Marvel?
Yeah, we watched Iron Man, Incredible Hulk, Thor, Captain America, and Avengers. That's where, and maybe Iron Man 2. But yeah, we watched Ghost Rider and the Fantastic Four films and X-Men films and Spider-Man films. We went to see all those. And we weren't comic book guys, but we collected the Marvel figurines from those little statues.
All right.
And we played the video game. We were into Marvel. And so we knew the characters. When little hints were made, we knew who the characters were.
Yeah.
And this was back in the day where, like now, because they've introduced every fucker, they're bringing in like really obscure characters into the MCU.
Morbius?
Yeah, Morbius and like Kang the Conqueror and, increasingly obscure. This was back when they were more well-known. If they hinted at a character, it was Galactus or something.
Yeah.
When those moments would happen, when I was 13, and they would hint at Abomination, or they'd hint at... This is what would happen. I would turn and look at him with a smile, like, ooh, they're referencing something. And he wouldn't even look back at me, would return the smile, because he knew we were sharing a moment of knowledge. And that's how we responded to those moments. So
the way it should be, damn it.
Yeah, that's the way it should be done. I was a child as well. I wasn't an 18-year-old. It was
who could vote and have responsibilities.
It was they can partly decide how the world goes.
Yeah.
There was an understanding. Not even like that had to be instilled within you, but you just knew that you shut the fuck up when you go in a cinema.
Yeah.
That was just understood. Anyway, crack on.
Yeah, we had to put up with that reaction from Charlie Cox. For Charlie Cox, not from Charlie Cox. He was fine in it.
Yeah, he's alright. He catches a brick, doesn't he?
He catches a brick, because he's a very good lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew Garfield, I couldn't hear anything. Tobey Maguire, because like it's obvious Tobey Maguire's going to show up.
You know he's coming at that point.
Yeah.
And he does, and like 2 minutes later as well. It's not like... You don't wait a long time before...
Oh, no. Yeah, it's like, okay, we're done with Andrew Garfield. Let's bring Tobey Maguire in now.
Yeah.
The film was literally saying that to you.
Yeah.
So of course there was like a ooh, like building up, and then like a big applause when he shows up. It's such an underwhelming reveal, though.
Yeah, he's like,
I know he does have a bit of a build up.
Yeah,
but like Andrew Garfield, he's in the distance
in an alley,
and then he runs up, and he like takes off the mask, and there's this whole sequence where he has to like prove himself to them. And then, like, they open the portal for Tobey Maguire off screen, and it just cuts to him, like, in front of the portal.
Yeah, he's there, like, all right.
Yeah, he's not even in a Spider-Man costume. No. He's just kind of there.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, I'm here now.
I guess it's a bigger deal to get him back in a Spider-Man costume, so they didn't want to, like, blow the load.
Yeah, I suppose.
But, yeah. It was nice seeing him, and it was nice seeing that he doesn't look fucking horrible.
No, yeah. It's not like Macaulay Culkin, where that's like a
distress.
You have to take the afternoon to process it.
Yeah.
No, he looks like an older Tobey Maguire.
Yeah. And it's fine.
Yeah. They haven't de-aged him, which I think was nice.
Yeah, it didn't feel like they de-aged anybody.
No, they just brought them back.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, with the villains in particular, because the villains... I got the impression that the alternate Spider-Men, Garfield and Maguire, they just, they've been taken from the present day, quote unquote.
I briefly thought about that and then couldn't. Because I didn't know where they were supposed to be.
That's a big problem with the film, but we'll get to it. Yeah, they, this is 2021 Tobey Maguire, not 2002 Tobey Maguire.
No. Yeah.
But it is 2002 Willem Dafoe, and it is 2004 Dr. Octopus.
Yeah.
But they have also not been de-aged. Again, fine. I like that they haven't been de-aged.
Yes.
But it takes a moment, because Dafoe looks older.
He does, He does look older.
Molina doesn't, in fairness.
Not too much. A little bit.
He can get away with it.
He can get away with
Dafoe
it.
not
Fox,
so much.
obviously.
Yeah, well, Fox will look that. Yeah. You'll look like that in 100 years' time.
90, yeah. And, like, the only thing... Because, kind of knew that Maguire was going to be in it.
I will say I kind of get now why they were omitted from the marketing. Because I feel like if they were in the trailers, it would have oversold their role in the film.
Yes. I mean, they've never been scared to do stuff like that before, mind. But,
they haven't.
But I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
The only thing that I thought, what I might get out of this, I like the first two Raimi Spider-Man films. I like them. I like that character. I like the world. The only thing I might get out of this is what's he been up to for the past 14 years.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I don't like what they've done here. I don't like this thing. I don't like the multiverse thing.
Yeah, we'll get to it all.
I don't like it. But if I have to endure it, it would be nice to know what he's been up to. Is he still Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on? And you don't get any of that.
Not really.
Like, you don't know.
They kind of do. They kind of wrap it up. They kind of say that, like, oh yeah, me and Mary Jane, we figured it out.
Right, I missed that.
Oh, right.
I didn't even get that.
Yeah, no, I think they kind of, he says that...
so he's with Kirsten Dunst?
Yeah.
Right.
They figured out their shit.
Right.
And they're just together now.
But is he still... what's all that about?
I think the idea is these...
He is? Like Garfield, we just get the sense that he started, like, beating the shit out of people more.
Yeah, he kind of had his, like, late David Tennant moment where he became this sort of, like, sociopath almost.
Yeah.
And yeah, in the film, he's just really nice.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the Amazing Spider-Man films.
I've seen the first one.
I don't really know. All I knew about Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man was, like, the reputation that he had.
Yeah.
Which was, like, the films are not good, but we like him.
Yeah.
I did like him.
Okay.
Did you not?
He's just bit of nothing to me.
Okay. It's weird though, because it feels like he's trying. You can tell that he's like relishing the opportunity to be Spider-Man again. Yeah. Maguire kind of feels like he's coasting through it a little bit.
A bit.
And I don't know whether that's just because his Spider-Man is like so much goofier than either of the other versions.
Yes.
Like I think back to like that. It's been memed into oblivion, but when he's like Holt's trying to stop the train, and it looks like he's just ripping a massive fart.
Yes.
Like, he's not allowed to do that anymore.
Oh, no, like, the Raimi, they're goofy.
Yeah.
Like, the third one, all of that is just a goof.
Oh, yeah, his little dance on the street.
The goth thing, yeah.
Yeah, the goth Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't... So has he been... I don't know, do you think he's been told to tone it down? Or he's just, like... Because he probably never expected to be Spider-Man again, so he's just kind of like, oh, I'll just, like, do what I'm told. I won't put anything into this.
I think... No, not that. I think obviously it can't be the Raimi thing. I think he probably thought, well, I'm like the dad. I'm Dad Spider-Man. I'm the oldest one.
Yeah.
And he does have a bit of that. Like, obviously, he's the one that stops Peter from killing Goblin.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's probably... It's weird, isn't it? Because you just think of Jake Johnson in Into the Spider-Verse, like that role of... He's an older Spider-Man that's like a mentor. And the thing I kept thinking was... I can't remember which iteration of Power Rangers it was, but they did an episode, it was like, what was it, Red Reunion or something Red,
right.
And all the Red Rangers were in the same episode together, from all the different Power Rangers. That's what I kept thinking.
Okay.
It's like, oh, was that in the same universe? I mean, I didn't, at the time, I wasn't overthinking, was Lost Galaxy in the same universe as Lightspeed Rescue? Like, what's going on there? But, yeah, I don't know. Should we start with that then? The multiverse thing?
Yeah.
What's your opinion on it? I just
that they're doing it.
That they're doing it.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
No.
I mean, we've expressed our frustration about this before, and I feel like those frustrations remain even after having seen this. Especially since, like, this film seemingly closes off the multiverse.
Yeah.
It's weird, because
every time they do it.
Yeah, it sort of leaves Peter Parker in a position where everyone has forgotten that he's Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
But they've also forgotten Peter Parker. Like, Peter Parker himself still exists.
Yeah.
But whenever he meets, like, you know, Strange Stephen, whatever he's called, the happy,
Happy Favreau,
yeah. The Mary Jane,
Mary Jimenez,
Mary Jimenez. All of these people, they don't know who he is anymore, and like he's in an apartment on his own in Queens.
Yeah,
it's weird because like to me that moment, because that's the end of the film. He's on his own now, and he's purely Spider-Man.
Yeah,
there's nothing in the way anymore. He can just be Spider-Man forever. It's almost as like the film was going, and now he's Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's like the end of Spider-Man 2 where Mary Jane flees her wedding.
Yeah.
And ends up at his flat and says, go get him, Tiger. It's like she accepts him now for being Spider-Man.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, yeah, he's done. Like, he can just be Spider-Man now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of like that. But there's kind of a sadness to it as well, isn't there?
Yeah.
He's just on his own and...
Yeah, so that's how they kind of wrap up the film. They have to close the multiverse by having Peter Parker be forgotten by everyone.
Yeah.
And now he's on his own, and the multiverse is closed, and everyone's gone back to their own universe, and it's all fine and dandy. But the necessity of the franchise means that they're going to have to crack open that multiverse again.
Well,
so this is all going to be for naught, really.
If there's anything interesting about the MCU, which do...
Like, I don't know how many films it's going to take, but people are going to remember Peter Parker at some point. All their memories
he's going to have to meet them all again. Yeah. Whatever.
No, but like all of their memories.
Oh, it's going to like unsnap. Like, yeah. If there's anything interesting about the MCU, and really there isn't. But at the moment, it's what's the next Avengers then?
Yeah.
What's the big thing we're all leading to? Or is that over? And if it's over, I at least wish they would tell people that it's over.
Yeah.
Like it is just now back to it's like a comic book. It's the characters going about their various things.
Strange Stephen's in this.
Stephen.
There's like he has a fight with Spider-Man, he loses that fight, and that might be the thing that triggers his next film.
Right. Like a comic book.
book.
If we're doing that, fine. That's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise I'm just thinking, so what, when he bumps into Falcon, is Falcon not going to know who he is? And is he have to re-meet all the characters? And
that seems to be the position the film has left us in.
Yeah, because... But also, no, it's like it's irrelevant, because he's just being Spider-Man in New York now. It's like, he has no connection to the Avengers.
Like everyone knows there's a Spider-Man.
But yeah, not that it's him. Does that mean like they forget that he was involved in the battle?
They know Spider-Man was.
They know Spider-Man was, yeah.
Yeah.
But they're going to forget the moments when it wasn't Spider-Man and it was just him.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, I know Tony's the one he spent most time with and he's dead, so that it doesn't really matter. But yeah, you know? It's almost like this is what I hate, that it makes you ask these questions when I'm not even interested in it. I don't care. But I appreciate that it's frustrating. It must be frustrating. But the people who like it aren't, because they just lap it up anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm in a unique position of speaking for people
that you don't like.
Something you don't care about. That I don't even represent. The people that should care about it don't. And I don't even care about it. And I'm the one that's annoyed by it.
So that's a bit annoying, is that they've wrapped up the multiverse.
Yeah.
But the next, like the Stephen Strange sequel, is introducing the multiverse. So that renders the ending of this redundant. Because either Peter Parker's sacrifice is going to mean nothing, or it's all going to be reversed anyway.
Yeah.
And the film itself is weirdly redundant.
It is. I was left thinking, what was learned?
Yeah, there's no point. There's no point. Because, okay, so here's the big question. Actually, no, I'll bring up J. Jonah Jameson very briefly.
Okay.
There's a couple of things about him.
Yeah.
I got no problem. Like, if you're going to do a multiverse thing, I got no problem with, infinite possibilities, right?
Yes.
J. Jonah Jameson could look like J.K. Simmons.
Yeah.
In Tom Holland's universe and Tobey Maguire's universe. Yes. Why the fuck not?
Yeah.
But if they're gonna, if the film is about characters from those films traveling to this film, and Jameson never meets anyone from the Raimiverse, and they never bring up the Jameson from the Raimiverse, it is annoying.
It really doesn't make sense.
No,
because
I thought the whole point was that it was them casting J.K. Simmons was a fun nod to the Raimi films. It was sort of like the unspoken thing was he's the definitive J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah.
Why would we ever recast him?
Right.
But also, it's like, oh, that's fun. If you get it, you get it.
And then when it became
the plot,
they were doing a multiverse thing.
Yeah.
Because we didn't know. Cause obviously, it was bringing other multiverses, other universes into this one rather than going into other ones.
Which is another thing that we've complained about. The fact that Disney has things that it was never involved in are now part of its canon.
Yes. And there's so much to say about this, but when we thought that it was him going into the other universes, which would have been more interesting, my prediction was the first sign that he had been transported was that he would see J. Jonah Jameson in that universe.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so there are multiple J. Jonah Jamesons, but it's the same guy.
Yeah.
Does that mean, is there a Norman Osborn in Tom Holland's universe? If there is a Norman Osborn, does it look like Willem Dafoe? Is there an Otto Octavius? There is a Mary Jane, an MJ rather, in all the universes. But and like when Tobey Maguire was like, "Oh, my MJ, blah 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 blah," and you go, "No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not your MJ." Like, aren't you curious? Right? And even though it's the multiverse thing, aren't you curious that you both have MJs, but they don't look the same?
Yeah.
One is Michelle Jones or whatever, and the other one's Mary Jane Watson. But they're both MJ.
Yeah.
It's little things like that.
That's a weird, like, almost like metafiction bleeding into the actual story. Because, like, Spider-Man has an MJ.
Yeah.
And the characters in the film are acting as though, a Spider-Man has an MJ.
Yeah.
Even though, no, they're completely different people.
And Garfield doesn't anyway.
Yeah, Garfield doesn't.
Yeah.
And also, our, quote-unquote, our MJs have, like, different names.
Yeah.
And they're entirely different people.
Also, and I know they kind of, they very quickly reconcile with the fact that there's a multiverse. Like, sure, there are multiple Spider-Men, okay. They seem instantly okay with that. But, like, I think, it's Andrew Garfield that uses the phrase, my MJ, right? When he's talking about Gwen Stacy.
Yeah.
So again, something like that, if you had a girlfriend named Amy, I just can't imagine what would get me to the point where I, in referring to my girlfriend, go, it's my Amy.
Yeah.
It's just a weird thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Even if I met an alternate version of myself, it's like, that had a different girlfriend. Go, no, it's my Amy, your Amy.
Yeah.
It's so bizarre. It's so strange.
Yeah, why do you need to specify that it's your Amy? The fact that it's your girlfriend and it's an alternate version of you, you would know that you, like, that version of you has the same relationship with that person as you do with Amy.
Is it even alternate versions of them? Because they're all called Peter Parker and they're Spider-Man, but they don't look the same.
They don't look the same. They don't act the same.
They have two of them have Uncle Bens.
Yeah,
and then
there are no, like, consistent details between the three of them.
May says to him in this one, with great power comes great responsibility, and they're like, oh yeah, we got told that. So it is literally whatever the fuck you want to be. Whatever they want it to be is the case.
Yeah.
It's having the cake and eating it thing. We're just going to do whatever. Because we said before, does this imply that now Wesley Snipes' Blade and the X-Men films are part of the multiverse?
Yeah.
And my guess is, whatever the fuck they want. They'll pick and choose as they go.
They've sort of done this with Venom, haven't they?
They have, yeah.
That's the big post-credit surprise.
Yeah.
Tom Hardy's Venom was also brought into this universe, but rather than being brought into New York like everybody else, he showed up in Mexico.
Yeah.
And rather than hunt down Spider-Man, he's decided to just go to a bar and perform bad comedy at the barman.
Right.
You're telling me that there's a purple alien who likes stones? Let me tell you, friend, I know an alien. They don't like stones.
Yeah.
This is what he's been doing for the past however many days the film has taken place. And he gets, spoiler alert, all the villains and all the Spider-Men just go home.
Yes.
So it's like, okay.
And they don't die.
And
presumably...
Oh, no, that's a whole thing we have to talk about.
Okay.
Yeah, so, like, Tom Hardy, once the bad comedy is over, he just goes, I guess I'm going away now. And he goes away. But then a little globule of venom gets left behind.
Now... setting up Spider-Man 4, presumably.
And also, it's the MCU kind of saying that, though it's technically the same Venom, because it is the same symbiote.
Yeah, no.
It's different.
Yeah.
It's a different Venom.
Now, as solutions, if you like, go, it's a relatively clever one. But, like, the way of getting Venom here is that a bit of the symbiote was left behind. And
and it gives them total control, even though they're still bound by the licensing.
Yeah.
It gives them total control over what they want to do with Venom, basically. Yes.
The MCU will have its own Venom that's not Tom Hardy.
Unless it does.
Unless it does. Unless it's Tom Hardy, but like...
From Tom Holland's universe.
From Tom Holland's universe.
Not the Tom Hardy we've been following for 2 films.
Which they can do now.
Yeah.
That's fine. They can do that, because J. Jonah Jameson is the same.
They've set a precedent.
So that's fine. It's literally whatever they want.
Yeah.
It's whatever the fuck they want. But you can have the same Peter Parker...
Storytelling shouldn't be this easy, should it?
This convenient.
Yeah,
like Peter Parker... You can have Peter Parker, and they can all be Spider-Man, and like with the same origin story.
Yeah.
They all have an Aunt May. Some things are the same, but they don't have to even look the same.
No.
But J. Jonah Jameson looks the same.
Yeah.
It is what they can get away with. It's just whatever is...
But in the Raimi-verse, he runs a newspaper.
Yeah.
And in the Tom Holland universe, he's Alex Jones.
Yeah, because it's like a contemporary version of being an editor.
Yeah.
You know...
Here's the thing. Yeah. I did laugh a little bit when it's like repeating the end of Far From Home, where it's him revealing to the world that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. And it cuts to the studio he's in, and it's just like a dingy basement with like a green screen.
Yes.
That was funny.
Yeah.
And seeing him later on in an actual studio with a staff.
Yeah.
It's like off-screen world building. Because it's like, oh, that catapulted him into stardom. He's a known figure now.
Right.
Spider-Man made him. And the film doesn't tell you that. And it's like, oh, that's a nice little thing they've done. But we all know he's Alex Jones.
Yes.
There's no disputing he's Alex Jones. The Daily Bugle is clearly InfoWars.
Yes.
It's like the same graphics but green.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same thing. Knowing what we know about the world, knowing what we know about Alex Jones, even if he was the one that broke the news that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, there is no way conventional news networks would give him any coverage.
Oh, no. No, but you gotta understand that the left, so Hollywood, they think that the right is the ascendant, the ones in control.
Right.
They don't understand that they're the ones holding the keys.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
So they would think like, oh yeah, all these people pop, knowing that he's cancelled. Like, Alex Jones is nothing. He's nobody.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But very quickly returning to the Venom point, it's a relatively elegant solution of having your own Venom and squaring that with the fact that there are Venom films as well. But it's a solution when there didn't need to be a problem.
Yeah.
You didn't have to do the multiverse thing. We understood that MCU is different than Tobey Maguire's, but it's resetting. It's a reboot. It's not in the same continuity. It's a different thing entirely. But they wanted the thing. They wanted to get bums and seats by bringing back Octopus and Goblin. And so it's cynical.
It is cynical. But again, is this them sort of saying that we know there will never be a better Dr. Octopus than Alfred Molina. We know there'll never be a better Green Goblin than Dafoe. So why would we...
Unfortunately, I don't think it would be such a humble motivation.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Because doesn't this sort of imply as well that all of the villains that appear in this film, they can't do them anymore?
No, we'll get to that. I tell you what, let's return to this conversation if they recast Wolverine. Because then we'll know that that's not the motivation. Because you can't recast Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, okay? If they do that, it wasn't because they thought there's no getting better than Molina and Dafoe.
Yeah.
But yeah, go on.
Also, you can't recast Wolverine. Like, it has to be Hugh Jackman. But that character has had the perfect end.
Yes.
You can't get a better ending to a character than Logan.
No.
It's one of the best endings to a superhero character that there has been.
Yes.
So you can't do any more Wolverine.
No.
But you can't recast him.
No.
So you just can't use Wolverine anymore?
Exactly. And there's no way they're going to do that.
No, they're going to use Wolverine, yeah.
Or you'll come from a multiverse where he's not dead. And it is just Hugh Jackman.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Because it's like, the thing you like is still canon. It's still valid.
Yeah.
It's just we're doing this instead.
Cake and eating it.
Yeah.
And he can look exactly the same because they've set that precedent.
Yeah.
But yeah, the thing that we talked about beforehand, before the podcast, was even though Maguire, Garfield, Holland, until this film, were different continuities, they had no relationship with each other.
No.
there was still a different villain for every film.
Yeah.
If you're starting from scratch and you're making a Spider-Man film, you probably think, right, the Green Goblin's the villain, obviously.
Yeah.
He's the most famous one. But the Raimi films, it was Goblin, then it was Octopus, then it was Sandman, Venom, and New Goblin. And then for the Garfield films, they didn't reuse the villains.
No.
They all recast them. They did Lizard, then they did Electro and Rhino. And then...
If you consider Rhino to have been done.
Yeah, exactly. And then in the new ones, they did Vulture.
Yeah.
Because if you start from ground floor, why the fuck would you make Vulture the villain? Vulture and then Mysterio.
Yeah.
And now the old ones.
Yeah.
So it is like a way of them of acknowledging that we can't do Goblin again because we did that with Spider-Man. Go, right, well, are they different or are they the same?
Yeah.
It's a weird thing.
Yeah, no, because, like, Tom Holland has had, like, he's not just encountered Green Goblin, he's had a story with Green Goblin.
Yeah.
Green Goblin is the main villain of this, right?
Yes.
Electro is the secondary villain?
Yeah.
And then you've got Octopus in there as well.
Yeah.
And then the other two.
What do you think was the dominant motivation for doing what they've done with this film? Because your suggestion that it's like an acknowledgement, it's the acknowledgement of the fact that you're not going to get a better Goblin than Dafoe. So is it like, right, it's a Spider-Man film, we want to do the Green Goblin as the villain? It's like, but can we? Can we do that when Dafoe was good?
No.
Okay, let's work that out.
Because I think if you wanted to do a Green Goblin film, and you finagled it so that Green Goblin, you could use the same Green Goblin, why would you run the risk of like, okay, we'll do that, but we have to do Octopus and Electro and all of these other ones as well.
Yeah,
so it's like you're kind of wasting.
But when you get to that point, you realize you can bring those in as well. Do you know what I mean?
You can, but you also, like, if this is a pattern that they stick to, the one you've identified, where every single Spider-Man film is a different villain.
Yes.
Because if you want to bring in Spider-Verse as well, is it Prowler? Oh, Kingpin, I suppose, was the villain of Spider-Verse. Yeah, different villain again.
Yes.
And I know they kind of had their own versions of other characters as well. Yeah. But no, he's like the main guy. Yeah, so in that case, you can't use Electro and you can't use Dr. Octopus.
Yeah.
And you can't use Sandman and you can't use Lizard.
Right.
All just so you could use the same Goblin. I feel like they would consider that not worth it.
So what do you think
they could have contrived it so that only Willem Dafoe showed up.
Yeah. Why do you think they're doing the multiverse thing? Broadly speaking.
I think broadly speaking, it's so that they can explain why the X-Men and like major characters that they haven't yet had the licenses for, why they've been absent from previous MCU fare.
You think that's what it is?
I'm not saying they're doing it necessarily so that they can use the same cast. Like, I don't think Michael Fassbender is going to show up as Magneto in the future. They could do it.
Yeah.
I doubt that they would. I think they would want to, like, we'll just do it our own thing.
Oh, yeah, they're going to reboot X-Men completely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's such a tangled mess as well at this point. Why would you even add to it?
It's such a mess, yeah, because what are they going to... They're going to reboot it. There's going to be a new Xavier, a new Cyclops, a new... Yeah.
No, but my point was just going to be that, like... They sort of did it with Eternals, I think, because there's that bit in the trailer where they're like, oh yeah, we were about when Thanos was about. We just didn't help because we couldn't.
Right.
You can't do that for the X-Men as well.
No.
You can't have Magneto just be living in Russia and going, oh yeah, I just decided not to help.
The thing with X-Men is...
You have to explain why there wasn't an X-Men until now. And I think that's why they're doing the multiverse.
The thing with X-Men is the whole context of those characters are the world knows about mutants.
Yes.
It's a race analogy.
Yeah, so
that's the thing.
So why is it that in a world where everybody knows the Avengers, nobody knew about the X-Men?
Right. The X-Men, what? The school's been there the whole time? Like...
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
No. So, yeah, they're going to pull them in from... You think they're going to pull them in from an alternate reality where mutants are...
Yeah, I think it's purely to, like, get around the fact that they didn't have the licenses until now.
You think it's the license... Yeah, that makes sense. Do you think it's also to hoover up anything old that they want to bring back as well?
I don't know if this...
Yeah, they can't do this again, really.
No, you can't just do, like, oh, we're going to do, like, X-Men No Way Home.
Yeah.
Where it's Patrick Stewart and James McAvoy and whatever version of Professor X that we introduce.
Yeah.
No way that would fly.
So you think that the multiverse thing is only really going to apply to Spider-Man. In the MCU, the Garfield and Maguire thing is happening in the multiverse. Those Spider-Man 2 through to Amazing Spider-Man 2 is canon in MCU, but it's in the multiverse.
It's happened.
It's happened.
They're done. Yeah.
Blade hasn't.
There's no way. I cannot imagine that when the next Avengers Endgame shows up, Maguire and Garfield are going to be a part of that fight.
No.
I think they're done. We've done it.
The question is the only character that has multiple versions of himself or themselves Spider-Man characters? There are multiple versions of Blade.
Oh, are you doing what I think you're doing?
I don't know yet.
Are you setting up the possibility that they can Iron Man's back, but it's a different Iron Man?
Not just that.
Like any character they want to have in a film, they can just be like, oh look, it's alternate reality.
Oh
blah,
yeah,
blah,
blah. That's what I think they're gonna do. Because
they can kill people without consequence because there's literally
not just
endless versions of them.
Right, for instance, Mahershala Ali is going to play Blade somewhere. I don't know if he has his own show or whatever's happening.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
They could bring Wesley Snipes into that if they wanted to do that. You know, as the alternate older Blade, the mentor to his Blade. So the question is it all open now, or are we just Is the expectation that we just assume, no, the only multiple versions character is Spider-Man? So, right.
No, I follow you.
Yeah.
Based on the film that we've just had.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I think that they've done the multiple Spider-Man story. I don't think they're going to do that with anyone else.
You don't?
No.
Okay, so in the MCU, Spider-Man, Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 3, The Amazing Spider-Man, and The Amazing Spider-Man 2 are canon. Blade 2, and Blade Trinity isn't. Fantastic Four Rise of the Silver Surfer isn't. Because they could do it if they wanted.
It is canon.
No, it can't be.
No, because everything's canon. Everything's valid, Sam.
Yes.
Everything you like is valid, even if we're not doing the thing you like.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that they're going to doesn't mean that they're going to bring in characters from X-Men 2. It just means that X-Men 2 exists out there somewhere.
Yeah, so X-Men, they're going to reboot it like we say.
Yeah. I think the version of X-Men that we end up seeing won't be from the MCU universe. They'll just be from a universe we haven't seen before.
Yes,
I think that's what they've done. They've obviously we're going to bring back the Sam Raimi villains, and we're going to bring back Andrew Garfield, and we're going to bring back Tobey Maguire, and dear Lord, I can already smell the money.
Yes.
But I think if you want to try and justify it artistically, they probably thought, let's have the first big multiverse film use continuities that the audience are already familiar with, so they're not entirely lost while we're kind of introducing the concepts.
I know most people, at the risk of utter snobbery and condescension, but I don't care because it's true.
Right.
I acknowledge that most people watching it are not asking these questions. They're just grateful and happy that they get to see Garfield and Maguire.
Yeah.
They're not thinking, well, this makes it possible for anything to be possible. I agree that the X-Men that will show up in the MCU will be in the MCU, but an alternate universe.
Yeah.
So if Spider-Man, Iron Man, all that is Universe 1, they'll be from Universe 2.
Yeah.
But they'll still be part of the MCU. They'll be part of the multiverse.
Oh yeah, they'll probably stay.
Yeah, and they'll stay. They won't be anything to do with the previous X-Men films.
No.
But then, I surely anyone with a brain cell has to be watching it thinking, but they could do that because they did it with Spider-Man. They could be alternate versions of the X-Men.
But I think even Disney would not be stupid enough to pull the same trick twice, unless you're talking years from now, right?
Yeah.
That's the type of thing they do when they're in trouble. When it's like, oh, this isn't working out. Quick, let's throw together an X-Men film, an X-Men crossover like we did with Spider-Man.
Okay.
It'll lose its magic. I think this is probably the only character that they've got that you could have done this with, right? Because I feel like even a multiverse X-Men film, I mean, they've kind of done it already with Days of Future Past.
Yeah, that's a whole thing.
But I don't feel like it would mean the same thing as it does with Spider-Man.
I'm trying to think of characters for whom
though it's weird, because even though, Spider-Man 1 and 2 are technically the only good films that they reference.
Yeah.
Just the fact that all of it's getting, represented.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of characters for whom audiences have sufficient affection where it would work. X-Men definitely.
Yes.
If they brought back Stewart and Jackman and Marsden, audiences like X-Men.
Yeah.
I don't think they'd give a shit about bringing back Johan Griffith and Michael Chiklis.
No.
And Chris Evans, as though that would work at all.
But it will, because we've got J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah, but at least he's the same person. Chris Evans is a different person that looks identical.
Fucking multiverse is weird, man.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
People don't give a shit about that. They won't give a shit about Miles Teller and Kate Mara and all that. X-Men, I think, is really the only other one.
Yeah. That people have history with as well.
Yeah. So I could see them doing
like Hulk. People don't really have that history with Hulk, do they?
I mean, we have to ignore the fact anyway that there are 2 Hulks in the same fucking universe.
Yeah, it's weird they haven't addressed that.
3, because the Incredible Hulk was a sequel to Hulk. It just happened not to be in the MCU. It was like a soft sequel because it had that. Oh my god, no, because it had in Hulk. William Hurt plays Colonel Thaddeus blah blah, and he plays him in Incredible Hulk as well.
Right.
Oh, it's such a mess.
This is another problem, though.
Yeah.
Is that for all of this shit they can do, like this clever little workaround they've got with Tom Hardy, where it's like they can do anything they want and it be completely justified. There's also now no excuse for them to not address things like the fact that Mark Ruffalo is the third Hulk.
Hulk is the big... You can have your cake and eat it. You can have the multiple Spider-Man. You can have Venom off in another universe. Yeah. Whatever. You can do that. Hulk is the big problem.
Yeah.
Because Hulk is not part of the MCU. It is not canon. The Incredible Hulk was a sequel to Hulk.
Yeah.
Because when that came out, it was the second film in the franchise.
Yeah.
They didn't know what would happen. So you can recast Hulk.
Yeah.
And make it sort of a sequel. But we'll absorb it into the MCU.
And then when they recast
him...
It was still early enough that they could probably get away with it.
Yeah. But now, there are 3 Hulks. Okay, 3 Hulks that are part of the same canonical history.
Yeah.
But only 2 of them are canon in the MCU.
Yeah. It's weird.
And they're different.
It's weird. It's so strange that the MCU honours the canon of Spider-Man films that were created before the MCU even began.
Yeah.
More than it has with Hulk.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Characters within it.
Yeah.
But that's the fucked up thing. That's the weirdest thing about the MCU. Incredible Hulk is a sequel to a film that's not canon. And then just to change... We're just going to ignore the fact that it's a different actor. We're just going to completely ignore that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact they've done this now, you can't.
No.
Now you look at it and you go, well, look,
It becomes... The longer they don't address it, the weirder it becomes.
Look, recasting is always weird anyway, right?
Yeah.
But your brain goes, I have to accept it because they've done it. Fine, it's a recasting. I just got to quickly rewire, reprogram my brain. But now that they've done this, it just makes you think, well, it wasn't just recasting. They have made... They've made the meta outside external world reality a problem within the franchise.
Yeah.
That's what they've done now.
Until now, the fact that Edward Norton was Mark Ruffalo all of a sudden is just like, it's one of those things.
It's the suspension of disbelief. When you watch the film, you suspend your disbelief. They have made the realities of production like part of the franchise.
Yeah.
The fact that they had to recast Ed Norton.
Yeah, that's now a plot hole.
That's now a problem.
Yeah.
Because as a viewer, I know not the trope, because it's not an in film. I know what recasting is. And so my brain just kind of ignores it. But they've made it an issue now.
Yeah.
Fuck them. Should we go back to reviewing the film?
Let's try and do that.
I really don't have anything to say, because it's all these problems for me.
Yeah, there are more problems.
Yeah.
Another problem to add to the pile.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about a problem that's nothing to do with just like the head fuckery that is.
Right. Yeah. Can we put that to one side now?
I do have another point, but we might end with it because God knows they might launch another tirade.
Okay.
Yeah, a problem that's nothing to do with like it's a sequel to this thing that isn't canon, but it's canon now. Like none of that.
Yeah.
The film is so like weightless.
Yeah.
And I'm not just talking about like, you're not really emotionally invested in it, or it's, it's so breezy, it doesn't take itself like nothing like that. Just like the action is so weightless.
Yeah, they've never figured Spider-Man out, really.
No, there's like if you look at the choreography, like you break down the choreography during the fight sequences, there's a lot of like interesting little things happening. And I don't know how long this might be something that's like been happening for a while, but this like every action scene there seems to be like all of these, rather than the character just like throwing a punch and like defending it and like all that kind of stuff. There's like mini scenarios playing out, like a moment where Stephen Strange is like fighting Spider-Man on a train, and Spider-Man goes to like web him. Yeah. But he opens a portal in front and behind him, so Spider-Man like webs himself. Yeah. So he's like fighting himself for a moment. Like that's like a neat little action beat in the scene. But it's one of thousands of beats in that like sequence alone. Yeah. It just gets lost in the, even though it's like very competent choreography, it just kind of gets lost in the noise almost.
Well, the thing that I was thinking was, I mean, the film is too visual effectsy for me in a way.
There is probably not a practical frame in this film.
No. Parts of it look like a computer game. And, but the thing I was thinking, like when they're going through, you know, the spectacle moment of the film, when they're traveling through the other dimensions, and you know, he's fighting with Strange.
Yeah.
I was started thinking, I'm supposed to think, oh, this is really impressive. But you can do anything with visual effects in 2021.
Yeah.
So why would it be impressive?
I guess it's impressive because even the best computer, it would have taken months to render that.
But do you know what I mean?
It's weird because it's rendered. I know, it's the Lord of the Rings problem again, isn't it? It's like all of those people that they coordinated during that fight. It's like, okay.
Well done.
Yeah. It's that, but with computers now. It's
it's that quiet clap.
Yeah.
Silent applause.
Yeah. Well done. Yeah. You had a farm of computers, like they spent a year rendering this scene alone.
Millions of dollars.
Yeah.
To do it. Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Yeah.
Great. And yeah, it's like Willem Dafoe. Like when Willem Dafoe pile drives Spider-Man through a building.
Yeah.
There's no impact. There's no weight to it.
No. He might be the most weightless Spider-Man. And the second one was a problem. Garfield was a problem.
Yeah.
Raimi's the one that did it the best. And that was earliest technology.
And that's because he was limited in what he could do with CG.
Yeah.
It's impressive. Like when you go back, I think there's like a scene where when Tobey Maguire and Dr. Octopus are fighting on a building.
Yeah.
And it's completely CG. Which for 2004, it's like bloody impressive.
Yes.
But a lot of it has to be practical by necessity.
Yeah.
And then Andrew Garfield, they got a couple of things right with him. But a lot of it is just like Lizard. Even in like this film, Lizard looks crap.
He really does, yeah. Well, at the end of Spider-Man, where he's fighting Goblin, that's all a set. It's practical.
It's just a fucking fist fight.
It's just
on a smoky set.
Yeah. It's like plywood and plasterboard. Now they would just put that in a visual effects environment. That's the end. In the end of this film, that's what they did.
Yeah.
And something is lost.
Definitely, yeah.
Something's lost, yeah. The Raimi thing where it's like Doc Ock's tentacles. I don't know how much visual effects it was, but Doc Ock's tentacles killing all the doctors that are trying to operate on him. It's better.
I think a lot of that was practical. Like the wide shots where you see the tentacles in their entirety are CG.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is just clever camera work.
Yeah.
Because it's like close-ups where you don't see the entire arm. Or you see like the reactions more than you see the arms actually doing anything. So they were able to get away with a lot of it practically. And it does hold up.
Yeah, it does.
But yeah, like I said, I've never felt less of an impact watching someone being pile-driven through a building.
Yeah.
And seeing like Tom Holland punch through metal when he's about to... Like, when he's like beating up Willem Dafoe at the end of the film, even though Willem Dafoe himself has super strength, his face should have been a fine powder.
Oh, yeah.
After, like, Tom Holland was beating the shit out of him. He's not even bruised.
No.
Like, they're not afraid to use blood and bruising, because he is slightly bloodied and bruised.
Yeah.
And, like, Aunt May, even though you don't see the wounds, he does, like, touch her, and then he sees blood on his hand.
Yes.
So they can use blood.
Is it ever not visual effects when he's in full costume?
I've never been able to tell.
Because nor can I. It's almost uncanny valley.
Yeah.
It looks like it's not.
And I've seen people use that as a reason as to why the CG is good. Like the fact that you can't tell whether it's real or fake is a testament to the quality of the CG. No.
No.
We're commenting on it because it looks fake, even though there's no reason it should be.
There's no reason it should be, but I'm pretty confident that it is.
Yeah.
Like, I can't remember anything about Garfield's Spider-Man, but Maguire's Spider-Man, when he wasn't doing the, webby, swingy stuff, it was him in a costume.
Yeah.
It was clearly him in a costume. And that's good, because it's a costume that he made.
Yes.
He made a costume. And I understand that the MCU Spider-Man, it's Stark nanobots or whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah, like when he's in the iron spider.
Yeah, it's just and he Power Rangers.
It's like, well, that's clearly not here.
Yeah. But there's no reason for him not to be just in a costume sometimes.
No. Yeah.
And it does give it a physicality.
Yeah.
When I think back to the Raimi films, they feel physical.
Yeah.
And none of this does.
No.
None of it.
Yeah, why did Willem Dafoe's bombs have to be CG?
Exactly.
They were practical in the Raimi one.
It's easy. It's just easier.
But it looks like, in the trailer, it looked bad, and I thought, oh, maybe it's because they haven't finished the visual effect. But it looked just as bad in the film. I saw it in a cinema. I didn't watch a cam copy.
Yeah.
I saw it the way it was intended, and it didn't look great.
Doc Ock's tentacles look worse than they did in Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
Sandman looks worse than he did in Spider-Man 3.
Yeah. What happened?
I can't remember.
Like, Lizard looks equally as bad.
I can't remember how bad he looked. But yeah, as in the Amazing Spider-Man, I can't remember how bad it was. But yeah, Sandman's worse. And it's like they didn't bother. He's sand for all of it. Like in 3, he's not.
No, yeah, he's the guy, isn't he?
He's most of the time he's the guy.
Yeah. No, I'm convinced that they didn't bring back whoever plays Lizard. I'm convinced they didn't bring him back for this.
I think they did, but it was just a voice probably.
Yeah.
Reese Ifans plays Lizard.
Reese Ifans. Yeah. We see him twice.
Yeah.
And both times he's like slightly obscured by visual effects.
Yeah.
He's not in this film.
Oh no.
I'm almost certain of it.
No. Yeah.
It's weird how like ropey a lot of the effects look. Because this is the one, right? Not the Eternals. Or fucking Shang-Chi.
No.
This is where you bring the 80s.
This is the flagship.
This is the flagship one.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And I don't know if they did, and they just spent too long rendering the Strange Steven sequence.
Strange Steven. Well, look, this film has had exceedingly good reviews. It's like 10th best reviewed of the year.
Yeah.
It does not deserve that.
Okay.
It's a fine film.
I have no problem with people liking it.
No.
And I have I understand why people like it as much as they do. I do agree with you that it's probably getting more praise than it deserves.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not, despite the rants that we're having, it's not like Shang-Chi, whereas I don't understand it.
Not to that extent, no. I don't hate the film.
No.
It's not a hateful film. It's not all that.
Yeah.
That's what I resent. It's not all that. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not the 9th or 10th best film of the year.
No. Like, it might be mine, but that's because I've seen, 30 films?
Yeah, I've seen 265 as of today.
And it's not in the top 10.
It's not in the top 10.
Right,
no.
Okay. Yeah, you mentioned, the clap? The clap moment? Yeah, the review, reaction moments, obviously the Spider-Man turning up. Them cock-teasing the audience about Miles Morales got a reaction.
Yeah.
I don't know, that felt a bit, when Jamie Foxx was like, oh, you're a kid who helps the poor, you're from Queens, thought you'd be black.
Yeah.
And Garfield's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Genuinely oh no. And he's like, no, I'm sure there's a black Spider-Man out there somewhere. Yeah, and everyone was like, ooh, so excited by that.
Did they make that noise? Did you hear noises like that? Oh, God.
Why? Why is that exciting?
I don't know, because it raises the possibility of Miles Morales also being in the MCU.
Okay.
I don't know how they bring him over from Spider-Verse. Maybe.
But that's the thing.
Yeah.
They don't have to.
What do you mean?
They don't have to bring him from Spider-Verse. They can just do, they haven't done a live-action Miles Morales yet. They can be the first ones.
Yes.
But yeah, we've already got a Miles Morales. We've already got a multiverse-traveling Miles Morales.
I can't talk about this anymore. I actually can't talk about it anymore. I've reached the limits of it.
But no, I feel like there's one or two things, just for the sake of cleanliness, that we need to bring up before we close this review. What was the clap for? Oh, it was when Andrew Garfield caught MJ.
Oh, right, yeah.
That was a weird reaction, because it's they bring up that, Gwen Stacy died because I was inadequate as Spider-Man. And it's obviously, supposed to be sad. And then MJ gets knocked off the thing, Tom Holland isn't able to catch her when she falls off the thing. So Andrew Garfield jumps off the thing and catches her before she falls down onto the floor after falling off the thing. And he catches her, and the whole cinema, which just kind of went, no, like, cheer. No cheering, no sniffles, no, like, oh, I'm glad that happened.
Just like a solemn acknowledgement.
Yeah.
Yes. Redemption.
Why?
That is a weird reaction.
Why that specific reaction? Because, I get it if it's like a cheer or like an emotional, like, yeah.
Yeah.
But this doesn't feel like, yeah.
Brief tangential criticism. I don't know how that redeems him anyway. It doesn't stop Gwen being dead.
Oh, she's still dead.
I know that, fine. Like, oh, that's the action trope, is they fail to save someone, so then they do in the future. Fine. But it's like, it's not a random person. It was the girl he was in love with. If I was in that situation and I saved someone else, I would hate myself even more. And why can't I fucking have done that the first time? This random bitch.
Who the fuck are you?
I couldn't have saved my own.
Yeah.
I don't know how that redeems it. Like, oh yeah, I now can like be at peace with that.
Yeah, my MJ. No, you're my Gwen. Yeah. You're nothing.
Oh, if that would end like, Gwen? And he just like, he goes and saves.
He starts like making out with her.
Yeah, thinks it's Gwen and like takes her back with him.
No.
To his universe. Yeah.
Like a final act twist, they all have to, like even the villains team have to stop Garfield.
Taking MJ. Yeah. Okay, what was the other?
And the other big thing, unfortunately, it's another like multiverse kind of thing. Okay. But hopefully we won't rant about this one as much. The film doesn't do a very good job of like explaining what was the point, like what's happened.
With any of it.
Now that the film has happened, what's happened?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm pretty certain that none of the villains die now.
This is the thing. The plot is, let's do the plot. The plot is, I swear, I promise. Like we are. However long this review lasts for now, this is us bringing it to a close. I promise.
Okay.
The plot is Spider-Man. Yeah, everyone knows that he's Spider-Man.
Yes.
He can't function anymore.
Yes.
So he goes to Strange Stephen and he's like, "Can you make everyone forget?" And then he's like, "All right." And he went, "Oh no, actually, can you make this person remember?" And he's like, oh, "Fine, okay." But he does that too many times, and it fucks up the spell.
Yes.
So rather than everyone forgetting, people who already know that he's Spider-Man are being dragged into the universe. Hence, that's their like contrivance.
Yes.
Not Peter's family
or Kirsten Dunst
or J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah.
Just one villain from each film.
Yeah. Also, he brings, and also the know that their Peter Parker's a Spider-Man, not him.
Yeah, not this Peter Parker.
Yeah, which doesn't make sense anyway.
Yeah.
It's so bad. But anyway, wouldn't you be annoyed if... Does Lizard die in Amazing Spider-Man?
Oh shit, he does, yeah.
He does die, okay.
So they all do.
Yeah, all the villains die. Electro, does he die?
Yeah, they all die.
Yeah, they all die.
Yeah, this becomes a thing.
Wouldn't you be fucking annoyed if you're Andrew Garfield and going, Gwen could have come. She knew I was Spider-Man.
Yeah, why didn't you say...
She could have come out like... How was that never raised? Yeah,
there's a few things.
Because it's not just villains. They say the people that know he's Spider-Man. And it's more than just those 5.
And the 2 other Spider-Men that we know of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's their families, yeah. I'm sure there are random characters in the franchise.
Uncle Ben. Why wasn't Uncle Ben taken from the moment of his death?
It all makes
no shit, he didn't know.
No, he didn't know. No, that he inspired.
Alright, you can have Uncle Ben.
You can have Uncle Ben. He can die.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, no, but the rest of it is just what's convenient for them.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's funny how... I think he's called Hobgoblin, like the second Green Goblin.
In the Raimi trilogy.
Like the Harry Osborn.
New Goblin, he was called.
New Goblin,
yeah.
Okay. It's funny that he's the only villain that shows up in multiple films and he's not represented at all.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's a Harry in both versions.
Yeah.
And he Dane DeHaan and James Franco.
Yeah, but you're not going to bring back James Franco.
No.
And I guess you're not bringing back Dane DeHaan.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So all the villains show up. He wrangles them all, goes wrangling, and wrangles them all up. And then he finds out that all of them die at the hands of Spider-Man, intentionally or otherwise. Well, I suppose unintentionally. I suppose Spider-Man didn't intend to kill anyone.
He doesn't murder people.
No. So he decides, rather than send them back to their own universe, I'm going to keep them in this universe, but I'm going to repair them.
Redeem them, yeah.
So they're all good now.
Yeah.
So he fixes Dr. Octopus's inhibitor chip.
On paper...
That makes him good. On paper, yeah.
Not a bad idea, because, as we pointed out before, like, villains tend to reflect the nature of the hero. So, Batman is insane, right?
Yeah.
Traumatized. So all his villains are mental patients and crazies.
Yeah.
Superman's an alien, so a lot of his enemies are aliens.
Yeah.
Spider-Man is like a scientific mishap. So all of his enemies are scientists that fucked up or went wrong or whatever. So there was something nice on paper about like identifying that trend and going, we can fix all the various... And going into it, because I sort of... We talked about it a bit before I saw it. I thought that'd be cool. And then it didn't really land.
No.
But yeah, carry on. So yeah, he wants to redeem them all by fixing their various issues.
Yeah, he only gets as far as Octopus, and then Goblin kind of... It's revealed that Willem Dafoe has been Green Goblin all along. Yeah. As in, like, the evil Green Goblin. Yes. Personality has been in control all along. He kind of makes all of the villains be villains again. Yeah, that's a bit... Sandman... Well, like, okay, so Alfred Molina...
All Sandman says is, I don't trust anyone.
Yeah.
That's the only line he has in the whole film.
You got, like, Willem Dafoe just devouring scenery. Yeah. That was nice. Yeah. See him do that again. Yeah. It's, like, the problem with a film like this where it's bringing in people from all different universes is that, like, it's not a proper story for the Green Goblin.
No, it's
not. He's just the Green Goblin.
It's not in his best light.
Like he's just doing there's no build up, there's no development, there's no
and you just
rise
think
and fall.
You just think of him in Spider-Man, and it was weird, like when he's in the hoodie in the kitchen with Aunt May, and like I need help. Yeah, I was thinking, no, it's not Gatsby, it's Spider-Man. You know, it's not all that stuff from the original. Yeah, he's fucking berserk. Yeah, and he's up on like that table, like, and he just like jumps on. None of that, really. No. Yeah, it was kind of tame Goblin.
It was sort of tame, but it was still nice to see him giving it a proper go. Yeah. It was Alfred Molina, it's so at ease watching him.
Oh, he's such a relaxing, comfortable screen presence.
Yeah. Yeah. Jamie Foxx he's playing Jamie Foxx.
That's all he does now.
I don't know if he was playing Jamie Foxx in The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
I assume he was.
But he is just Jamie Foxx in this. And that was a bit annoying.
What?
Because it's those three, really.
Yeah, like Lizard, also Sandman and Lizard.
Lizard is pure filler. Yeah, like we don't even see him being captured. He's just already captured. Yeah. In that scene where they're in the flat and he's trying to fix all of the villains, he isn't even there. No. They just keep him in the truck because they don't like. Like, there's nothing for you to do.
I think they even like it's almost like dissing the Garfield films, because I think doesn't Strange just say I found this like piece of shit? Yeah, just in the sewers. Yeah, like, it's so degraded.
Yeah, like in the final fight, there's like a big battle with Sandman. There's a bigger battle with Electro, and then it's like, oh yeah, let's just get Lizard, and they just get Lizard. Yeah, like he's fucking nothing. No, in fact, they incapacitate him while they're fighting Electro. He's like no threat at all. Yeah, he's pure filler, and then Sandman. He just kind of like... Because his whole thing, is that he doesn't trust people. But unfortunately, the way that manifests is he basically just does whatever the plot needs him to do. Yes. He aligns with whoever the dominant party is. Yeah. When Spider-Man needs to be in control, he's helping Spider-Man. When Electro is like, let's all be evil, he's like, yeah, sure. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, like the fact that you've got those, like the three big villains are Electro, Willem Dafoe, and Alfred Molina, it's sort of disappointing that Jamie Foxx just, he doesn't stand up to the other two.
Oh, not at all.
No.
Not at all. Well, he's not as good an actor, anyway, as Dafoe and...
But he was an actor. Fine. He used to be an actor.
We talked about this, didn't we? Like, he was in films in the 90s, in supporting bit roles, and his big break was in 2004. Yeah. Ray and Collateral. Not Oscar nominated for both in the same year, lead and supporting. Won the Oscar for Ray. Ray Charles, very idiosyncratic performance. And then... going against type and playing like a scared normal guy in Collateral. I was like, ooh, this is like a guy to watch. He has range. And he's just played Jamie Foxx ever since.
Pretty much.
The closest to nuance he's come is Django. And like you said, the whole point of that film is so you can get to being Jamie Foxx.
Yeah, he starts out as like a character. Yeah. But his character, the resolution of his character arc is that he becomes Jamie Foxx.
Yeah, Jamie Foxx in just more colourful period clothes. Yeah. Yeah, so that's just a shame.
It is a shame. Yeah. But yeah, so he tries to save all of the villains. And then, spoiler alert, after a final battle where he teams up with the other Spider-Men, he saves all of the villains.
Yeah.
Kind of turns them into human or like dampens their powers or whatever. And then he just sends them home.
Yeah.
Which is the thing that they've been avoiding doing for the whole film.
Yeah, because Strange is like, they've got to die, I don't give a shit. That's just the way it happened. Yeah.
But I don't... Is the implication that now that they've been quote-unquote saved, they're no longer going to be killed by Spider-Man?
It has to be, yeah.
Or have they just sent those villains... Because they make it clear that these villains were plucked from the moments of their death.
Yes.
That's how the villains like realize they all died. It's like, oh, I was in the electrical grid and I was being overcharged and oh shit, I was about to die. So if they just sent all of these villains back to be slaughtered, in which case this whole fucking thing was pointless.
No.
Or if they... do Spider-Man 1, 2, 3, Amazing Spider-Man and Amazing Spider-Man 2 no longer happen the way that we saw them happen?
Yes. I think that's the implication.
It would have been nice if they'd made that clear.
If they clarified that. However, it's another cake and eating it. Because they also understand that there are people like us that would go, you've rewritten... That's artistically bad.
Yeah, you haven't just made these films canon, you've rewritten them.
Yeah, and unwritten them.
And yeah.
Like, they understand that people are like, so by being vague about it, we can also assume, no, they did die.
So does this mean that, like, when Green Goblin is about to be penetrated by his...
Yeah, he's just gone right back to that point.
He suddenly disappears, then reappears moments later.
That's the thing.
And is a good guy now.
Does redeeming them rewrite the context around it as well, so they don't end up at the point where he's going to get impaled by his hoverboard?
No, they do. Everything up until the point that they're about to die happened. Because that's the point that we see them in this film.
Yes, but they've... Okay.
But, so yeah. So when Spider-Man
is... Spider-Man are plucked from the present. So the then
they've
Spider-Man...
already... those villains are already dead to those Spider-Men.
Yeah, but...
So they can't change what happened.
I don't know. It's not worth thinking about.
They can't change what happened because they're not going back in time. They're going back to present day where the villains are already dead.
Yeah, so the then Spider-Man that were fighting Green Goblin, and as far as they're concerned, they're still pieces of shit that, like...
They're worse because they've killed good men.
Yeah, they've killed good men. To be fair, I mean, Green Goblin does just kill himself. Spider-Man just dodges the thing. Octopus also sacrifices himself. Spider-Man doesn't have anything to do with that.
No.
He destroys the machine, doesn't he? And he drowns. I can't remember Sandman. What happens to him?
I don't remember Sandman.
And I don't know. I don't know about the Garfield villains. Yeah, I don't think he ever kills anybody.
Okay.
But yeah, he's beating the shit now out of like, no, I'm good. You trickster goblin.
You don't understand. 20
Yeah.
years from now, you'll be teleported into another universe where I will be redeemed. Shut up.
Yeah, I'm I'm gonna choose to not think about it and not care.
Okay.
If I ever rewatch Raimi, that's what happened.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to think about cinema this way. It's not, and like I'm quite serious about that. Like,
yeah, no, absolutely.
It's frustrating. I don't want to have to watch things like that. I want things to be what they are. Don't rewrite, don't multiverse it, don't alternate reality it. Just let the thing be. So yeah, it's the same. If El Camino had been a piece of shit, if Dexter season New Blood is a piece, it doesn't have to have any bearing on what came before.
Yeah.
The Raimi films, the first two are still really good. And they're canon. They're canon when you watch them to themselves. That's all that matters.
Okay.
They're canon to themselves.
Okay.
They're canon to each other, and that's it. Don't think of them in the context of the MCU.
Okay.
It's not worth it. Not only because it undermines those films and potentially rewrites and unwrites them, but the contradictions and the various problems it throws up, as we've complained about, come to the fore as well.
Yeah.
So it's honestly just not even worth thinking about.
No.
If you need to do the mental work of contextualizing it all, and just assume that Molina and Goblin, all the other stuff, all the stuff from the Garfield and Maguire films that you saw in this MCU film is taking place in yet another universe from the Raimi ones, where it's all exactly the same, except for the fact that in that universe they were pulled into the MCU universe. So there is another Tobey Maguire and another Andrew Garfield. Why not?
Why not? Why the fuck not? Okay.
So that's how I'm gonna think about it.
Okay.
And all of that mental work, all of that can be condensed to it don't matter. They got nothing to do with each other. That's basically the takeaway.
Yeah, it's a good film.
It's a fine, decent film.
It's a good film that does a bad job at justifying itself 100%. And is ultimately pointless.
Yes. But you'll be comfortable watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that it?
That marathon was our review of Spider-Man No Way Home and the context of its existence.
And the people who watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah. George, the Sonic 2 trailer was recently released.
You really want to do this now? Post Spider-Man No Way Home review, you want to dive into this?
I don't want to. I don't want to, but I feel, given your field of expertise, and I'm sure for anyone that does, no one listens, but for anyone that does listen, the reputation we've accrued, we would be remiss not to talk about the Sonic 2 trailer.
Okay.
So go on, hit me with your critical stick.
On the 29th of February 2020...
Here we go.
We released Funfiltered episode 14 part 2. It's a bit pathetic, really, isn't it?
Not really. Like, it's a bit pathetic, innit?
Oh, it's a bit pathetic, innit?
Get it right.
My apologies.
You edited, there's no excuse.
That was our review of the Sonic the Hedgehog movie.
Our review, was it?
It was. You thought Spider-Man No Way Home was bad. That was a 2-hour-long review that we chopped off from the rest of the episode.
Yeah.
And released as its own separate thing.
Yeah.
In it, I said many things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said many things. You said things as well, I think, you and Eddie.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we technically reviewed the film, but our review was, it's rubbish, but, you know, in the realm of cinema, it's mediocre. It's not, like, insultingly bad. It's just, Whereas you were actively offended by it. Yeah.
Okay. So, I said a lot of things during that review. I think the thrust... Obviously, it hadn't been long since I'd seen it, so I was still a bit, you know... I let it get to me a bit, I think. And also, like, I won't deny that I have some... Like, obviously, I have emotional attachment to the franchise. Like, I've been with the franchise for most of my life. It's something that I'm very familiar with. Something that I enjoy and don't enjoy in equal parts. Yes. Like, I ride the waves.
You're a Sonic fanboy.
You want to use that word? You want to start that debate again?
Would you say you're a Sonic fanboy?
I'm a bit... Sonic is the thing of which I am a biggest fan.
And you get offended, like deeply offended, when it's not good.
Deeply offended... Just for the sake of brevity, sure.
I mean, I suppose the hardcorest of hardcore fanboys would think that none of it is bad, by definition. Sonic equals good.
Therefore. I don't know. Like, it can go either way. It could be a case of, like, oh, he's never meeting my expectations.
I love it so much, I hate it.
No, he's just never meeting my expectations.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's so infuriating.
Yeah. I love it so much that when it's bad, I fucking hate it.
Yeah. No, I don't... I know that I'm not as knowledgeable or as indulgent as other people out there.
Yes.
Don't do the whole, like, fan art thing.
No. You sure?
I don't read the comics. Like, I have a limit. Like, I'm not...
You did edit trailers for...
Oh, yeah, no, that was my gateway into editing. I took cutscenes from the games and I took, like, audio from trailers, because that was a big thing at the time on YouTube. You take, like, the 300... Everyone did a version of the 300 trailer.
Yeah.
With, like, Sonic or, you know, whatever your favourite franchise was. You put that footage over the top.
Right.
Because, I was, like, very familiar with the game, so I was like, okay, this is...
Yeah.
I know what would work here, so I'll do that. Yeah, no, so obviously I've got an investment in the franchise. And, like, a Sonic film, I wanted to be the guy to do that, you know? No, why are you laughing?
That is funny.
Why?
Because it is funny.
Why?
Because it's one thing to kind of like, oh, one day I'd love to make a James Bond film. But it's all kind of it's beyond blue sky thinking. It's golden sky thinking. But
golden sky.
to sit there so sincerely and go, I wanted to be the guy to do it.
Yeah.
As though, like, you were in the running.
No. No, I know. I had a long way to go before I would even get in the running. Because a pun as well.
Because he runs.
Because he's fast, yeah. No, it's just like... I like the franchise, and I like to think I know what a good film is.
Right.
So I think that, and it was, for a while, it didn't seem like video game movies in particular, it didn't seem like they were really taking off.
No.
So I thought it was like a genuine, I can...
You'll be the guy to fix that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now everybody seems...
A little bit of hubris.
No, I won't deny that it's like yeah, it's a bit like, there's a part of me that's like, I'm disappointed that I wasn't the guy to make, I suppose I can still be the guy that makes the first good one.
Sure. Yes. Unless the second one is any good.
Yeah, well, people seem to like that first one.
They don't.
No, they do, though.
Who are the people that like it?
People on the internet.
What people on the internet? Sonic fans don't like it, do they?
Some of them do. I think a lot of them do.
Okay. Well, critics didn't really like it.
Critics didn't think anything of it. I think that, for me, that Mark Kermode review kind of embodies what I think a lot of people probably think of the film.
Remind me.
It's a 6-minute review. The first 4 minutes, they're just talking. They're just talking about something. Why are you laughing?
I just felt the ire. The subtext of that was, it demands a 2.5-hour review.
No. No, the point I'm making...
It was a 6-minute review, okay? As though that could possibly cover...
possibly even begin to start to cover it. No. My point was going to be that it was like a 6-minute review that they did. The first 4 minutes, it's spilled over from the last review.
Right.
They're like, they've done a review or something, and they're like, oh, by the way, what's that thing? And they spend 4 minutes just talking about the thing.
Okay, right.
And then in the last 2 minutes, he goes, yeah, so Sonic, it's fine. It's whatever.
Yeah, he didn't like it, though, did he?
No, he didn't think anything of it.
Yeah.
I think his his opinion was basically, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
But whatever,
Yeah.
And for me, that kind of I feel like that represents what critics generally thought of it.
Basically.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's not a disaster anyway.
Yeah, well, as a film, ignoring everything around it, just reviewing it as a film, it's mediocre.
Yeah, it's so just...
bland.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not offensively bad, but it's no good.
No.
It's just there.
It's got nothing to call its own, really.
No.
And the stuff that it does, that it tries to call its own, setting up this relationship, this friendship between James Marsden and Sonic. He's Sonic's first best friend. He kind of shows Sonic what it's like to have a friend, and
yes,
he gets to do all these things he never got to do because Sonic never had friends before. All of the stuff that the film does try to sort of set up and be like, oh, this is what we're bringing to Sonic.
Yeah.
It seems like in the sequel, based on what we've seen in the trailer, it's having to shunt all of that aside.
Well, let's not review the film before we've seen the film.
No, I'm going purely
I know that. But obviously we're inferring a lot.
Yeah. And I think that's fair coming from a trailer, because a trailer is supposed to tease and tantalize and imply oh, this might be what happens.
Sure.
Go see the film and you'll find out.
Well, okay, what concrete... Because, let's remove inference for a second.
Okay.
And let's just focus on what we concretely know from the trailer.
Okay.
So we know that Knuckles is in it.
Yes. They're bringing in Tails, which we knew from the first one, in fairness, if you stuck around till the end.
Yeah.
They're bringing Tails into it. They're bringing Knuckles into it.
Yeah.
Eggman has returned.
Yes.
Robotnik, I should say, has returned. He's called Robotnik in this.
Yeah.
They're introducing the Chaos Emeralds.
Okay.
Which are a major MacGuffin in the games.
Okay.
And they've kind of got the Tornado, which is the plane that Tails flies around in. That's Sonic's signature plane.
Right.
I think that's probably... Oh, and I get the impression... I know we're sort of diving back into the realm of inference.
No, I mean, it's a trailer, so there's, it's principally inference.
Yeah, I get
But I wanted us to deal with the concrete stuff first.
Yeah, I suppose that's the concrete stuff. The core... If you want to stop at Knuckles, the core Sonic cast...
Yeah.
And a lot of the signature iconography is now being represented in the film.
And we know what kind of voice Idris Elba is doing for
Yes,
Knuckles.
we know what kind of voice,
Yeah. And it's kind of... My memory of it is it's vaguely Rasta. I could be wrong.
See, that's weird, because I didn't get that vibe.
What's his line in the trailer?
Do I look like I need your power?
Do I look like I need your power? It's kind of like that.
Is that just not Idris Elba?
No.
No.
Idris Elba's like Brixton, isn't it?
Yeah, no, but the kind of the voice that he does in things.
It had a lilt to it. It did have a slight...
Because
he's going exotic.
Yeah,
because
in Star Trek Beyond, he's not Brixton in that. he's kind of like doing. I know he's doing like a raspy voice.
I can't even remember what voice he does in that.
Just I think it's got that kind of like he's doing something to his voice.
Right. Okay. It's foreign. Again. Yeah. It's like alien foreign.
I guess. But I mean, Knuckles was, even though in the games it's just an American voice. If you go back to the original instruction manual, it does specify that he's like Rasta, that he's like Jamaican.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Oh, right, that's definitely what he's doing then.
Okay.
Because I didn't know that.
That's not something they carried forward in the games.
No.
It's just in that one instruction manual.
But has he mainly been voiced by white voice actors?
Oh, always, yeah.
Right, okay. So they're taking him back to his, no pun intended, roots.
Sure. But like there's a lot of...
they've cast a black actor. Knuckles is black.
No, absolutely. Yeah. Like, there's a lot about, if you want to...
Dreadlocks?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
right. Yeah. They've made him Jamaican.
Yeah, he's got dreadlocks. The colour scheme, like his shoes are like yellow and green, and that's supposed to be like a nod to like Jamaica. If you want to push it even further, like when he was playable in the early 3D games, all of his music was like...
Cool Runnings music.
No. Well, what they used to do is they used to... in Sonic Adventure 2 in particular, every character had their own distinct musical style.
Oh, and his was like reggae.
His was rap. So it's not quite Jamaican. No. But it's
black.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Does he at any point in the franchise ride a toboggan?
He does not.
Oh, that's a shame.
Unless you count the Olympic spin-offs.
In which he rides a toboggan.
Well, there's a toboggan in the Olympics, isn't there?
Oh, right, so you can just play all the characters doing the various Winter Olympics, though.
Yeah.
Right, it's a Winter Olympics game.
They do both.
They do both versions. Okay. Well, yeah, look, I didn't know that Knuckles was meant to be Rasta. Was originally Rasta.
Yeah, I don't think he's meant to be.
I didn't know that, so, like, it was a bit of it sounds Rasta, but now that you've confirmed that he was originally designed that way, it almost certainly is.
Okay.
Yeah, he's doing a Rasta, kind of vaguely Jamaican, do I look like I need your power, man? You know.
Yeah, that's not quite the way he delivers it in the trailer.
No, it was that with a bit more, with Idris Elba grit.
Yeah.
Like, but it's that kind of accent.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just because I've seen no one else seems to have picked up on this.
Well, that's the thing. Otherwise, I would have gone, I just missed, like, that was a complete... I watched the trailer once.
Yeah.
Like, that was a mishearing. But, like, that is... It might be confirmation bias, but that seems to clarify that's what he's doing.
It does seem like a weird detail to sort of...
Yeah.
To pick up on.
I know he wasn't just doing his own voice. That much I know.
Yeah.
He's doing an accent.
Yeah. No, I haven't seen anything about like the Rasta sounding voice. Although there was this whole like thing. I don't know if it's a meme or whether it's news. It's hard to tell anymore.
Sure.
Not long after he was cast, I don't know whether it was him or whether it was just people on the internet. It might have been him, where he said like, "I don't intend to make Knuckles sound sexy."
Right.
And it just sort of came out of nowhere. So everyone was like, "Okay."
Has he typically sounded sexy?
No. He's kind of got that because he's like the hothead of the group.
Yeah.
So he's got that kind of like gritty, vaguely like, you know.
Can you
not aggressive, but like he can get aggressive.
Can you try and recreate what does Sonic typically like? Yeah, man, like that sort of thing. Is it?
Ben Schwartz doesn't do a bad like interpretation of Sonic.
Right. Okay. He's like a kind of teenage boy sort of.
Yeah. Like they kind of toned down he was a bit more because he was obviously conceived in the 90s. Attitude was big in the 90s.
Skateboarder vibe.
Yeah, it was that kind of vibe and energy that he had.
Okay, Tails, I assume, is like a kid.
Yeah, well, we'll get to it, but like they've literally just used Tails.
Yes.
It's the same voice actor.
But Knuckles
in the games.
Is like what? What's his... Try and replicate that.
I wouldn't know how to replicate it. There's like a couple of different versions. Like in the early games... they've basically taken like the basic premise of Sonic 3 from this, because that's the game that he was introduced, and he is constantly sort of coming into conflict with Sonic.
Right.
And you find out at the end that Robotnik has tricked him.
Which will happen in this.
Which will obviously happen. Oh, the film's going to end with the three of them being friends.
Absolutely.
I have a theory, I think I said to you before. I guess we'll say it now, because...
Okay.
Just so I'm laying my chips forward.
Yeah, okay.
There's a character as well in the games that like has not been introduced yet in the films, but though I suspect will be introduced in this film, called Metal Sonic.
Right.
And he is a robot replica of Sonic.
Yeah.
Obviously built by Eggman to like match Sonic's speed and abilities and everything. The one kind of character quirk is that Metal Sonic seems to genuinely believe he's the real Sonic.
Right.
That's kind of his motivating thing, is that like, no, I'm the real version.
She's erasing the
faker, as far as he sees
the poser.
Yeah, but like his ability is that he's able to mimic basically anyone he comes into contact with.
Anyone.
Yeah, like initially it was just Sonic, but as the games have gone on, he seems to be able to copy.
He's a bit of a Peter Petrelli.
He can sort of like mimic other people's abilities within reason, obviously. So I suspect, because at the end when Robotnik's on the Mushroom Planet, at the end of the last film, you see him with like one of Sonic's quills.
Yes.
And that hasn't been brought up yet.
Okay. Yeah, so that will be like the amber of Jurassic Park. Like it'll be the thing upon which he,
Which I don't know for certain, because now the Chaos Emeralds are being brought into it. It's like, okay, that's like an ultimate energy source, which Sonic was supposed to be in the first one, so it's kind of like they're setting up a thing that is just unequal to the thing from the first film. But my theory is the quill is going to become an energy source for Metal Sonic, but it's also going to be like, he reads the DNA of the quill, so he's able to copy Sonic. And Sonic will not be able to defeat him on his own, so he, Tails, and Knuckles have to team up.
Yeah.
It's like, we can't, like, individually, we can't stop him.
Apes together strong.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be the climax.
Look, yes, Knuckles will be the villain, and then until the third act.
Yeah, and then Metal Sonic will be revealed. He will realise that Robotnik tricked him.
Yeah, and they'll team up to
They'll team up. Yeah. That's my theory, yeah.
Well, look, fuck inference shunning.
Okay. Now, yeah, we haven't done that.
No. we can reasonably infer it's not going to be a good film.
No, it really is just like more of the same, isn't it?
Really is. Well, look, the first one made a lot of money.
But that's what's bizarre about it. The first one was, I think, the 6th highest grossing film of 2020.
I think when it came out, it was the highest grossing film of 2020.
It came out as the highest grossing film of 2020. COVID hit, so it probably didn't fall as far down the rankings as it might have done in a quote-unquote normal year.
Yeah.
But it was the highest rated like we brought it up on the podcast. People were like, it was the highest rated superhero film in 2020. What does this mean for Marvel? Because it's the first Marvel film to not be the highest grossing film of the year.
You're stretching to define it as a superhero movie, aren't you?
You're stretching, and also there wasn't a Marvel film in 2020.
No, exactly, yeah.
So that's why, you know?
It doesn't mean anything for Marvel. No. Look at the box office receipts for Spider-Man.
It's like the biggest thing ever, right?
Yeah, it's going to be one of the highest grossing films of all time.
Well, they said before it came out that it had the most pre-sales of any film ever.
Oh, right, okay. Well, there you go.
So it's going to be... It might... I don't know, at this point it might topple Endgame, even.
You think?
Okay, maybe not topple it, because Endgame came out in a non-COVID world.
Well, also Endgame, people went to see it multiple times. I think No Way Home...
And you think they're not going to do that with No Way Home?
No. I think No Way Home will make a lot of money. I mean, I guess me putting my chips forward, I don't see it really being a competitor for Endgame, because as much as people love Spider-Man, and it's got Andrew Garfield and it's got Tobey Maguire, I think that it doesn't have portals.
It does, though.
No, yeah, but it doesn't have the portals moment.
I see.
And that's why people went to see Endgame again.
Oh, I don't know. Like, even if not the biggest Spider-Man fan in the world, just like that moment where they're swinging around the Statue of Liberty, and then they like pass over the moon, and it's the three of them. That's the portal shot.
But it's not comparable to the portals moment, is it? I mean, the portals moment is going to go down in history as erroneously one of the great moments of cinema. It's not. Like, I'm happy to admit it does get me. I don't even care about the franchise, but it's the music, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's a big moment, and everyone's in it. Everyone.
Yeah.
So yeah, it doesn't really. I mean, yeah, that's. I guess it could be an iconic shot, the three of them around the Statue of Liberty, but nothing is going to compare to On Your Left. Avengers Assemble. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
That's why people went to see that multiple times. I don't think they really wanted to sit through that fucking first act is like really great, you know? I think it's the best act of the film.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
But I don't think people who loved it, they went for that moment again, didn't they? They wanted to see that moment again and again and again. When Titanic came out, I guess the special effects for the time were revolutionary. People wanted to see, they didn't want to see the love story. They wanted to see the ship sinking again and again. So Spider-Man will do very, very, very well, but I don't think he'll topple Endgame.
So have you just implied that like the portal scene from Endgame is a sinking ship?
Yes.
Okay.
Marvel's a sinking ship. No, if only it was.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's
constantly.
It's a ship that can't sink. It's worse.
Let's try and stay out of this territory again.
No, I was going to say
slipping back into it.
It's what Titanic was meant to be. The unsinkable ship. Like that was the whole thing of Titanic. It's the ship that won't sink. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
That's what Marvel is. It's the unsinkable ship. But let's proceed.
Okay.
Back to Sonic.
Yes.
Can you proceed back to something? Anyway, let's recede and proceed to Sonic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Made a lot of money, 6th highest grossing film of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And the sequel, which one would presume you would invest in, knowing it's going to be a success, looks just as cheap as the first.
Well, I guess if the first one did it, then why bother? You know? Just do more of the same.
This is one of the things that I sort of have problem with, is that the film... Just this kind of lack of respect from the films. Not just to the but just, that kind of like, well, the first one did fine, so let's just not really fix the first one.
Yeah. Well, but that's been true of studios time immemorial.
No, it is. It is. And I'm not saying this is specifically...
No. They don't have a particular disdain for Sonic.
No. They just, but they don't think anything of him.
No.
Which is why I found it so weird that I read on the wiki article, I don't know if it's still there, I don't know, but like one of the things that was praised about, like, the respect it has for the fans and the franchise, like it's a crowd pleaser. Like, it's not. They don't. They really don't care.
But it's marketable. Like, if you're a studio executive, that's really all you should care. Not all you should. It's the only motivating thing to care about. Will it make money? Because it's all for like artistic integrity and everything, but like you lose your job if the film flops.
Yeah.
And so all you really care about is the box office, the opening weekend and all that. And like I was reading about the Transformers franchise yesterday, and there's a new one coming out in a couple of years.
There's been a new one coming out for since Bumblebee.
Yeah, this one is locked in. Okay. 2023. It's called Rise of the Beasts.
Oh, yeah, something like that.
And I mean, they're going ethnic with it, but that's a separate point. Like I read there that the CEO of what company make Transformers?
Hasbro.
But like the studio.
Oh, I don't know. Is it Paramount?
Paramount maybe. Who, like the CEO of whatever company it is, said, and we're going to do stuff with this film that you haven't seen before. Like, don't talk in those terms. You don't care.
Yeah.
You know what those films are. They're schlock and they're crap. And they're going to get panned by the critics, but they're going to make a lot of money. But they have to talk in those terms because they can't sound cynical.
They can't sound cynical.
It's like the Fast and the Furious films. They're all about family.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
No.
They're not about family.
That's the thing. It's so annoying, isn't it? That kind of speak. The way the studios speak to you.
Well, it's because it's so transparent as well.
Like this whole, like with The Lion King, right? The Lion King remake. It is a remake, you know.
Yeah. Yes, a remake, yeah.
2019 remake.
Yeah.
They were saying that, like, it's so revolutionary. We need to invent a new term to describe what this film is because it's not live action, but it's too realistic to be animation.
Like The Jungle Book.
Yeah. No, it's animation.
Yeah, it's animation.
It's really realistic animation.
Yeah. It's like photorealistic.
It's photorealistic animation, but it is animation.
Yeah.
Don't pretend.
Don't bullshit us.
Don't pretend that you've invented like a new thing.
Yeah.
And then like speak to us as though it's like we don't know what things are.
Also, like, don't try and back justify artistically. Because the fact is, Disney are just live actioning all the Disney films.
Yeah.
That's just obviously a few did well, so that's what they're doing now. But every time they do a new one, they have to artistically justify it.
Yeah.
Saying, Tim Burton had a vision for Dumbo. He didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't. The films make money.
Yeah.
And that's fine. We need films that just make money. That's okay. It'd be nice if they were good.
Yeah.
But we do need films that make a lot. And unfortunately, there are rare films that are very good and make a lot of money. I'm looking at The Dark Knight, Inception. But most people have shit taste. So they go and watch shit films.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. It's an accident if it happens to be good. Like Endgame is a good film. It's not a brilliant film.
No. I like it.
Yeah, I like it. It's decent. But that's an accident. It would have made as much money if it was rubbish. It's not because it was good that it made that much money. So, yeah, I hate this kind of pettifogging about, it's not money. That's the last thing on our minds. You're a studio executive. It's okay. I want the director to be artistically motivated. I want the writer to be artistically motivated. I don't care if the money people are artistically motivated. You know what I mean? But yeah, anyway, crack on.
Yeah. These are not problems that are exclusive to Sonic. I think it's just because it's Sonic, they've kind of amplified for me. Like,
well, of course, it's personal for you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these are problems that have, like, when, I think one of the first pieces of news we heard about the first one, it was like a producer boardroom meeting where they were just talking about, like, their upcoming projects for the, like, next couple of years.
Yeah.
And they brought up Sonic, and they're like, oh, yeah, we got this IP called Sonic. Yeah, he's like a cute little blue guy. He'd probably, like, you know, do, like, an E.T. style film, and it would probably, you know, it would probably work out.
Yeah.
It's like, you haven't described Sonic at all. And if you if you want to do like a Sonic and a human companion film, I think I brought up in the original review, this has been done like 2 or 3 times, and they're all like some of the worst things that Sonic ever did.
Right.
So if there is a version of a story where Sonic and a human companion can like coexist and it like works in the narrative, you're not the people to find it.
I think I've died inside a bit.
Okay.
Because Power Rangers, let's take that as an example.
Yeah.
I am no longer a fan of Power Rangers. You're still a Sonic fan, obviously. I'm not an ongoing fan of Power Rangers because I'm too old for it.
Subtle dig there.
No, it wasn't.
Didn't get past me.
It genuinely wasn't meant to be. But you can't be an adult, really, and genuinely enjoy Power Rangers, can you? You can with Sonic. There's still video games.
Yeah,
like you can't with Power
aspects
Rangers.
of it, yeah.
Yeah, aspects of it. But I do have a nostalgia for it. So I'm exactly the type of person that would get offended if they fucked the film up.
You still haven't seen the 2017 film, right?
I think I have now.
Oh, you have?
I actually can't remember if I've seen it.
Okay.
But I think I have.
Right.
And I knew going in that it was rubbish. But I'm not like, I just don't take anything like that person. I just don't have that connection to anything. And I'm not saying that's because... I think it's a mix of like having watched a lot and being a fan of a lot. That it all kind of dilutes. There are obviously things I like more than others. But when you see so many films and so many shows, it's hard to like maintain a passion for this one thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, or Lost or something. Lost might be the thing, thinking about it.
Right.
Lost might be the one.
What, if they brought that back?
If they brought back and it was rubbish, I would take it as a personal insult.
Okay.
Maybe. But at the same time, we've talked loads of times about separating.
We have, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Lost, because that's the one that's held out for so long.
That hasn't been remade. Yes, but for me, it's the one that I did grow up with that show.
Because everyone involved in Lost, it's different with Back to the Future, right?
Yeah.
So long as the original guy who did Back to the Future is alive, there will be no more Back to the Futures.
Right.
As soon as he's dead and buried, they'll be, like, turfing it up for...
Oh, yeah.
But... Yeah, like, he's made it clear that, like, no, it's that trilogy, that's
Has
it.
he?
Yeah.
Robert Zemeckis?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, he's like, we don't need any more. I'm not making any more. I'm not interested in a Back to the Future 4.
Yeah.
Don't want it.
We didn't need to be fair.
No, we didn't. No. But at least he's drawn the line somewhere.
Yes.
Whereas with Lost, like, the network have said they want to do it. Damon Lindelof hasn't said... Like, he said he doesn't want to do it, but he gives his blessing to whoever wants to do it next.
I think he understands it's inevitable.
Yeah.
And it is inevitable.
But it's just weird that, like, it hasn't happened yet.
Over 10 years.
Yeah.
Over 10 years. Like, everything it didn't wait that long for Prison Break.
Yeah, everything else around that time, like,
they brought back.
That was worth bringing back.
Yeah.
It's been brought back, or it's in the process of being brought back.
House, that hasn't come back. And that could come back.
It could.
That might. I don't know. Dexter, that's back. Like,
yeah.
Like, anything where it could remotely... Like, I'm thinking of The Shield. I mean, that wasn't, like, a major TV hit.
No.
And that's over.
They ended it, yeah.
But you could bring it back. He's not dead. You know, you could bring it back.
That's all you need nowadays, isn't it?
That's all you need. Dexter wasn't dead.
Yeah.
They brought that back.
Yeah.
Like, there's a way of doing it, but they won't with The Shield. It just wasn't a big enough hit. But yeah, Lost will come back. It's just a matter of... I guess maybe that's... If anyone was to do it, I'd want to be the one to do it.
Yeah.
But it's a contradiction, because I don't think it should be done. I wouldn't trust anybody in the world. Other than Damon Lindelof, I wouldn't trust anybody in the world. I wouldn't trust him to do it now, because he infused it with his bullshit.
Wasn't he the one that... Didn't he say that, like, the reason he did Watchmen is because he was worried someone else would do it?
Yeah, like, he was asked... I think when he wrote his big... I'm doing Watchmen post.
Yeah.
I think he said it's like a Jewish thing. If you're asked 3 times, you accept on the 3rd.
Yeah.
Or you asked to be Jewish 3 times, I think, or something like that. And he was asked a couple of times to do Watchmen. He said no. And then he was asked a 3rd time, and he said, well, let me think about it. And then I guess he was reading the Ta-Nehisi Coates stuff at that time. He thought, there's an angle there. But yeah, part of the motivation was, if I don't do it, somebody else will. And they might really fuck it up.
Yeah.
And he didn't fuck it up. Like, Watchmen is good. It's a bit annoying, but it's good. And I like, Damon Lindelof is basically my favourite TV writer.
Okay.
But he's also a bit full of shit now. And I'm just worried that if he did Lost, it would be tedious.
Yeah.
Because that was multiracial. And it didn't matter.
No.
Never a big deal. It made sense. It was organic. It's an international flight. All these different people on it. Makes total sense. The fact that Saeed's Iraqi, there's some stuff with Sawyer, but that's it.
Yeah.
It's just fine. And there's no way that he would do that now. I'm not sure you could just do that now, but there's no way he would do that now. Make it so casual.
Yeah. That's
a complete tangent.
No, it is.
But yeah, I don't have really that relationship with anything where I take it that personally. I said if El Camino had sucked, I would have lived with it. Like, it's fine.
Yeah. Well, you're living with the fact that The Many Saints of Newark wasn't all that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I genuinely won't think about it.
No.
I think that's a good skill to cultivate.
Okay.
Because in this era now where everything's being remade, sequels to things that, okay, I guess we needed a Sopranos prequel.
I guess we needed a Candyman too.
Right, yeah. Yeah, what?
I don't know. I think that spun off from me saying that if there is a Sonic and human story that can work, these aren't the guys to do it.
Right, okay.
As evidenced by the fact that now that we're putting now that we're not doing inference,
yeah.
Now that we're putting that aside, as evidenced by the fact that it appears as though the human characters are not going to be in the film, really.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be prologue and coda, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're going to
teaser and coda.
Yeah. It's probably fairly chronological, the trailer, for like some of it.
Yeah.
Like, you've got that cold open where he's, saving the bank heist in the city or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Tom, is that his name?
I think that's his name.
Yeah, Tom is like, Sonic, you gotta behave yourself.
Yeah.
I'm going to go on holiday with my wife now.
Yes.
We'll be gone for the whole film. Don't do anything until I get back.
What happened to the house?
Yeah, it's going to come back to like a wrecked house.
Yeah.
Like, what did we tell you, Sonic?
Oh, Sonic.
Yeah.
That's all, folks.
Yeah. But yeah, so all of like this stuff that the first film was focused on, they're just going to have to put that, because it's not compatible with the source material, or they haven't found a way to make it compatible with the source material.
Your complaint about the first one, and a general complaint of yours, is that why do we need humans in these films? And I agree, but not my contention. The reason they do it is obviously because they reason that, you're not going to easily identify with a blue hedgehog, so we need a human character. And I'm not saying it's accurate, but that's why they do that shit.
Probably, yeah.
And
because they don't trust you as an audience member.
They don't trust the filmmakers to make them relatable. I mean, look at WALL-E. Like, you don't. That's proved.
Yeah.
You make a good. You don't need. I can relate to a robot.
Yeah.
Like, and it was proven way before that, obviously. But I think I've heard that complaint more generally applied since hearing it from you about, for instance, the Transformers series. Like, can we just get a Transformers film where it's Transformers fighting other Transformers?
Bumblebee was an example that I gave.
Yeah.
Of like, why do we need Haley Steinfeld to like Bumblebee? I like Bumblebee. I don't need to see someone like Bumblebee to like him.
But also the entire franchise. It's Witwicky, then it's Wahlberg. You know, they've always done that. And I think at the end of one film, it's Optimus, maybe it's the last one, flying off into space, vowing to avenge something or other.
Yeah.
And I was watching something and they said, does this imply that we might actually get a fully Transformers film? Like on Cybertron or something?
It just didn't happen.
It just didn't happen. But yeah, so now that I'm seeing that being more broadly applied, do you think then this sequel is a response to that complaint? Which is, okay, yeah, we'll fuck off the human characters.
I don't know if it's necessarily a response to a complaint. I think it's just them... Because when you're adapting a franchise, it's probably like good practice to do what they did with the first one, in the sense that you start off small. You start off with as little as you could possibly get away with.
I would say that's conventional logic, yeah. Like, we don't want to like load the audience with all this information or dance. So yeah, we'll just have Sonic and Robotnik.
Yeah.
And
especially if you're like making shit, like if you're doing kind of what they did, where it's like, right, so it's not... It's basically like what it is, but we're putting it on Earth.
But it's the kind of thing that you do when you're 10 and you write. So like when I wanted to write novels, you'd kind of loosely plan out the series, the YA series. And you go, right, this happens in this one, this happens in the second one, the third one, and the last one, it's the big fight. You just kind of like, well, hang on, that's a whole fucking book, that's a whole film. Like, it can't just be the big fight. What else is it? And I think it's sort of, it's almost film school logic to go, the first one will ease you in. It's like, you do realise that's a whole film. You don't need a whole film to settle me into...
Yeah.
All of the characters can be in the first film. It's fine.
Yeah, I should have specified, like, if you're going to do an adaptation in this way... in the way that they've chosen to do it.
You start... Oh, no, I wasn't criticising you.
No. I don't think I made it clear. Because, I would argue the opposite. I would say, like, no, if you're going to adapt the fucking thing you're adapting.
Yeah, put them all in the first one.
Yeah. You can find creative people who can make this work.
Yeah, and you don't have to blow your load by introducing all of them. But you can have Knuckles, Tails, and Sonic, and Eggman. You can have them all in the first one.
Why do you... Yeah, exactly.
It's not a lot to get on board with, is it? I mean, look at Lord of the Rings. Like, it's just, you don't need to be eased into Sonic. But it's not Dune.
No, and that's the thing. Because, like, the Echidna tribe that Knuckles is from briefly appear in the first film.
Yeah.
They're the creatures that, like, Sonic is running away from.
Like spears.
With the spears and everything. So that... part of the mythology is hinted at already.
Yeah.
That could have been a way to introduce Knuckles.
Right.
Like, he's the entity that's hunting Sonic across dimensions.
Yeah.
And Tails and Tom from the first film basically serve the same function anyway.
Yeah.
Tails is Sonic's best friend. The difference is that, like, in the games, he's, like, basically like a surrogate younger brother to Sonic. He's smarter than him, but he's not as confident. So he's like a sidekick to a T. And he doesn't think that he's a capable hero outside of Sonic. But then he's put in situations without Sonic where he proves to himself and to others that he is a hero. That's his like character development. And he's like the best friend. He fills the best friend role. Well, but Tom is doing that, but without the character development
stuff. That's the thing. Like, other than the puerile instinct of just like, no, we're just gonna... It's too much. So we're just gonna have Sonic and humans.
Yeah.
Other than that, the only reason I can think that they didn't introduce them all in the first film is just to blue ball themselves into a franchise. To blue ball the audience into a franchise.
Yeah.
You stretch out when you introduce characters so that people will come back to see the sequels. You don't have them all in the first film. So that way people go, well, where the fuck is Tails and Knuckles? And then they drop Tails in at the end.
Yeah.
They go, oh, he'll be in the next one. And they'll just keep doing that.
Which is something that I complain about. It's like, what, do we get one character every film?
That's
like,
it.
Do I have to wait for 6 films before like all the main ones are here?
I mean, that's a very easy, cynical, but easy way to instantly create a franchise. You go, right, okay, so I need to adapt Sonic. Okay, so how do I introduce Tails? No, you don't. You leave them.
Yeah.
And you drop them in one by one. Because otherwise, you're just going to have to be inventive every film.
Can we at least have Robotnik in it? You can, but he looks nothing like Robotnik.
Looks nothing like Robotnik, and we're just going to cast Jim Carrey. And he's just going to do Jim Carrey.
I realised this like not too long ago, and I'm so gutted I didn't realise it earlier. We missed the opportunity for a genuinely great live-action Eggman with Robin Williams.
I don't know that much about Eggman, to be fair, so I don't know whether that's perfect casting or not.
I think it is.
Okay.
Just like the physicality of Robin Williams.
Okay.
Because Eggman is like, in part, obviously not ideologically speaking, but like in part he's based on Theodore Roosevelt, which Robin Williams has played.
Yeah, in Night at the Museum.
In Night at the Museum. But yeah, he's a very physical actor. He's obviously like, he would match him in terms of like his appearance. And I think he just like... The fact that he's such a larger-than-life character performer, like Jim Carrey, because he is basically just like...
That's the thing.
A different type of whatever Jim Carrey is.
Physicality aside, if you can't get Robin Williams, you get Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
That's the thing, isn't it? So, yeah, it's strange. But yeah, they're both very... I think they'd be on the same list. You know, Hollywood has lists of like... If we can't get... I don't know... who would it be now? If we can't get Chris Pratt... We'll get Chris Hemsworth. Yeah. And, you know, it's those lists. I think they genuinely exist, like those lists.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, if you can't get Robin Williams, we'll get Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
And they couldn't get
Robin Williams, so they got Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
Yes, that was kind of, like, gutting. It was like,
Here's a question. Who do you get if you can't get Jim Carrey? who's third on that list.
Oh, Jesus. Is there anyone else?
Not really.
Can you think of anyone who's even close to the living cartoon that is Jim Carrey?
Not off the top of my head. There must be one, though.
I don't know if there is.
Just like that insane mania, just does voices all the time. And no, maybe not. Maybe it's just those two.
Like, there are physical comedians and physical actors to a degree, but nothing with the insanity. Like, Bill Burr is a very physical presence.
Oh, yeah, but he's not like that.
And he does voices. Like, he always does that, like, white person voice.
Yeah.
Like, the women voice. But, yeah, it's no...
Pesto? Does it have pesto?
Yeah. That voice.
Yeah, no,
But it's not Jim Carrey.
No. Like, Bill Burr, I mean, they're like that in life, is the thing.
Oh, actually, a Bill Burr Eggman.
Well, I was thinking of Louis C.K. Eggman.
Oh, right. That's not that either.
But Bill Burr, yeah, like in interviews, he's Bill Burr. He's a Boston guy.
Yeah.
He's not like, if you watch that Jim Carrey interview on Jonathan Ross, where he's just improvising with the set and stuff.
Yeah.
That's what him and Robin Williams did all the time, you know. Yeah, there aren't many like that.
No.
I mean, there's a reason that Robin Williams killed himself and Jim Carrey is now into like transcendentalism and
yeah, it takes
all that
a toll, shit. I imagine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What's the famous thing that he said? I've been performing as Jim Carrey.
Oh, it's been an honor to play the role of Jim Carrey.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, okay.
It must make you a bit mental. It must.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, where's the line? Where do you stop?
Well, a degree of mentalness compels you into that in the first place. So.
Yeah. Like, where does Jim Carrey end and Jim Carrey begins?
Sure.
That's the stuff you end up... but that might be where they end up.
Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly.
It's like where I'm me, but where do I end and me begin? I don't know.
I was thinking that earlier. Like, if you're an actor, I think you need to have a healthy psychology. I'm not sure a lot do. It kind of makes a lot of sense because in more mundane situations that require... This is going to sound so seedy. Role play. I have thought, like, I just like to be Sam again. And that's like after 20 minutes. Yeah. And so there must be a part of you that's just like, I can't keep existing in this like artifice. You need to have a healthy divide between...
Yeah.
I think that is the reason that a lot of performers and comedians are just nutcases. Anyway, another tangent.
Yes.
Bring us back.
Bring us back. Yeah, no, yeah. Like, we were talking about like the cynicism of just like, oh, we won't introduce any of the characters, and the main villain will not look like the main villain until the very end, and then he'll look like the main villain in the second one, but also kind of not really.
Yeah.
Like they've got again in the trailer, his little like ship, his little pod that he's in.
Yeah.
It's closer to the design from the games.
Okay.
And his little robot minions that he's got, there's like one new one, which again is based on the design of like a robot that appeared in the first level of the first game, but it's like one.
Right.
It's like we're like, see, we brought a buzz bomber in. We know what we're doing. We know what we're talking about. We like Sonic.
Knuckles, he just pops up at the end of the trailer, right?
He does.
That's the reveal of the trailer.
Yeah, he's like the big reveal.
Yeah, and there'll be a second trailer where he's in it a lot more. But how annoying would it be if the movie is Sonic and Tails, and that is the coda to that film? They just put it in the trailer.
That's like, the cold close or whatever you call them.
It's the Tails
the post-credit,
Yeah. Oh, that'd be annoying, wouldn't it?
Well, especially since the film is called Sonic versus Knuckles in Japan.
Oh, is it?
So that would be really like a dick move if that is the case.
Yeah. So what is it? It's Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Yes, that's what it's called. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Yeah.
I thought we were past 2. I thought like we decilified that a long time ago. Like we realized that 2 was not goofy, but like so many, not parodies. It's understood now, like Blah Blah 2, in so many films and satires, it's like, oh, the studio was cynically sequelizing a film, that we just don't call things 2 anymore, because we have to preserve that sense of like artistic integrity.
It could be that, but it could also be a case of them future-proofing the franchise in a way, right?
In what way?
Well, because like if you've got Sonic the Hedgehog, then you've got Sonic the Hedgehog 2, then you've got Sonic the Hedgehog 3, and then 10, 15 years down the line, if it still continues to make money and keeps going, you get to Sonic the Hedgehog 14.
Right.
It starts to become unwieldy.
Yes.
So if you just use subtitles, you know, Sonic the Hedgehog Resurrection or Sonic the Hedgehog Chaos or whatever they end up doing, it's like... Well, it serves 2 things. It stops becoming unwieldy.
Yeah.
Like, because whenever you get... If it's just sincerely called Sonic the Hedgehog 14...
Yeah.
People are going to laugh at that.
Yes.
It's like, how fucking stupid is that?
It's a joke, yeah.
Yeah. But also, it sort of implies that, like, you don't need to, like, you can kind of watch these in whatever order you want.
I guess.
Like, you don't, you know, if you like, oh, let's go watch Sonic the Hedgehog 3. I was, but I haven't seen the first or the second one. But if it's like, oh, let's go see Sonic the Hedgehog Chaos, it's like, oh, that's just okay.
Yeah, that's true. I think... But then again, you go, let's go see Sonic the Hedgehog 3. I can't. I need to watch the first two. So it's kind of ums and ahs about that one.
It is ums and ahs.
Do you know what I mean?
But it doesn't, like...
Yeah,
at least with the, like, if it's a subtitle, you're immediately getting them to see the new one.
I think the fundamental motivation usually for that stuff is to ungoofy it. And to imply, if not depth, then uncynicism. It's not Sonic 2, it's Sonic Rise of the Knuckle, or whatever. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like The Matrix was called, the new Matrix film, soon to be discussed, was called The Matrix 4 for ages. Like, there's no way it's going to be called The Matrix 4.
No.
You know?
Yeah.
And it wasn't. It was called The Matrix Resurrections. Anyway, let's finish the Sonic trailer review.
Yeah, broadly speaking, I'm not impressed. There's, like, a couple of things in it where I'm like, you know, it might be nice to see Knuckles, not just in, like a major role again, but in an antagonistic role.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've seen him, in any, like, major capacity. He's sort of been, like... He was sidelined for a while. He just became, like, one of the cast, one of the recurring cast members. And then they did, like, an alternate continuity thing in 2014 where it's like, right, here's all the Sonic stuff.
Okay.
And now here's this new continuity that's going to run alongside it, where it's basically just, it's like a sitcom.
Okay.
It's like them fighting Eggman, but it's got more of like this Saturday morning sitcom vibe.
Okay.
And Knuckles was turned into this complete buffoon.
Right.
He was like bulky. They made him like huge and strong, and he was like the muscle guy. But he was like a complete idiot.
Yeah, Knuckles.
Yeah, he's like into like weightlifting, and he just says like the most brain dead stupid thing.
He's like a juicer, is he?
Yeah, kind of. Okay. To the point where, like, when the show was picked up for like a second season, they started to do that thing that they do with stupid characters in like kids media, where they kind of like they occasionally have like lucid moments. Or there's like moments where they say something and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're trying to like they're trying to break through.
Transitioning.
Yeah. Like there's a moment, I can't remember which episode it's from, but like they're playing football, right? That's the setup for the scene.
Okay.
And Amy, there was like a female character, she's like, you know, can the girl overcome the boys and score the goal? And then Knuckles is in the background, he just kind of folds his arm and goes, you know, Amy, the implication that a woman is not able to do this is like, what you're saying is actually very condescending because it implies that what you're doing is special and not the status quo.
Right.
Like the fact that you can you can equal to the boys, it's implying that that's like something to overcome and not just
the
like,
default.
The default.
Yeah.
And they all have this moment where they all kind of look at him and he goes, "What?"
I know the trope.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So to see him just be like a straight up, like he's a character in it again.
Yeah.
That might be nice.
Okay.
I don't understand. Tails has the same voice actor as the games, but everyone else is a celebrity.
Well, the interesting thing about that is what they usually do in these situations is because it was a post-credit. Was it post-credits or just the end of the film?
No, it was post-credit.
Post-credits cameo, and hey, we're getting the original voice actor. But like, do you remember when Thanos pops up at the end of one of the early Avengers films or something? It's the random guy. It's a random voice. You see him for a second.
Yeah, no, if you have side-by-side screenshots of Thanos in his first appearance and his appearance in Infinity War, they look different.
Yeah. They hadn't cast Thanos because he wasn't a major character. So we're going to suggest the character. Voice doesn't matter. They do that all the time. Voldemort's voice in the first one, it's obviously not Ralph Fiennes, is it? They do that all the time. But they haven't done it with this, which is strange because, on the poster, I mean, what's her name?
Colleen Shaughnessy, I think.
She's not going to be on the poster, is she? It's going to be Ben Schwartz, Idris Elba, and Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
James Marsden, maybe. But it's not. She's not going to be on there because who the fuck is Colleen Shaughnessy?
Yeah.
But she's going to be one of the 4 major characters in the film. Yeah. Presumably.
She's probably going to be like the other half of the central dynamic of the film.
Yeah. And what's interesting to me is that because the whole franchise, the movie franchise, is cynical, and the sequel is cynical. But they've prioritized internal consistency over just hiring a name.
Yeah.
They go, oh no, she did the voice in the first film, so we're obviously going to get her back. Right. That's preserving a thing I didn't think studios really cared about.
Yeah, and why? Yeah, especially since, again, like, Robotnik didn't look like Robotnik at all in the first film.
No.
They saved that till the end.
Yeah.
But Tails, we don't touch Tails.
Yeah, Tails is sacred.
Yeah, Tails is too perfect. Sonic, we recast. Robotnik, we completely changed.
Yeah.
Knuckles, we recast.
And
but Tails...
I could be wrong, but Sonic, it feels like of the three of them, Tails is probably the easiest to recast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say so.
Because it's like just a kiddie voice.
Yeah, I'm fine with, like, the character and the performance and everything. But yeah, like, you could easily do it. And it just not mean much.
So strange. Like, I don't know, you'd get Sarah Silverman in to do it or something.
Yeah.
Doing her Vanellope Sweet's voice.
Yeah, or just, I don't know, does Chris Pratt sound young enough anymore?
Oh, is Tails a boy?
Yeah, he's a boy.
No, you couldn't get Chris Pratt.
No.
I mean, whoever...
Tom Holland.
Yeah, maybe. Whoever it would be, they'd be doing a voice, right?
Yeah.
Like, Tails doesn't just have it's a child's voice, essentially.
Yeah, right? He's like 8 in the game.
It's like Yeardley Smith or Nancy Cartwright.
Exactly like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's really strange. How does Tails sound?
Well, it's just like a young voice.
But how young? Like...
I mean,
like hi, like that sort of young. Like how?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Like it's obviously a female voice, but it's one that I mean, I think people generally mistake him for being a girl.
I always thought it was a girl.
Yeah.
So yeah, female voice, but so it's a young boy.
Yeah, it's a young boy because they went through a phase when they started doing voice acting in the games. They actually cast like young boys to play Tails.
Right. Okay.
But they would always hit puberty like soon after they did it. So they always had to change the voice actors, and some of the performances were just awful.
Okay.
So they took the Simpsons example after a while, and they're just like, let's just hire a woman.
Yes.
It's just easier if we hire a woman.
It's so weird. It's so weird.
And it's like, it's jarring. I know just like from the outside looking in, it's a bit like, ooh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're familiar with obviously the performances in the games and the dynamics that have been set up, it's uncanny almost to be like, right, Sonic is different, and Knuckles is different, and Eggman is different, and I've accommodated for this.
Yeah.
But Tails is the same.
Was there something...
This is weird.
Was there something in the first film about... Did they get, like, the creator's blessing or, like, his sign-off on the film or something?
No, I brought it up, didn't I?
It was the opposite.
Yeah, Yuji Naka. He was supposed to cameo in the film, but they forgot about him.
They forgot about him, okay.
They forgot to put the scene in.
Okay, but he didn't completely disparage the film. He didn't discredit it.
I don't know. I think, like, when the initial design...
What's the word I'm looking for? Disown it. He didn't disown the film.
I don't know if he has. Okay. He doesn't really have anything to do with the franchise anymore anyway. He's moved on.
Okay, but
I think that, like, when the initial trailer came out with the original design, a lot of people who were involved in Sonic in the early days, that, like, the people who came up with the original design for the character, like in the games, the original game design, they were like, this looks awful. Like, this is an insult.
Okay.
Maybe not as extreme as that, but they did disown it.
Okay.
So they might have made amends since it was, like, quote-unquote fixed. I don't know.
Have you read anything about why they've kept Colleen Shaughnessy? Because the only thing I can think of, it's an olive branch to you.
I guess, but, like, this is...
Like, we'll keep something.
Yeah.
I can't think of what else it would be.
But that's just the thing. Like, I'm the wrong person to extend an olive branch to in this department, because I'd rather you just, like, keep it all the same or change it all. I can't be doing with, like, some of it's the same, but some of it's different. I can't be doing with that.
There are three possibilities as to why they've kept her.
Yeah.
One, it's an olive branch. Like, look, we have some respect for the... So this is our version of honouring it. Two, they really care about internal consistency. Or three, like, right, it is so good. The voice is so good that we couldn't possibly... replace her. Those are the only three possibilities.
The third one, I think, is the angle they're going with.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah, they have a lot of respect for her, and they couldn't think of anybody else. Yeah,
that's not true.
No.
Okay, they don't care about internal consistency. They don't.
No.
So the only thing I can think is that it's an olive branch. I can't fathom what other reason it would be. I just refuse to believe it's such a beautiful performance that they couldn't possibly get another high-voiced actress to do it.
Yeah.
Who would potentially bring... Melissa McCarthy. Melissa McCarthy. Like someone like that would bring in an audience. Like, I can imagine doing a squeaky kind of voice, you know?
Yeah.
In fact, I can hear it. I can hear her doing it. It's just so bizarre. It's such a strange... I can't think of an equivalent. They never do anything like that.
No.
Maybe Peter Cullen as Optimus.
Oh, yeah. I don't think the... Yeah, I think basically anything Optimus Prime appears in, he's got Pete Cullen's voice.
Yeah.
And it's not the same with anyone else. They're always changing.
But that's the kind of thing where you can see them going, but who the fuck's Peter Cullen? So we'll hire Josh Brolin. You know, like, whatever.
Then again, like, in the live-action Transformers, it was still Peter Cullen.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, that's the only equivalent I can think of off the top of my head, where they kept the actual voice actor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird.
I don't know why they did it. I'm not confident.
No. It was never going to be good, was it?
No.
No. I'm not saying a Sonic movie was never going to be good, but a sequel to that film was never going to be good.
No, and I wonder if this is the one where it's... like, I theorized before, didn't I, that, like, a lot of people liked the first one because it was a surprise. Because they had a lot of goodwill going into it because they changed the design and they listened to us, quote unquote. And I think a lot of people were just happy to see, like, oh, Sonic has a film now. It's, like, important. It's, like, a big moment for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so the second film will be of equal quality. But because none of those factors affected anymore, it's going to have a much worse reception.
Yeah, I think you'll get worse reviews.
Yeah.
I think, what's the first one? Like 60-something, 70-something?
Yeah, it's sort of just over average.
It's just into tomato, isn't it? This will be green.
Okay.
I don't know how they distinguish it.
Yeah, I don't know how
but, you've got the tomato with the yellow sign, like halo around it. You've got just the tomato, and then you've got
splodge.
A green splodge.
Yeah.
This will be a green splodge, I'm pretty sure. It'll be like in the 50s, the 40s, the 50s, yeah. You watch it be like 97% now. Oh, it so honours the franchise.
Oh, don't.
People are going to say stuff like that.
It doesn't.
Well, it might. We don't know yet.
Well, the first one didn't, and this looks like it's just the first one again, so it won't.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Let's move on. Is that everything you had to say?
Yeah, I don't want to...
You seem so despondent.
I don't want to... Yeah.
Let's get more despondent.
Because I was going to complain about Ben Schwartz, and I don't...
There's no point.
No.
That ground's been covered, isn't it?
Is there?
You must have covered it in your 2.5-hour Sonic review.
No, because that's the thing. I complimented Ben Schwartz. I said that, like, he's fine. He's
but you don't like him now?
No, like, in terms of, like, just a performance.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, he's, like, a decent Sonic. He's got a decent idea of, like, this is my version of Sonic. It's like, yeah, sure, I can see that.
Okay.
But, like, they introduced the trailer at the Game Awards, and they had it by him coming out and doing quote-unquote comedy at people. We pulled out... We've covered it before. It's like that gag reflex Hollywood comedy thing. He pulls out a disc and he goes, I brought with me the trailer for Sonic 2. It's not on this disc. This is just a prop.
Yeah.
Because, like, the computers don't have disk drives anymore. So if I brought it on the disc... This would actually be the worst way to bring it, because you wouldn't actually be able to see it.
He's so adorable.
Yeah, and then he puts it away, and he's like, Jim Carrey couldn't be here because he honestly doesn't give a shit about you.
Yeah.
So I brought a recorded message, and he gets the disc out again, and he goes, aha, see? This is a callback. This is a callback to a gag that I already did.
Right.
It's like, this is not...
Just judge the performance, John.
I'm just annoyed at the comedy. Like, that's not comedy, is it?
No, but that's nothing to do with the film, to be fair.
No, it's just like,
but no, of course it's not. That's the American thing. Isn't it? Yeah.
Because that's what the trailer's full of, like, those kind of, like, moments where it's like, okay, I think this is clearly improv because it's not funny. But
a lot of the gags just seem very unhip. Like, there's a joke about Oprah in it.
Yeah.
Really? In 2021?
Yeah, apparently. Two, yeah.
Like, really?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, sure, she's still big and everything, but it's not the 90s. Like, the Oprah joke time is over.
Papa's got a brand new stash. Like, when Robotnik comes in, he's like, Papa got a brand new stash.
Yeah.
There's a fucking Papa got a brand new bag reference in Elf from 2003.
I mean, that's not... I mean, it is a reference to Papa's got a brand new bag, but it's not... It transcends that song, doesn't it? It's just like... It's just an expression. It's just like he's cocky and he's...
I guess.
Papa's got a brand new stuff. Whereas Oprah, that's like a cultural...
Yeah.
A proper cultural
reference. Does a kid know what an Oprah is?
Like, maybe, but it's for the adults, isn't it? Oprah.
Oh, Oprah. That's so funny.
The
idea of Oprah is just so amusing to me.
Zeitgeisty.
Yeah.
Right, enough.
Well, maybe this is like, we can segue a little bit.
Go on.
Into our final discussion.
Disappointment? Is that the thread?
But also, like, so the final discussion that we're going to be discussing is our review of The Matrix Resurrections.
I think that was unwittingly one of the most fun-filtered things you've ever said.
What?
The discussion that we're going to be discussing.
Right.
Talking about the talk we're going to have. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to review The Matrix Resurrections, which we just watched, basically.
We just watched. This is like a cat-style
immediate
we watched
post-review. We started recording the podcast, and now we've eventually finally made it to The Matrix review.
Yes.
The segue, if it even holds up, is, that kind of like...
cloying cynicism?
Yeah. There's actually a lot, when I think about it. But the gag reflex thing of him like telling you the joke.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And just how infuriating it is, because it's like, well, you've left me nothing to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's my big problem with modern American comedy, modern Hollywood comedy. It's left me as the audience member nothing to do.
You're right, yeah, there's no space.
There's no
space in the joke.
You've explained the joke on my behalf. You've reacted to the joke on my behalf. You've laughed about the joke on my behalf.
Yeah.
What's left for me to do?
Do you know what? That's a really good point. That's a really kind of insightful, thinking about it. The times I laugh the hardest are when the bigger the gap is, the more I laugh.
Yeah.
Like, I really see what he was trying to get at there.
Yeah.
And because I'm doing the work, it's funnier. You're right. That's a good point.
And when you discover, when you discover a thing or you notice a thing.
Yeah.
Like, did you see him just like... Did you see that guy look away when they did the thing?
Yeah.
And you laugh at that stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
As opposed to, like, Ben Schwartz and his people, which is like, I am disgusted by the thing and I am looking away now.
Yeah.
Like, cheers. All
well,
right.
like, the thing that springs to mind is the Stuart Lee... It's not even a joke. He doesn't do jokes, does he? The Stuart Lee thing where he goes... just because he has a reputation for droning on and on and on and being tediously, like, listing things. Because my grandfather loved crisps. He loved all the crisps. And then he just pauses.
Yeah.
And in your mind, you're going, right, he's just going to fucking stand
there. He's going to label
and list
all
off
the crisps.
And then he just goes, cheese and onion. All the crisps. He loved all the crisps. It's just, it's so much inference.
Yeah.
I think the more, the better, you know? But anyway, yes, The Matrix Resurrections.
So that's why I hate Hollywood comedy. And it's one of the reasons why I hated The Matrix Resurrections. Because the film...
It's like postmodern, isn't it?
The film just can't stop explaining itself to you.
No. I mean, it can't stop explaining it. Kind of like Candyman, actually, both having Yahya Abdul-Mateen.
Oh.
I didn't think Candyman would come up twice on this episode. Yeah, they both relentlessly explain themselves to you, but I still don't know what the fuck is going on, really.
Yeah.
And it's not a failure of... I know a lot of people say that The Matrix is the cliche, I didn't understand The Matrix. And it's funnily enough, I watched a Cinema Sins video the other day. I want to stipulate, as I have to you, I don't generally like the idea of Cinema Sins and those sorts of videos.
Good. Your credentials are intact.
Thank you. Just because they're snipey. I don't know, God knows, maybe we're hypocrites. But you know what I mean? It's just like...
No, we back up our criticism.
We back it up. It's tiny things, isn't it? And it's like being snarky about everything and...
Yeah.
The tone of it. I don't love it. So I only watch it as background noise for films that I don't like anyway.
Okay.
Like the amount of I've had to avoid Shrek. I'm like, why the fuck have you done everything wrong with Shrek? Anyway, I avoid so much.
There's nothing wrong with Shrek.
Yeah. Yes. He brings up Lost for some reason. I think it's a line in a film like maybe Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. One of them is like, oh man, this is like, I'm more confused than by the ending of Lost. And he's like, no, you're not. Like, if you watched it, you weren't. Maybe you didn't like it, but you'd only be confused if you were a fucking idiot. Right. And that's true, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lost, it's very clear. You might not like it, but it makes itself very clear to you.
Yeah.
And I feel the same with The Matrix. It's not a hard film to understand, just because it's kind of a bit, I don't know, it's a little bit, not esoteric even, but it has two levels of reality. People go, oh man, what's that film about? It's very simple. The world we're in is a computer simulation, and you can break out of it. That's the confusing part of The Matrix. Like, there's no more confusing...
And I think it's because The Matrix was obviously like a blockbuster film. It was like a...
Yeah.
It was bringing...
It was a smarter...
Yeah, it was bringing these bigger concepts to a crowd-pleasing film. So to a lot of people, it was the type of thing that they enjoyed, but it was in this playground of things they weren't accustomed to.
Fair enough. And we've already stipulated that...
It's like with Inception, right? There are smarter films out there than Inception.
That's the thing, yeah.
But because it's like just a big cinema-going film, you got people who don't usually like think about or deal with these kind of concepts going, oh, what is this mind-melting stuff?
And that's the thing. I know that I've just accused CinemaSins of being snarky and kind of snobbish, but as we've already stipulated, most film goers are dumbasses. And so, when they are. Most people are dumbasses.
No, again, it's just like I said, you pointed out the hypocrisy.
Yes.
But I still felt it worth acknowledging.
No, fair. So yeah, maybe when they go and see something that's a little bit more intelligent, it's like, oh my god, what's going on? Inception is a harder film to understand than The Matrix. It was always compared to The Matrix. It's harder to understand. There are a lot more rules and layers and what. The Matrix is pretty straightforward, really.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
So this isn't a case of, oh man, the film was so mind-bending, I couldn't wrap my head around it. I didn't care. And that's the fundamental thing. I didn't care to understand the film. I'm sure it makes some sort of sense.
Are you, though?
No. It might make some sort of sense.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit, though.
Okay.
I just don't care about it. So should we briefly premise it as far as we can?
Oh, yeah, if you want to give that a go.
Right. Okay. Thomas Anderson is now a games developer in his 40s, 50s, or whatever.
Sure, yeah.
And stuff is happening. Like he's kind of becoming woke to the Matrix again.
Yeah.
And there are other characters who are looking for him, like in the Matrix. And they're aware the Matrix has happened, and it seems like it's sort of replaying itself out, elements of it.
Yeah, the film literally opens with like
a shot-for-shot
recreation of the original film.
Yeah.
And the characters are even like, hang on, it's reusing old code.
It's supposed to be a microcosm of what the film is doing, which is it's the characters looking in on the original going, oh my god, they're reusing that.
Yeah.
Like, it's happening again, basically. And there's a lot of it's happening again in this film.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
Like, a lot. And it's one of those films...
I really think that should be specified.
Yeah.
I think they ease up on it towards the end when they've, like... Right, we've set everything up, now we have to start paying things off.
Yeah.
And they become a bit more beholden to the plot. It calms down.
Yeah.
But no, for like the first hour or so, it is constantly...
Yeah.
Absolutely constantly being like...
Sticking to the beats of the original.
Sticking to the beats of the original and commenting on the fact that it's sticking to the beats of the original.
Yeah.
And criticising the original, but also criticising itself for being the original, but also, like, it's just, it's constant.
Films have to stand on their own, right?
Yeah.
Every individual film has to stand on its own. But the way I always think about films like this, or like the Star Wars sequel trilogy, The Last Skywalker, what's the last one called?
Rise of Skywalker.
That's constantly calling back, more than any of them, to all the famous things from the original trilogy.
Yeah.
And the thing I always think is, what if I want to watch the franchise in like a binge? And it's one story, and then I end at that, and it's just calling back to all the stuff I just saw? Do you know, I know it's complicated because they're catering to the people who are going to the cinema to see it 30 years after the last one came out.
I suppose the argument there would be that, like, it's nostalgic even for you, though you haven't had a 30-year gap.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, that's where I started, and now look at where I am.
Kind of, but you know what I mean? Like, if you watch the Matrix trilogy and then you watch this one, it doesn't work. You can't watch that as one big story, because you go, well, this is like an event movie. It just calls back to principally the first one. There are some elements from the sequels. But yeah, shot for shot, like Smith punching Neo against the wall, and all the shells from the helicopter get like falling down onto the camera. A lot. It does it a lot. And yes, right. So Thomas Anderson's in. They find him. They extract him from the Matrix to Io. There's no Zion now. It's Io.
Yeah.
And he realizes that the main thing he cares about is Trinity. And she's in the Matrix as this woman called Tiffany.
Yeah.
But she doesn't realize who she is. So they're going to go in and get her, offer her the choice to leave or not. And that's basically the plot of the film. It's 2.5 hours.
Yes.
In the original Matrix, he must leave the Matrix by the half-hour mark.
Okay.
Like, definitely. There's no more than half an hour before he leaves. typical end of Act 1, propelling you into... You've done the setup, now let's leave the Matrix. It takes an hour.
Yeah, it's over an hour.
It's over an hour before we go into Act 2. And Act 3 is really quick.
Yeah.
Thinking about it.
Is it just that scene?
It's basically just that scene, yeah. And then the extended, like, shootout after it. But yeah, essentially. So...
Oh, it's very, like, poorly put together.
Incredibly poorly put together. Yes, it has a simultaneous reverence for the original and a contempt for it, it would seem. There's a lot of snarky comments like... Right, so within the premise of the film, Thomas Anderson is a games developer who was designed a game called The Matrix.
He made 3, the original...
He made the original 3,
In The Matrix... that appears in the film. The original 3 Matrix films
are video games. Somehow. Let's not think about that.
Yeah.
But they're video games. And he's world famous for it. He's an award-winning games designer. But obviously he's actually just drawing on his own memories and dreams of the Matrix to make the games. So he's having coffee with Tiffany, Trinity, and he says, she compliments the game, and he says, I guess we entertained some kids. Basically dissing the kind of the import of the original film. And what are the other examples of that? Where they sort of subtly... Well, like when Morpheus is introduced. He
walks out of a toilet cubicle.
Not Morpheus, by the way.
Oh, yeah, it's like a different... It's like Morpheus, but not.
It's like Code Morpheus.
It's weird. It's like he's an agent.
He's an agent, but he's also Morpheus, and he doesn't exist outside of the Matrix.
Because he's an agent. A creation of the Matrix.
Except, for contrivance sake, they've invented a machine by this point. 60 years have elapsed since the end of the Matrix revolutions in the real world.
Yeah.
But by this point, they've invented a device that can basically project code into the real world. So Morpheus is basically there, but he's all codey.
Yeah, he's just like a particle man.
Particle man, yeah.
Yeah.
And when he's introduced, he walks out of a toilet stall and says, like, was it at last? At last. Or whatever the line Morpheus says.
Yeah.
And then he kind of laughs at it. He's like, oh, I thought I'd do a callback, you know? Just like, what is this comedy? Or like, what?
No, he does the callback, but then he starts dissing the scene because he's like, you know, before when we had the lightning and the drama, and it was all a bit too much.
Yeah.
No, fuck you. It was like a good scene. It's good. It's like an iconic scene,
and it's that meta thing of like they are recreating elements of the original consciously. Because that's what would like jig Neo's memory. Yeah. Like the set where he's in the chair.
When the initial like... Also, that kind of like they're dissing the Neo meeting Morpheus scene.
Also, we should stipulate, we're both big fans of The Matrix.
Yes.
The film The Matrix.
Yeah, the film The Matrix. You're more familiar with the franchise than I. I think it's worth bringing up my experience of watching The Matrix for the first time. It was one of the first films that me, you, and a mutual friend watched together.
Okay.
And you were quoting dialogue as it was happening.
Yeah.
And because I was actually starting to get invested in it, I was like, can you like tone that down, please?
Yeah.
And so it reached a point where I was watching the film and I received a text message. And I read the text message, which was the dialogue as it was happening.
Yeah.
Somehow you timed it. So that it was like in perfect unison.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those films. It was one of my, like, 5... You're getting into films now.
Yeah.
Films. My cousin was a big fan of it.
So you kind of, like... You made it so that even if I didn't enjoy The Matrix, it was a memorable viewing experience.
Sure.
So I was always going to remember watching The Matrix even if I didn't like it. But I did like it. I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
He's making fun of the Morpheus scene. It's like, oh, it's so gauche or whatever. I don't know what he says.
Like, basically, it's melodramatic.
It's melodramatic. There's lightning, and there's I'm in the leather, and it's like, but this scene is taking place in a toilet,
and that's kind of pointed out as well. Like, and now I'm just coming out of a toilet stall, like how pedestrian, basically.
Yeah, but like, so are you slagging it off, or are you slagging off your redoing of it?
What's your opinion?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah. Okay, what's good about it? What's good about the film? The only thing I can think that's good about it, it's not even what's good about it.
Right.
Is it's not as, let's say, politically annoying as I thought it might be.
There's a moment, like in the very beginning, isn't there?
Yeah.
Which is a bit like, oh, shit.
Which, remind me?
Well, this is didn't one of the Wachowskis, presumably the one that's made this one, because only one has made it.
Yeah, just Lana.
Yeah, just Lana. They haven't. It's not a co thing.
No.
It's just
I'm not sure why. I don't know. I haven't read.
Yeah, there might be an explanation out there, but I would be interested to know why. The other one was like, no, I'm not into that.
Yeah, because I don't think they're busy. No. I could be wrong, but I don't think they're busy. Yeah.
But didn't they recently confirm that the Matrix is actually just one big trans allegory?
Yes.
And I don't know if this is a conversation we had on the podcast, whether it never made it to air or we did it and it was like a brief thing as part of a bigger episode. But we were saying that...
our hypothesis was that... Go on, carry on. I'll let you say.
No. I think what we were basically saying is we don't like that it's been confirmed that it's a trans allegory. Not because we disagree with the politics necessarily.
Yes.
But because...
You're stripping inference. It's like the joke.
Like you've robbed us of our version of the Matrix, quote unquote.
And there's a lot you can interpret from the Matrix. Yeah, a lot.
Even within the film, they're like, it's a trans allegory. No, it's about capitalism. No, it's about technology.
Yeah, and I know it's like it can be heavy-handed, but like one of the things the Matrix is famous for is blending together like the spaghetti western, Hong Kong cinema, cyberpunk, all these various styles. And like I have the special edition DVD box set or whatever, and on the commentary track, they have philosophers doing the commentaries.
Right.
They have philosophers that liked it, and they have critics that didn't like it commenting on the film, which I thought that's weirdly fair. I like that. I don't know why. I think they said if they'd had more time and money, they would have found philosophers that didn't like it and critics that did. But like Cornel West or something's talking on it. Yeah, it's the kind of film where you can have philosophers talking about it. Yeah. There's a lot to take from it. And you say, it was trans allegory. Like, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. I don't care if you're trans.
Yeah.
It's not a trans allegory.
And even if that was in it, do you not think it's slightly unfair to say, this is the definitive reading of The Matrix?
Well, isn't that like just filmmaker 101? You don't tell the audience what it's about.
Yeah.
Like what they're supposed to take from it. It's the unspoken rule. It's the unwritten rule.
You may have like intentions, as you're creating it.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I would assume that that's like one of the joys of being a filmmaker. Is
of course,
that you learn what the film looks like to other people and how the film reads to other people.
And of course, it's like it's wanky. Like for whatever reason, the example my mind is going to is James Corden. And
interesting.
I know. And Ruth Jones, the fishing trip in Gavin and Stacey.
Oh yeah.
Whenever they were asked about it, they would say, "Oh, Bryn knows, we don't know." And like people are like, "Oh, fuck off, you're the writers." There is no Bryn.
Yeah.
And it's kind of wanky when people go, "Oh, there is no. It is only what you make of it." But that's true. That's what art is. That's what it's supposed to be. It's true. Like I remember, I wrote a thing. It was like not consciously, but. It was the first script I ever wrote, basically, and it was very pretentious, I suppose. And
it's all right. It was the first thing you wrote.
It was the first thing I wrote. It was pretentious, and even that, like, I gave to a bunch of people to read. I mean, it's it's deliberately, it's imagistic and poetic, and it's not just like a story.
Oh yeah,
like it's all Empire of Dirt. It was called.
Yeah. There wasn't a word of dialogue in it, right?
There's one.
Oh, there's one.
But at the very end, that's the whole point. Yes, but the whole point, so it kind of lent itself to that. But I'd give that to people, and obviously I had a very clear idea of what was happening in it. And they would go, "Oh, it's like an alien thing." I'm like, "Where the fuck did that come from?"
Yeah.
But you don't go, "No, it's not." You go, "Sure, okay." Yeah, for you it's an alien thing. Okay.
Fuck off, you idiot. It's clearly this.
Yeah, like, so I was worried, and again, I'm not sure if we talked about it on the podcast. I was worried that they would deal with that head on in this, and that there would be a character that was, say, a woman in the real world that in the Matrix incarnation would be a man, because that's how they identified.
Yeah.
And I was worried they would do that, because it's such an easy thing to do as well. And they didn't.
As far as I can tell, they didn't.
As far as I can tell. There was a woman who had blue hair.
Yes.
In the Matrix.
Because I think that's compulsory now.
Oh, if you're in a Lana Wachowski joint.
Yeah, you got to do that sort of thing.
But
the line that I was referring to, where I said like they kind of do it early on, is when blue-haired woman, funnily enough, presents Neo Morpheus, presents Neo Morpheus with the red pill and the blue pill, and he goes, 2 options. That's not much of a choice. And she says something to the effect of, like this binary choice I wasn't able to stomach this binary choice, which is basically a metaphor for my existence.
Yeah, I gave up binary conceptions. After blah blah, I gave up binary conceptions of the world and refused to swallow a simple reduction of my existence. It's something like that.
Yeah.
And I think that was the point where I said, I'm out. I check out.
Yeah, because it's like, right, because trans.
So,
right.
No, it's not even that. It's just such bad dialogue. It's just so heavy-handed.
The dialogue is awful.
It's awful.
It's really awful.
I know a lot of the original Matrix, there's a lot of, that kind of dialogue.
Yeah.
But none as bad as in this, where it's more SAE.
Yeah.
It's that kind of writing. A lot of the characters talk like that. And yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that's good about it, is that could have been worse. That's it. That's the only thing that's... And that's hardly a compliment.
No.
It doesn't...
Not at all.
I know you've not accused me, but when I'm trying to give a film its due, I'll say, it looks good. Like No Time to Die, for instance. It's a good-looking film. It's not a thing I'd say about Black Widow or whatever.
Yeah.
And you say, shouldn't we raise the bar? And I think this, to me, proves... No, the bar's fine where it is, because there's no excuse in 2021 for a film to really look bad. And this does.
Yeah.
Not horrible. It doesn't look like... It's not Justice League.
Well, it certainly lacks an identity.
It lacks an identity. The first Matrix, it's like that colour scheme.
It set a trend.
Yeah, it's
like
iconic.
every film in the wake of The Matrix for the longest time was trying to look like The Matrix.
Yeah.
And now this film just looks like...
Everything else.
Everything else.
Everything else. And Keanu Reeves, he's older and he's grown his hair out. And obviously in the real world, he's bald,
Yeah.
Skinhead. But to be Neo, you have to have that hair. You can't be John Wick.
No.
But as you pointed out, it's not John Wick. That's just Keanu Reeves now. He's that and everything.
It's John Wick, which was also Bill from Bill and Ted, or whichever one he is in Bill and Ted. Which is also most of
everything he does now.
Yeah.
Like that's...
Which is also what he looked like in SpongeBob, which is like basically anything he's in. I think even Cyberpunk, the game which he's in, I think he has that like hairstyle and everything.
Here's the thing. Keanu Reeves is a bad actor, okay? We all like Keanu Reeves, but he's a bad actor. And he seems to be getting worse.
Yeah.
Because in the original Matrix, I would say that's one of those films that you bring up like, amazing film, not a great performance.
No.
But it suits that film. Like, he suits that film.
Yeah.
In this, as like a middle-aged man, I don't know, there's something about him in the original Matrix, I guess, where he's around like 30 or something, in his early 30s. Just being a drone, like a pale drone. He doesn't really have to emote that much. And he doesn't have to in this, but it's just different when you're in your 50s. Like, you're a proper adult, you're a man. Like, you should have some gravitas to you.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have gravitas. Like, the thing we always bring up with him is John Wick 2, where he struggles to pronounce a two-syllable word.
Yes.
And give it any import. Winston.
Yeah.
And in this, it was one syllable. Well, can you remember what it was?
I can't remember the
it's
specific.
Like, yeah, or something. It's like, yeah. He can't manage one now. It's like he's decrepitizing. And the crew in this one, in the original Matrix, it's Cypher and Tank and Trinity and Morpheus and Dozer. In this one, it's Elliot, I think is one name.
Yeah.
Elliot.
Bay.
Cyber Bay, which is a robot.
Yeah.
But Berg.
Yeah.
It's like, how hard is it to come up with like catchy, cool? I mean, I know like in the original, I guess the idea is they're like hackery names.
Yeah, and it might seem a bit like you're trying too hard if you're called Dozer.
I guess, but like...
Or Punch, or whatever they were called.
But it's fine because there was hacker names. And I know it's not the 90s now and hacking is a little bit passé or whatever. But you can still do interesting names. They can choose their name. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Right, so someone realised that the whole world was a simulation, broke out of it, and chose the name Elliot. If you could choose any name.
Because I don't conform to normal sounding names.
It's just like, okay, it's not distinctive in any way. It recapitulates the first while slagging it off.
To sort of like round off the it doesn't look very good point as well. There's like a moment like in the first act of the film where it felt like the film made a promise to us.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's just me reading too much into it or whether it was genuinely making this promise. But they're sort of talking about, because the whole like meta thing, like in the Matrix now, as in like the Matrix in this film.
Yeah.
Thomas Anderson has been tasked with making The Matrix 4.
Yes.
Because Warner Brothers have told him he needs to make The Matrix 4. What is this like weird trend Warner Brothers have started doing where they're like the villains of their own films?
Yeah, like a self-loathing kind of thing.
Because Space Jam 2, which weirdly enough, like that also had when the Trinity scene happens at the very beginning, where it's like a shot-for-shot remake of the original. I turned to you and I said, I've seen this scene twice this year because it's in Space Jam 2.
But that's the thing, it could be that the studio demanded it, and so one of the Wachowskis went, all right, but the other one, maybe that's why the other one wasn't involved. Like, no.
Yeah.
Maybe. But then, again, don't artistically justify it. The thing I read about it, did I say this in the podcast, the Lana Wachowski interview?
I don't think you did.
No, okay. So what I heard, her motivation for it was something like, I'm saying her like I'm being polite. Her motivation for it was they're trans, just in case you didn't know, the audience.
What's The Matrix for? You'll know.
You'll know. So like, now that my parents are dead, Neo and Trinity are kind of like the closest male and female, the most important like role models to me in my life. Like at a certain time in my life, they were like parental figures, and they're dead, but like sometimes wouldn't you just want to bring people you love back from the dead? So I thought, fuck it, that's what I'm gonna do. And that's The Matrix 4.
Sounds like a solid motivation to reboot your franchise.
Exactly. And it kind of is a reboot because they hint at sequels.
Yeah.
Trinity is now also a 1, it would seem.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm not sure you can... The binary thing... Binary comes up a lot in this film. Binary. Characters say it a lot. I think one of the games he's working on is called Binary.
No, I think it is. Either the company he's working for or the game.
Yeah. Binary. Binary works because it's a 1 and a 0.
Yeah.
You can't have two 1s together. That doesn't work at all.
No, that's actually a very solid point.
Yeah.
Because like that's one of the little things about like the Matrix. Like he's called the 1 because obviously it's like the archetype.
Yeah.
But also binary, 1 and 0.
Also binary, yeah.
Yeah, he's the 1.
Yeah.
They're all zeros. He's the 1.
And Neo is an anagram of 1.
Yeah.
Like he's the 1.
But now there are 2
But
ones.
now female empowerment. And there's some stuff about that as well. Like Neil Patrick Harris, who's kind of the architect now. He's taken over from the architect. The analyst, I think he's called.
Yeah.
Is like, women used to be a lot easier to control.
Control your woman,
Yeah,
Neo.
can't you control her? And she like fucking slices his neck.
Yeah.
While Neo, just like a cuck, is standing in the background going, Trinity.
Yeah, he literally is.
Yeah, like it's like a banter scene.
Yeah.
Which Keanu Reeves cannot banter.
No, he can't.
All
of that great chemistry that we've been building up to for the entire film.
I know. And I know we're jumping to the end here, but fuck it. Like, it ends with Wake Up again, as the original did. But the original ended with Rage Against the Machine. For it was the 90s. It was in vogue. Like, that was the first film, like Rob Zombie and all that. And in this one, it's that, I think they called Brass Against the Machine, or Brass Against or something.
Yeah.
And they do, like, brass band covers of Rage Against the Machine songs and stuff like that. And it's that, where it's a black female rapper, singer. And it's just something so beautiful, side by side. The original Matrix ends with this powerful... And they're like, yeah, fucking yeah, as he flies past the frame. And then in this one, it's like... as him and Trinity
like
fly
it's
off.
a farce.
So it's like it's been diluted. By having one more 1, the whole thing's been diluted.
Yeah.
And yeah, but there's some stuff about control your woman, and women used to be easier to control. A lot of that. The visual effects, obviously there's a lot of slow-mo for it's The Matrix, but the problem in 2021 is that it's not impressive anymore.
No, because when The Matrix came out, there was a lot of stuff that it was doing that had literally never been done before.
Yeah.
Or had never been realised before.
Mm-hmm.
And so everybody went, that's really fucking cool, I want to do that. And so all visual effects started to, like the visual effects industry was basically geared towards making the Matrix stuff possible.
Absolutely.
And so now, as a result, it's all pretty standard in visual effects now. It's like the lightsaber. When the lightsaber first happened, it was like, oh my god, how'd they do that? Now it's like lesson 1 of visual effects.
Right.
Do a lightsaber.
Yeah. And you look back at the original Matrix, and it's dated a bit, but it doesn't dilute because it's the Matrix and the film is really good.
Yeah.
But now, I don't know, like, it just takes... With enough money, you can do anything on a computer. And I'm sure it's obviously a skill, and it takes a lot of work and everything, but you can make anything happen. Like, why am I supposed to be impressed by a bike going over a car? Done in a visual effect, because that's what it is.
Yeah.
You just, it's not. Like, we were talking about what does count as an impressive visual effect. And it's something like Dune or Blade Runner, where it's just seamlessly integrated into the cinematography.
Yeah.
This isn't.
Yeah, and something that's like...
appropriately, parts of the film do look like a video game.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Well, I think there's like a moment in Dune where the ships are obviously shielded.
Yeah.
And so, like, they get mortar shelled, basically, and one of the shells starts penetrating the shield.
Yeah.
So it gets stopped by the shield.
Yeah.
But then it breaks through the shield and explodes the ship, but, like, underneath the shield.
Yeah.
So it's like the explosion fills up the shield like a liquid.
Yes.
And then it bursts out, which is a very cool visual.
Yeah.
That, like, it's not a... how do I express it? It's not a stupid visual. Mm-hmm. It's like it's obeying the laws of physics, and it's like something that you haven't really seen before.
Yeah, I mean,
it's an intelligent visual effect, and that's impressive.
The thing that springs to mind for me is the shot where he's just on the mountain. They're about to go to Arrakis.
Yes,
that's the planet. I'm surprised I remembered that. A pause on the mountain, and then the ship is like rising out of the ocean in the background. Like, that looks like they just filmed a thing coming out of the ocean. It looks really well integrated. Or like Mindhunter, where you don't even fucking realise it's a visual effect.
Yeah.
You know, in that montage where they're travelling across the country.
Yeah.
That's impressive visual effects.
And just like, there's like a scene, like one of the cold opens of BTK, he's like walking through a town.
Yeah.
And then there's like a behind the scenes thing where they were like, yeah, it turns out that like the pavements were not period accurate.
Right.
So we CG'd the pavements to make them period accurate.
That's impressive.
And you're like, fuck, I didn't even realise.
Yeah. I mean, I think The Matrix Resurrections is up for like the critics' visual effects thing. It's like, no. It's just because all you could give it.
There are other films that came out this year with visual effects in them.
I know.
It's just like any other film that has visual effects in it looks better than
better.
Although Space Jam 2 is
That's
worse.
pretty bad.
Yeah, so the point I was going to make about The Promise...
Yeah, I was going to bring up that back,
Yeah, is like they're having a discussion about like what was The Matrix?
Yeah.
So that we can recapture that. And one of the guys said, whenever somebody thinks of The Matrix, they think of bullet time. Mm-hmm. And that's what we need to do. We need to bring back bullet time. But we need to make like a new thing that's as good as bullet time.
Yeah.
Now, I feel like I was right in the end. Tell me if I was. But I assumed that was the film promising us that we will be presented with something that is as cool as bullet time.
I would certainly say that was a reasonable assumption to make, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if there was a version of that in this film, it was whatever the fuck is going on with Neil Patrick Harris.
Yeah. Like, if any of you have watched Twin Peaks, the third season.
Yeah.
Do you remember that episode where it's him travelling through dimensions, essentially?
Oh, yeah.
And he's in that room, and it's all moving like that?
Yeah.
It's kind of like where it's sort of almost stop motion, but like off.
It's this like bizarre blend of lowered frame rates, slow motion, and normal speed footage.
Yeah.
But the way it's so badly integrated, it genuinely looks like when you're like rendering an initial pass and the computer can't keep up with you, and so it drops frames.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's stuttering. It doesn't look like it's supposed to look like that.
The thing is, it's in the context of the films, like, yeah, it would be more impressive than bullet time because it slows bullet time.
Yeah.
But in the context of the audience, you'd have to do something pretty outstanding in 2021 to improve on, like, this is going to revolutionize blah blah.
Yeah.
Like, right. I don't know what you could do effects-wise that's going to make me go, fucking hell.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
No.
It just only within the context of the film itself.
Yeah.
And that's insufficient. It's still going to look cool.
Yeah.
Instead of what it ended up looking like.
Which was frankly unfinished.
Unfinished.
Because it's not even a case of like one shot he's like in stuttery slow motion, and then in the next scene he's in like smooth slow motion, and then in the next shot he's at normal speed. It happens within the same shot.
Yeah.
Where he'll like stand up and he'll do like the Agent Smith like blurring thing. It's like he's moving so quickly you can't see him.
Yeah.
And then he'll be in like 10 frames a second for a bit.
Yeah.
And then he'll move back to normal speed, all the while Keanu Reeves is not moving. And then he'll move his eyes at normal speed, but his body's not moving. Yeah. It makes no sense, and it looks awful.
It looks awful. Yeah, it's like, because you're not even sure of its intent.
Yeah.
Like, is this good? Is this supposed to be working like that? I don't know.
Bullet time does not need to be explained to you, right?
No.
You look at bullet time and you go, I know what's happening.
Yeah, time is slowing, and they're responding appropriately.
But he has to explain what he's doing, where it's like, I'm faster than you.
Yeah.
Like, I'm using your own power against you, Neo. That's how bad the visual effect is. The character literally has to explain what's supposed to be happening.
Well, look, the Wachowskis, or Wachowski now, their first film I think was called Bound. It's a 96 film that I haven't seen, but it's like a lesbian thriller. Right. It's very well reviewed, right? Okay. I haven't seen it. Then The Matrix. And then they completely went off the thing. So there isn't like a definitive Wachowski thing. But this is post-Sense8, post-Cloud Atlas Matrix.
Right.
If you've seen any of those shows, it's all kind of characters that are identity conscious or trans and have blue hair, and it's dealing with various... Like, I think the writer of Cloud Atlas, the book, David Mitchell, not that one, imagine, was one of the writers of The Matrix Resurrections.
Okay.
So it's very much in the DNA of it.
Right.
This isn't The Matrix. This is Sense8 Part 2.
Okay.
I hated Sense8 for that reason. In fact, one of the people on the team is from Sense8, the tall guy.
Oh, right, okay.
He's one of the main characters in Sense8. What do we think of the new cast? Keanu Reeves is Keanu Reeves. Trinity is, to be fair, the same.
Yeah.
I don't think I like Yahya Abdul-Mateen II. I've seen him in a bunch of things, and they're all well reviewed except this. And I'm just not. I don't get him. He's fine in Chicago 7.
Yeah, he serves his purpose.
Well, though he's a pest. Candyman is crap.
Yeah.
And in Watchmen, he's there.
Yeah.
And he ends up being Dr. And he won an Emmy for his troubles. No. I don't think I like him. I don't like him in this film. I really don't like him in this film. They have Jada Pinkett back as like an 80, 90-year-old woman. Looks weird. Doesn't work. The crew are just bland.
Yeah.
There's no Joe Pantoliano. There's nothing like that in the crew. Neil Patrick Harris is there.
Yeah.
He's not intimidating. He's not anything really. Jonathan Groff. I like Jonathan Groff.
Was that Smith?
Yeah, Jonathan Groff is Smith. Mindhunter Man.
Yeah. He looks like he's...
trying.
It looks like he's enjoying it. It looks like he's having fun.
Enjoying it. I mean, it's weird because you sort of discover that he's Smith. You sort of know, but you discover he's Smith.
Yeah.
And then they meet him again when they re-enter the Matrix. And he's wearing just like tech bro.
Yeah. That's what I was sort of saying about like the lack of identity. Yeah, Matrix, it's all leather, right?
It's all leather, yeah. And the agents they're FBI agents, so they're in suits.
Yeah, it's sort of a they're diametric opposites.
Yeah.
But also it's like complementary because it's all like muted or just like monochromatic colours.
And it makes sense the agents all dress the same and they all look the same basically. Yeah.
But Keanu Reeves is just like in clothes.
Yeah.
The crew are all wearing like LGBT clothing.
Yeah.
Just like,
basically,
like young people clothing.
Yeah.
And he looks like he just walked off the set of Silicon Valley or something.
Yeah.
Or from the actual Silicon Valley.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah. After giving a Facebook pitch or something.
Yeah.
The Merovingian pops up in that scene as well, just like bemoaning the state of pop culture.
Oh, that was fucking...
Complaining about unoriginality.
Yeah.
Like, really?
Yeah, and then he's like, art, books, movies, they were better than fucking cocksucking video games.
Essentially, that's what he says, yeah.
Yeah. Like, okay, so you've slagged off video games, but you released a Matrix game in tandem with the film.
They also released other Matrix games back
in the day. They also released other Matrix games. Also, like, the actual Game Awards, they use that as a prop in the films. They've obviously, like, teamed up with them.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is like, oh, he's a game developer. It's like...
I mean, you could write it off as him, that character, because he's a French intellectual snob.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, he wouldn't like video games, but that rant is clearly an authorial rant.
Yeah.
In fact, one of the reviews I read about the film said, oh, what distinguishes this is Lana Wachowski's anger.
Right.
Like, no, it doesn't.
But, like, I think evidence suggests that it is indeed an authorial rant.
Yeah.
Is the fact that he is not in that scene. Like, he's there. He's physically, geographically, he's there. But the fight scene is happening.
Yeah.
And it'll randomly cut back to him going, and by the way, cocksuckers, I hate this as
He's
well.
a Shakespearean chorus, essentially.
Yeah, and then it just cuts back to them fighting. So it's like, you couldn't even integrate him into the scene.
And then he just runs off.
Yeah.
And again, it's like making a joke of that character.
Yeah.
Because in the second film, he's a major character. Suave, slick. He has a big, like, house and a throne. And you know those two, like, wraith thing? They're his men, essentially. And in this, he's just like a tramp.
Yeah.
Just like a weird Frenchman. And I'm all for making fun of the French, but, like, it's just weird. Anyway, Jonathan Groff, he's having fun. There's a moment where, you know, Matrix first meets Morpheus. Neo first meets Morpheus.
Yeah.
And there's a big shootout at the office. And then Jonathan Groff kind of activates as Smith. He realizes he's Agent Smith.
Yes.
Somehow. And then he picks up a gun and he looks sternly and he starts shooting at Neo. And I think I said, didn't I, before he said, like, Mr. Anderson, I missed you, as a joke, thinking that they wouldn't do that. And then he goes, Mr. Anderson, and then shoots him and goes, I missed you. And I just think, okay, I like Jonathan Groff. He's not a flamboyant gay man. I'm genuinely not having a go. He's not a flamboyant gay man, but when he shouts, he has quite a high voice. It's not Hugo Weaving, who, like, eyes bulge and you can see the vein throbbing in his temple. Like, just this fucking bursting, weird creature.
Hugo Weaving is a menacing man.
He's just got that face, hasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. Jonathan Groff is not menacing.
He's not a menacing man.
Jonathan Groff he looks pampered and groomed.
Yeah.
And, yeah, he's not Smith. But I like Jonathan Groff, just not in this.
No.
So, yeah, I guess I didn't really like any of the cast. Oh, I tell you what, the most bearable one, bizarrely enough, was Blue-Haired Girl. Because she was just kind of doing her thing.
She doesn't really... Nothing really happens to her.
Yeah, and she's fine. She's not irritating. She's not bad. She's fine.
Yeah. I don't know if, like, this is the case with the first one. It's been a long time since I've seen it. And I suppose that's my one positive is, having watched this, I want to watch the first one again.
Yeah, there is that.
But should that really be a point in favour of...
Not really.
Is that really a reason to make another Matrix film? It's just to remind me to watch the first one again?
No, it's like getting punched in the face and then wanting to take a paracetamol. That's what it's like. It's not, you don't think, oh, I fucking love paracetamol.
I like not getting punched in the face.
Exactly.
Yeah, but, like, obviously you've got... Neo has to, like, rediscover that he's the one, but then the big twist is that, he's actually not the one.
He's one of two.
Oh, no, he is one. He is the one.
There are two
He's
ones.
A1.
He's A1.
He's A1, but Trinity is also a 1.
Because it takes two of them to tango.
It takes two to be one.
It takes two to be one, yeah. Yeah.
So fucking... But that...
Apes together strong.
That's genuinely, like, the level of, like, the dialogue. What
the dialogue
doing.
is so bad.
It takes two to be one. That's, like... It's actually a surprise the film didn't do that.
Like I said, it's more along like the first film. There's some dialogue that's heavy-handed, I suppose, and you know it's dealing with big themes and that sort of thing. But this one, it reads a little bit more like a book on feminism, with those kind of sentence constructions and terms that, like, most people aren't really gonna...
Yeah, like, when they, Trinity and Neo have a coffee together in the cafe for, like, presumably the first time in a very long time.
Yeah.
She sort of, like, talks about the fact that she's got kids.
Yeah.
And she's like, I didn't feel like I had the opportunity to figure out if I wanted kids.
Mm-hmm.
I just figured that, like, as a woman, that's the role the society forces onto you.
Yeah.
And Keanu Reeves is just like, I miss you. It's just like you're not able to speak at all.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like basically shaking.
Yeah.
With, like, as you say, deterioration.
Yeah.
But yeah, so, like, you've got his whole thing is he has to rediscover he's the one. She doesn't really do anything because she's sort of the MacGuffin of the film, Trinity.
Yes.
The whole point is that they have to get her out of the Matrix.
Yeah.
Because not the algorithm, what's he called?
The analyst.
The analyst is kind of protecting her from being released. So they red pill her without red pilling her.
Yeah.
Which again,
she activates without leaving the Matrix.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like she activates without she accepts the Matrix. She's like, I'm going to stay.
Mm-hmm.
And then Neo gets sort of like, there are police officers in the room and they kind of hold him down. And she looks back at him and she's just immediately Trinity again.
Yeah.
With no extra motivation.
Yeah.
or any input from anyone else.
Yeah, it just happens.
It just happens.
And it's like a feministy moment.
I suppose.
Where she's like, my name's not Tiffany, it's Trinity, and she punches her husband.
Yeah. And maybe her kids. I don't know.
Her kids who don't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, well...
And then, no, because, so that happens. But then they still, they extract her from the Matrix.
Yeah.
There's this dialogue before they do, where it's like, oh, it has to be her choice.
Yeah.
But they red pill her without her permission.
Yeah. Yeah. And we said, like, the red pill now is obviously a commonly used metaphor for accepting the truth. Or, you know, it's used in political discourse a lot. It's used on both sides for whatever. But in the Matrix, it's not a metaphor. It's not a symbolic representation. It's not like the Eucharist.
No.
It's, you gotta take the pill.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
This doesn't work if you don't take the pill.
Yeah, exactly. And she doesn't take the pill.
No.
She just realizes she's Trinity somehow. Because the thing that this film does, and we sort of predicted it, they set up this anomaly.
Yeah.
There's an anomaly that has recreated Neo and Trinity.
And updated the Matrix, but it's kind of like taken it all back to the status quo.
Because now the machines are working with the humans.
Some of them, yeah.
But there's an anomaly out there somewhere.
Yeah, because Neo's like, oh, so the fact that this has all now been rebooted, it means the first 3 films are fucking pointless.
Yeah.
And then they go, no, we've got 3 robots over there growing strawberries, it's fine.
Yeah,
everything
robots,
you did was
they
worth it.
They saved you from the machines.
Yeah.
They're the ones that brought you back, or whatever.
Yeah.
So the prediction was, right, the film is going to be, let's get Trinity. And then they will leave this anomaly thing open.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they do.
Yeah.
So this is going to be the start of a new trilogy, I'm sure.
Yeah, they like at the end, they just say to Neil Patrick Harris, hey, don't stop it.
Yeah.
And then they fly off together.
The thing about Neil Patrick Harris, like, when they go back into the Matrix to find Trinity, Smith is there, and he's like, listen, you don't want to fuck with Neil Patrick Harris.
Yeah.
I'm scared of Neil Patrick Harris.
Yeah.
And they kind of ended up working together. But then he just rocks up at the end and just is unintimidated by him.
Yeah.
Just kind of beats the shit out of him. And then goes away. And then, like, at the end of the film, when they're both reactivated, they go to Neil Patrick Harris's, like, apartment.
Yeah.
And he's just a pathetic, emasculated wreck.
As if he was, like, the main threat. But also, he wasn't. He was usurped by Smith.
Yeah.
Because Smith, like, shoots him to the point where he, like, disintegrates into codes.
He decodes, yeah.
Yeah, the Neil Patrick Harris decodes.
Yeah.
And he turns back to Neo and he says some bullshit about, like, that's the thing about you, Neo. You could have been anyone. No.
Anyone could be you.
Anyone could have been you, but I could be anyone.
Yeah.
And then he literally stops appearing in the film.
Yeah.
And like, a faceless army just comes to, like, kill them all.
It's unclear what happens.
It's unclear what happens. But my assumption was that Agent Smith has, like, sent all of these people after them.
Yeah.
But he just disappears. He's never dealt with again.
Yeah, look, this whole thing of an anomaly recreated Neo and Trinity. Why they've done it so they're 20 years older remains to be seen. Why they waited this long, all that. We don't know what the fuck is going on. The reason this film exists is because either the studio wanted it, or Lana Wachowski wanted Neo and Trinity alive, as she said.
Yeah.
That's it. And everything else is to justify that.
Yeah.
The film does not justify itself at all.
No.
It is absolutely not worth your time.
No, absolutely
It's not a recommendation at all.
No, it really isn't. Yeah, nothing, like, it's just, like, it sort of,
Is there anything else to say?
Well, I'll wrap up a point I think I was making. I don't know. But yeah, I said that, like, Neo has to learn he's the one. She is the MacGuffin until she is suddenly the hero of the film.
Yeah.
Agent Smith temporarily teams up with Neo and then maybe becomes the main villain, but just disappears.
Yeah.
And Neil Patrick Harris becomes the main villain and is then emasculated.
Yes.
And that's it, right? Nothing happens. Like, blue-haired girl, like, nothing happens to her.
No, nothing happens to blue-haired girl.
What's with her? I was going to ask, like, it's been a while since we've seen the first Matrix, so I don't know if this is sort of the case with the original, where it's like, all right, Neo's had his character arc, and everyone else was just kind of there. Like, nothing really happens with anyone else. They're all just kind of decoration. Because the crew in this, even Morpheus, is decoration.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sort of. I mean, like, not as disposably as they are in this one. I mean, they have their role. Obviously, the film is about Neo discovering he's the one.
Yeah.
But they all have, if not arcs, then they have important functions. The thing in the first Matrix is Trinity was told by the Oracle that she would be in love with the one. And then she falls in love with Neo, and that's what convinces him that he's the one, because she whispers to him, I'm in love with you, and he fucking gets all Neo about it.
Yeah.
And Morpheus allows himself, because he is so convinced blindly that Neo is the one, but he allows himself to get kidnapped and tortured by Smith and everything.
Yeah.
So there are proper like character motivations and everything. Maybe not arcs necessarily. Neo's the only one true arc, but that's okay because it's a monomyth. It's that.
Yeah.
It's that sort of film. And the best thing about The Matrix is it doesn't resolve the machine war. The whole arc of that film is he realizes he's fucking Superman.
Yeah.
And then he flies. And that's the end. That'll do. That is the arc of that film. Done. You don't even need 2. You certainly don't need 3. And 4 can go fuck itself. Yeah. And 5 is going to give me a terminal illness. Yeah. Is there anything else to say? I mean, we've covered a lot of ground.
Yeah, like, I think our disappointment and frustration and distaste for the film has come across.
Well, I think disappointment, maybe not quite disappointment, because we knew going in pretty much that it wasn't gonna be good.
I don't know, like when it was revealed, it was that kind of like, oh, it's not gonna be as, like you kind of say it whenever something like this happens, right? It was like, it's not gonna be as good as the first one.
Yeah.
And then we saw the trailer and I was like, okay, it's not gonna be as good as the first one.
Well, the only moment of like, oh, maybe, was when they announced the cast, and it was like Yahya Abdul-Mateen, who I don't like, but tends to be in good things.
Yeah.
Or did. And Jonathan Groff, like, oh, interested, like, I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
That was the only moment.
Why did Keanu Reeves come back?
Oh, the fans love, or some shit.
I was going to say, because I said to you, it's not for the money.
Yeah.
We know he's not in it for that sort of thing.
No.
Is he just too polite to say no to the Wachowskis?
Yeah. I mean, Lawrence Fishburne and Hugo Weaving must be a bit annoyed.
Maybe, or maybe they were smart enough to say no.
Well, look, it makes complete sense why Morpheus isn't in it.
Yes.
To be fair.
Yeah.
That does make sense. Hugo Weaving, not so much.
You might have got away with it. You might have been able to...
No, that's what I mean. Hugo Weaving...
that's what I mean as well. You might have been able to get away with him being in it.
You could have him in it, yeah.
Because don't they, like, the bullshit justification they give is that when Neo was recreated... Smith was kind of upgraded as well.
Yes, and also the fact that he can transform into anyone, because at the end Jonathan Groff just turns into a random bloke.
Yeah.
But it would have been quite cool if, like, he'd had this business partner called Smith, and then when he activates, it becomes Hugo Weaving, because that's his true form or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even like stunt casting, you cast Jonathan Groff and then he's not in it. He's in that opening.
Yeah.
And then he becomes Hugo Weaving, like, it was going to be Hugo Weaving all along. They don't do that.
No.
You must be pretty annoyed if you're them.
There's one moment. Because there were like loads of moments where, because we were obviously very annoyed at what the film was doing and how like pleased with itself it was about what it was doing.
Yeah. That's the thing.
So there was like whenever it was doing a thing, like it was recreating the original, or it was like having like a moment. Like for example, when they take Neo out of the Matrix, he has a bad reaction to it. So they kind of plug him back in so that Morpheus can like kung fu spar with him.
Yeah.
And there's like a moment where, you know, Morpheus is like beating him and like the real life Keanu Reeves is getting beaten and it looks like he's about to die. And obviously they're not going to kill Keanu Reeves halfway through the film.
Yeah.
But I said to you, how fucking great would it be if the whole film has been like, remember the Matrix? This is the Matrix. This is better than Matrix, but also the Matrix is good.
Yeah.
And then halfway through, they just fucking kill Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, that'd be great. Oh, shit. Well, I said, didn't I? Or he kills Morpheus. Because at the end of that fight, he, like, blasts him into infinity.
Yeah.
And he wakes up to an image of Morpheus on a slab, and they're zipping a black.
Which is even funnier because there's no physical version of Morpheus. So they rendered the particle man. They rendered the corpse just so they could put it.
Maybe it's like a holographic black back. Yeah.
But so there's moments like that throughout the film where we're like, oh, how cool would it be if they just like didn't do the thing they're clearly going to do?
Yeah.
And they do kind of do it once.
Yes, we laughed at one moment.
Yeah.
It was intended for humour. and we found it funny.
Yes.
So that's a point in its favour, I suppose.
Yes. It's the moment where they say to Neo, can you still fly?
Yeah.
And they kind of step back in preparation, and he does this big, like, swooping movement.
And, like, the ground, like, ripples.
Yeah, and, like, dust, like, billows up from the ground, and he jumps, and he goes nowhere.
He just falls back to the ground.
Yeah, just like this, like, feeble little hop.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I guess
that's
I
not
don't.
happening.
Yeah.
But there's no reason for that, because the whole point is, he's doubting he's the one again. He never really believed it. The contrivance is he can't be Neo. Even though he's remembered everything, he remembers Niobe, he remembers everything.
Yeah.
He can't be Neo because it was Trinity's trust that, like, made him...
Yes.
Her faith in him that made him Neo. But there were moments where, when he was fighting with Morpheus, I said to you, you know, like, oh, I know Kung Fu. They're going to say that.
Yeah.
And they say it for a little bit later, where he fights somebody who goes, I still know Kung Fu. It's like, well, mate, if you acknowledge you still know Kung Fu, you know you're the fucking one. So fly.
Yeah.
There's just no excuse for it whatsoever. Look, disappointment, not quite, because by the time we sat down to watch it, I wasn't expecting anything.
Yeah.
My only hope for a 2.5 hour film is that it would be so bad that it would be entertaining. And it wasn't that. It was just kind of incompetent, annoying, and smug.
Yeah.
I think that's the final thing to say about
absolutely,
it. Yeah.
So, not a recommendation.
Don't watch it.
No, absolutely no.
Go and watch the original.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you need. Also, is Animatrix any good? No? Okay.
Not really.
I thought
go watch the first one. The second one's pretty good. Do not go near the third.
Okay.
Right, are we done?
Yes. Well, you apologised at the top of the episode.
For it being long?
For it being long.
Yeah.
Don't know how long the final length is going to be, but I assume it's going to be long.
We won't tell you what we were going to talk about, but it's going to be even fucking longer.
Oh, yeah, we cut stuff for time.
Yeah. Before. Not even in the edit.
No, yeah. It's not even been recorded. Yeah. We were just like, we were discussing it. It was like, let's not discuss these things. Because we need to move on.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you're welcome, but also sorry.
Yes, exactly. Right, on that note, again, a very fun-filtered sentence. You're welcome and we're sorry. Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you next time.
Bye.